Mai ki te tauhou, kua tuwhera I tēnei hui. So welcome everybody back to a new year, 2022. It's nice to see everyone there. I think we maybe wondered if we might have this sort of scenario coming at us, but yeah, so obviously we're online this week while we try and grapple with how to operate under the red alert level, and it makes it much easier for us all just to have comfort to know that we are able to have this meeting. So what we'll do is we'll start with the Karakia, and I'll say the Karakia now, and then we'll go through the meeting procedures, and then we've got some public participation. So me Karakia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atākura, e tio, he huka, e hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora. All right, so as usual, please let myself or the Democracy Advisor know, councillors in there, if you're going to be leaving. And we'll plan to have a morning tea break at 10:30, probably about 15 minutes. And then if we need to, we'll have a lunch break as well. It's a bit hard to know how long we're going to go for. We're all just sort of getting back underway. I imagine there'll be a bit of debate and a few questions, but I'll just cast your minds back to last year when we all sort of agreed to try and make sure we were being as succinct and brief as we can so that we can get through the debate and get on with our day. So encourage everyone to challenge themselves to give that a go. And yeah, hopefully we won't be here too much after lunch. So I've got some apologies for this meeting. I've got one from Mayor Foster for partial absence, and then Liz Kelly also had an apology for lateness this morning. So me wai e mā wai e tautoko, do I have someone to second those apologies? Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill. So now I'll put that to the vote, and hopefully people remember how to do that. You find your reactions. We'll vote now. And Sean will tell us when we've got those all complete.
That is carried.
Wamana. Okay, so that's carried. Now I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they have in relation to items on the agenda. I don't hear any, so we'll move on. Confirmation of minutes. E whakatakoto ana o I te motini, so I move the motion that the Pūroro Rangaranga Social, Cultural and Economic Committee approves the minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd of December 2021, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Mā wai e tautoko. Do I have a seconder? Kia ora, Councillor Matthews. So we'll now put that to the vote.
That one is also carried.
So that's also carried. There are no items not on the agenda, and so now we will go straight into public participation. And I'd like to begin by welcoming Sarah Gilbertson, who would like to talk to us on restrictions on entry to public facilities. So Sarah, you've got 5 minutes, and I will give you an indication when we're getting close to the end of that time. Kia ora, over to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak today. I ask you to put aside your own preconceived ideas, open your mind and listen. Today, I represent a group of concerned health professionals. As providers of healthcare and regular readers of academic literature, we are struggling to understand the policy of COVID vaccine passes, or CVPs, for accessing council facilities. This is a policy that flies in the face of Te Whare Tapa Whā, a model of health that acknowledges not just our physical and mental health, our tinana and hinengaro, but our connection to Wairua, spirit, and whānau, family and friends. This policy is denying Wellingtonians access to services, equipment and facilities that will not only negatively impact their physical health, but their ability to participate in local community. Participation is one of the key principles of Te Tiriti o Te Waitangi, a principle that is usually promoted by City Council policy. For some elderly residents, the CVPs mean a loss of social connection. It means not being able to access a safe space with Wi-Fi for some of our vulnerable youth, and for some children, it means being told you can't participate in school trips. The use of CVPs is founded upon a false premise The premise being that the vaccine reduces transmission. The idea of the vaccine pass is that if you are in a place with only those that are vaccinated, you will have virtually no risk of catching COVID-19. This is simply not true. The Pfizer injection does not provide sterilizing immunity. A study published in The Lancet has shown that the viral load between the vaccinated and unvaccinated is almost the same with the Delta strain, and new evidence is showing that with Omicron, the viral load is higher in the vaccinated than the unvaccinated. Professor Cyril Cohen, an immunologist and advisor to the Israeli government, has recently said, if your objective of the health pass is to generate a safe environment for those who are vaccinated, I think that is no longer the case, because unfortunately, people who are vaccinated, even with 4 doses, can get contaminated. Also, people who feel well and do not have any symptoms are not a respiratory health threat. The exaggerated hype of asymptomatic transition, that is, healthy people with no symptoms being spreaders of disease, is simply not borne out by the evidence. A study of 10 million people in China found no asymptomatic transmission of the COVID-19 virus. So if we have established that the unvaccinated are at no greater risk of catching and spreading COVID-19 than the vaccinated, and those without symptoms are not a threat to others, then what is the scientific justification for the CVP? This is a policy that promotes discrimination and segregation, which is in direct contravention to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The CVP policy limits the freedoms of those who exercise their right to say no to a medical intervention for whatever reason, be it medical or religious. To say you must do something before you are allowed access to a place is called coercion. Is it really okay to favour the rights of the majority over the minority? Which brings us to the issue of process. The COVID-19 protection framework does not require the use of CVPs in public facilities. It is our understanding that it is up to each local council to decide whether they implement the use of CVPs. In Wellington, the decision has not been voted on and there has been no public consultation. As a council, you have abdicated your decision-making responsibility and could be held in breach of the Local Government Act should a judicial review be undertaken. We understand that the council were trying to do their best to protect the health and safety of Wellingtonians, but on closer inspection, this is a policy of discrimination and segregation dressed up in the guise of health. In the words of C.S. Lewis, of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. As it stands, requiring a COVID vaccine pass to access council facilities is a breach of Te Tiriti o Te Waitangi, a breach of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the way this decision was made could be viewed as a breach of the Local Government Act. We, along with the 900 signatories of the tabled petition, urge you to reconsider your stance and rescind the CVP policy so council facilities and services are open for the health and well-being of all Wellingtonians. Thank you for your time.
Oh, kia ora, that was perfectly timed. You fit completely within the 5 minutes. So thank you very much for being succinct. Unfortunately, there's not time for questions because you've used that full 5 minutes. But thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today.
Thanks.
And now I'd like to welcome Helen Waddington, who is speaking to us on the restrictions on entry to public facilities. No, my Helen, just trying to find you on the screen.
So can I just say, Helen has presented a presentation that Sean is going to play for you. That is her 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So Sean's going to play that now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I believe you have the petition?
I think that is being tabled, yes.
Yes, and that was sent through.
Yes, and it's been sent through the council as well.
Yes.
So thank you, Sarah.
Can I just say,
that now?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a student who's been affected by the vaccine mandates. I can no longer go down to the library. I can no longer go down to Newtown Park and do athletics. I can no longer hang out with my friends at the swimming pool or the rec centre. I can't play sport for my school because I can't enter council facilities. Sport is my form of escapism. It really helps with my physical, mental, social and spiritual well-being. I think you should stop only considering physical health and start also considering emotional, spiritual and social health, because they are all important aspects of our well-being and they all must be balanced for our well-being to be sufficient and good. I'm a healthy 17-year-old who poses little threat to the community. If I'm sick, I would obviously stay home because I want to protect my loved ones and my community. But since I don't have COVID, what you're doing is discrimination and segregation. There's no reason why a healthy 17-year-old should not be allowed to enter council facilities. Please reconsider your decision because it's having an effect on people like me's mental, emotional, social and spiritual well-being. Thank you.
Kia ora. I have 4 children under the age of 11. Due to the Wellington City Council's use of vaccine passes, I can no longer take my children to the Wellington Regional Aquatic Centre, the Recreation Centre or the local libraries. This has a negative effect on the well-being of our whole whānau. I'm frustrated that my children are unable to play at the pools or continue with their swimming lessons. They are not able to enjoy the rec centre or borrow books from the library to grow their love of reading. The Wellington City Council facilities are supposed to be for everyone. Please let us back into the facilities. Healthy people are not a risk to the community.
My name is Julie Richards. I'm a wife, mother, athletics coach, and up until recently I was employed by Wellington City Council as a group fitness instructor working at Freiburg and Kilburley Athletic Centre. On December the 3rd I had to give up a job that I loved and had done for many, many years. I'm also an Athletics New Zealand accredited athletics coach. Due to Wellington City Council making Newtown Park a vaccine pass site, I am no longer to enter an outdoor facility that is empty most of the time. The impact of this is not just on me, but it affects the athletes I coach. I now coach from outside the fence. It's ridiculous and achieves nothing, as I have contact with these athletes before training and after training sessions. I also coach primary and intermediate age children, but as they're not a suitable age for me to coach from outside the fence, I have had to cancel their training sessions. There is no one to replace me, so they are left without a coach, and they are now effectively locked out of their sport. On top of this, I am the children's manager at the athletics camp, and the vaccine pass has made it incredibly difficult for me to do my role effectively. I would like Wellington City Council to consider the negative effect the vaccine pass is having on so many people's lives. I would also like them again to look at their risk assessment and assess whether it is necessary to mandate an outdoor athletics track, as many councils in New Zealand have not done so. Thank you.
My name is Will. I'm a Lyell Bay resident. I'm an everyday user of Lyell Bay Beach. So in summer, swimming is great. But in winter, I would go and use the Freiburg pool and sauna on Oriental Parade. Now, I am somehow too unsafe for the Wellington City Council to attend their facilities. This is completely wrong. I urge the councillors to vote to reopen all facilities to all Wellingtonians. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name's Chelsea. I'm currently out in Lyell Bay with my young family and we've been affected by the Wellington City Council's restrictions on facilities. Last month I went to go to Kilburnie Rec Centre for a 6th birthday and I wasn't allowed in because I didn't have a vaccination passport. I'm currently not able to get out books, which I have done every month for 6 years. I cannot go to Kilburnie pools. I've paid rates for 15 years and I do not deem myself as a risk. That's because of a lot of research I have done, and I challenge Wellington City Council to ask questions on why we may have such opinions as we do. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm just strongly opposed to any form of segregation in society. Thank you for listening.
I have been a Wellington resident and ratepayer for 28 years. My employer recently put me on unpaid leave because some of their operations take place on Wellington City Council facility. The Pfizer injections are ineffective in stopping both infection and transmission. Most infections occur among fully jabbed people. I urge the council to put themselves on the right side of history and abolish their shameful and illegal apartheid policy.
I'm a Wellington resident who's been affected in 3 ways by the vaccine mandates. One of those ways is my access to Club Active Gym, which gave me access to the Kilburnie Recreation Centre, the Karori swimming pool and the Freiburg pool over on the Oriental Parade. Can't use any of those venues right now even though I'm a paying member. I chose to use that gym for the purpose of health, and they do say about coronaviruses in general that obesity is one of the issues that affects people's immunity. Secondly, I've lost access to the Kilburnie Recreation Centre. I was part of a music club there where I'd occasionally get up and sing and play guitar, and other people would also have a turn as well, so it was a good little thing I used to do on the weekend. And then finally, the libraries. So before the first series of lockdowns in 2020, I was an SL teacher where I used to teach international students. I would take those students to the Manners Street pop-up library. Can't do that anymore. Can't even use the library myself. So those are 3 ways I've been affected. It just doesn't make sense for somebody to be told you need to be vaccinated in order to protect somebody else. The whole idea of a vaccine is that it's supposed to protect you. Whether you take it or not has no impact on the next person. The whole idea of it doesn't make any sense. That's all I'd like to say. Thanks very much.
Kia ora koutou. So that was Helen's presentation, because that fit within the 5 minutes. So thank you very much, Helen. So now we're going to move on to John McGrath, no mai haere mai John, who's going to talk to us about Khandallah Pool, and you have 5 minutes, John. If there is any time, there might be some questions, but otherwise over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Morena, Chair, Mayor Foster, councillors. Thank you once again for a couple of minutes just to go back on the petition to extend Khandallah swimming pool's opening hours. Now, look, I realise the conversation has moved on. The report on the table today is about future options for the pool, but I did want to address just some of the issues in the petition, and particularly the extension into March, and also the process of engagement, which actually got us to this point. So when I was before you the last time, a number of councillors, including the Mayor, asked whether the petition was open to compromise. And my answer was an enthusiastic yes. We realised that an extension to Easter was a very ambitious ask, but we were open to a range of compromise solutions. We did expect that compromise would lead to engagement. 500 people supported the petition. It's one of the biggest petitions on Council's website over the last 10 years, and probably the biggest in relation to a suburb-specific issue. No engagement was reciprocated from Council. We put a petition to a political committee. We hoped for and expected, with Council process, a political response, that the committee would ask, as usual, officers for advice and then consider that advice. 3 times I received an assurance from Democratic Services that the issue would be considered in time for summer 21-22. 3 times that was never placed on the agenda, and the first we actually heard was when officers posted the opening hours for the pool in early December on the website. There was no communication with those behind the petition whatsoever. We believed it was a political decision. We engaged with the political process, and we don't believe officers were delegated to make those opening hours decisions. They may well be delegated for opening hours for all other pools, but we engaged with the political process, not with officers. So we were very, very disappointed in that process. Secondly, the issue of 4 days. Paragraph 17 in the report in front of you identifies that the information from this trial will be used to inform future years. We believe 4 days is not a long enough period to gain the necessary information to make any substantive decision. A couple of southerlies and those 4 days are negated, 4 warm days, and then you have peak numbers which lead you to a completely different decision. A longer period and then a more imaginative response would allow a more nuanced approach to information to be gathered and allow you to track days over time. If it's a trial, it's only 1 year and it is not a significant commitment. In December or last year when we spoke with you, we put forward a number of imaginative solutions. The officers quote the daily rate for opening the pool. There's no reason why it can't be open for a few hours after school closes when children would be able to use it. We suggested delayed opening until the start of the school holidays in December to defer the costs to March. So we believe that there are a whole range of other responses that will allow the trial to get better and more valued information. So look, I suppose I want to go back to where I started and acknowledge that the story has moved on, and all those who were involved in the petition are really interested in the debate that is to come tomorrow, or sorry, later today, on the future options for Khandallah Pool. The petitioners, all 500 of us, hugely support option B. There's a number of points we want to make. We find it really unusual that in an area that is identified for residential development and intensification, that you would actually go ahead and actually close a community facility. We believe that in line with Council's strategic goals, you have a community facility that is right beside 2 train stations and a range of bus links in terms of public transport. And we just feel that it is at odds with council's aims and strategies to close, to even consider closing Khandallah Pool. Finally, I just want to place Khandallah Pool in a slightly different context to the regional aquatic offering, which is being quoted. We actually believe it is a unique destination facility, a unique community facility, separate and distinct to the regional aquatic network. It is a summer destination, it is an outdoor destination, it is much loved across all the northern suburbs. We believe it is complementary to the rest of the pool's network, not in competition or part of that network. It is separate, it is distinct, it is a community facility more than a regional aquatic facility. Thank you.
Kia ora, John. I'm not sure where we're at for timing. I haven't heard Sean where was. I think that's probably 5 minutes.
Just 1 minute left, actually. Now.
1 minute, one minute left. Okay, great. We'll have a question from Councillor O'Neill. Thank you.
Kia ora, John. Thank you for your presentation. My question is around the investment that we've got in front of us in the paper today. Would you support a targeted rate or paying a bit more money to enter the pool and those facilities in order to have it upgraded?
Personally, I would believe that you pay an entrance fee that is commensurate with the facility that you're, or the quality of the facility that you're entering. If councillors took the decision that option B, I would support a readjustment of fees to go part of the way down the path to recoup some of the investment the council is making. That's balanced with, I suppose, the changing context of massive inflation facing the city and a range of other issues, social issues that have to be taken into account as well. But I would trust political judgment on those considerations.
Thank you.
Kia ora, we have one more partai from Deputy Mayor Free.
It's quick. John, how important do you think it is that the pool is heated?
Well, I think my simple answer would be, as numbers have declined over the last number of years, as the facility has declined, I think that heating the pool will maximise its usage.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, John, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us and following up with us regarding your last visit to us online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Now I'd like to welcome Greg O'Connor, who's going to talk to us about Khandallah Pool as well. So MP Greg O'Connor for Pūroro. Thank you very much for coming in to talk to us, Greg, and you know how submissions work. So 5 minutes, and there may be some questions if there's time left over.
Yeah, kia ora, Madam Chair, and thank you, councillors, for your time, and of course, Andy Foster, Mayor. Look, I won't take too much of your time. Many of the points brought up by Mr. Makara, you will hear time and time again, and they are very pertinent. However, what I would, and look, I also respect that as councillors, you're going to have competing priorities for funding every time you meet. The one thing I would put forward towards the Khandallah Pool, and as you do come to your decisions, I've lived in many suburbs around Wellington, currently the Member of Parliament for Pūroro, which stretches from the Wilton Bowling Club through to the Tawa swimming pool, ironically. Now, one thing I've noted in that Pūroro electorate, there are 17 kilometres of coastline, being from Makara, just north of Makara, through to Tahi Bay, and from Petone through to the bottom of the Nio Gorge. There is no public access to any of that coastline for the purposes of recreation without considerable trips across railway lines and through private farmland. And what that means is, quite uniquely in Wellington, the northern suburbs have no access to natural swimming spots. If you want to go swimming, for example, you need to go to Petone, or you need to go into the city. And that means that a pool like Khandallah, as well as the reasons being advanced quite credibly by Mr. McGrath, also provides yet just another means of local residents actually having somewhere to swim we do have the the Johnsonville pool, which is an excellent facility. However, it very quickly becomes crowded, and it's not what many of the sort of more adventurous swimmers would like to see. So in your decision-making, councillors, I would just like to sow that seed that this is a unique part of Wellington for that very reason. The ability to recreationally swim, recreationally use the water is very, very limited. And when you are balancing your decisions around the different priorities, perhaps for the eastern suburbs, southern suburbs, which of course this will always be a priority, but that is going to be one important factor you might like to take into consideration. And for that reason, I very much support the retention of this pool. Noting the previous questions about the importance of heating it, my son, 2-year-old son, learned to swim there. He also learned how to put up some very cold water. However, I think taking into account the realities of the modern, shall we say, resilience, not in any way sort of casting aspersions upon modern children, but I think perhaps the ability to put up there. Plus, of course, there's a lot more trees around it. It doesn't heat up during the day. One point that was raised. And so look, I'll leave it at that. Leave time for questions if there are any, but just leave you with the uniqueness of this area when you come to your decision making.
Oh, kia ora, Greg. Very succinct there. Councillors, are there any part-time? We've got a couple of minutes. Councillor Rush.
Thanks. Hey, thanks, Greg, for taking some time to come and speak to us. So what would you say to those people who would say that the pool, its current location is in the wrong place, and that actually pools in other areas that are closer to schools that don't have pools makes a lot more sense with modern facilities, and that service a greater catchment area of folks?
Well, given the sort of arguments of advanced and the uniqueness of the suburbs, I'm not quite sure where you might be talking about there. Having spent a good part of my life in the eastern suburbs, I know that you were never away from walking distance from water in that regard. As far as pools go, I mean, it might well have been one time the school pools, and there are some schools that do have school pools, but they are not through the occupation and sort of safety regimes that are in place now. They're just not accessible in the way they once were as well. If that were the case, perhaps it might diminish some of the argument for this pool. But I don't think you'd be proposing that you'd be building another pool anywhere, Councillor Rush. So in the absence of such a proposal, I'd say focus on the reasons to keep this one.
Well, I only have one shot at it, so I was proposing that. But Councillor Day, would you like me to supplement that question?
No, I think we'll pass it on to someone else. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and thanks for those comments about the coastline. I hadn't really thought that through, but can you just tell us about sort of the importance of the pool to the community? And I understand, I've only been there once myself, but that it's quite an iconic area for young people to meet and to, do something healthy.
Well, it's quite interesting. When locals talk about going for a walk, as you'll be aware, it's the main access to Mount Kaukau, and so people talk about the pool. You go into the park via the pool, so it's part of and which naturally it would be given how long it has been there. So it's very much part of the local law, if you like, folklore. I mean, but look, I think it's. Sorry, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. What was the question again?
It's broadly just how iconic and supportive how iconic is and how supportive are the community of it.
Oh, very much so. I mean, now that it's only relatively recently, I think this issue of the Independent Herald, and one recently it's heralded, so it's very much a popular conversation. So matter of pride, yes, and I think were there'd be a concrete proposal to shut it, I think it would get quite, not just a Khandallah, but broader backlash.
Kia ora, Greg. We've run out of time now for any more questions, but thanks for taking the time to come and coordinate with us today. Appreciate you doing that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Todd Morton from Easy Swim, who's going to talk to us about Khandallah Pool as well. No mai haere mai, Todd. Good to see you today. So you've got 5 minutes, and there may be some questions if you have any time left over.
Great, thanks. Just a quick mic check, Jill. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. So thanks councillors for having me. I'm Todd Morton. I run Easy Swim School up we're at Khandallah School, Johnsonville Tawa School and Reordering School Pool. I'll try and keep this as brief and to the point as I can, but yeah, I'm here to talk about the Khandallah Summer Pool and in support of option 2. So we currently use the summer pool every year for a couple of water safety programs with Khandallah and Nio School. Oddly enough, it's a challenge called the Arctic Challenge, and it's great fun. We teach the kids how to deal with deep and cold water. So it's very beneficial, and it complements what we do with the programs at Khandallah School, which has a pool, and also there's Kashmir and Nio schools, which have small, fairly standard school pools, standard size school pools. So for them, having the easy access to deep water is extremely beneficial. There's those 3 schools and also St. Benedict's up that way that are an easy walking distance. So we just feel that keeping that sort of water easily available is something that's very important. We've seen over the past 20 or 30 years with a number of school pool closures that there's been an impact on New Zealand's swimming ability of the average Kiwi kid. So in my opinion, just keeping easy access to pools should be our number 1 priority. See, there was a pretty horrendous drowning toll over the summer, and there's been a bit of chat in the swimming world about, what are we going to do about this? One of the key things is how do we keep kids involved in swimming longer? So cool, it's great to teach a kid to learn to swim, but we want to teach them to keep swimming, to join a swim club, or to have swimming as a once-a-week exercise option for the rest of their lives. So for that, we need easy access to big pools. Keith Spry is, not that far away, but it's often full. We talk to schools all the time that it is struggling to get in at the times they need. So I think keeping Khandallah open would be beneficial in that sense. Also, I've been involved in the swim club world that Thorndon, for example, is used a lot when there's been different maintenance closures of the larger pools. So the swim clubs do find that really, really beneficial. So I think having Khandallah there, if it's heated like that, would be great. Just allows for that flexibility when we have those problems with those other pools, which they all close from time to time. Just as far as some feedback on the design, I sort of looked at option 2 and a recreational focus, which is fine, but having lane swimming ability, so just simply some black lines on the bottom of the pool would be fantastic. So that perhaps at the times where it's not as busy for recreation, early in the mornings, that those lane swimmers can come in, or that might be the times where potential club people are going to be coming in, that would just make it useful for a wider group of people. That's about it. Thanks. Questions welcome.
Yep. Kia ora, Todd. And we do have one patai from Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thanks, Todd, and thank you for all the work that you do in helping children learn to swim, which is just so valuable. My question really is, it's slightly tangential here, but do you think there's enough support in the education system? And that's both by way of, obviously you've mentioned a lot of school pools closing down, and we've supported keeping many of them open in Wellington. But do you think there's enough support in the education system, both for the school pools, but also the programs and the time that's allocated for that? What, you've got any views on that?
No, there's not enough funding, not enough time, not enough priority. I could go on.
And I'm not sure it's entirely relevant to our discussion today about Khandallah Pool, but thanks.
It is an argument, of course, Chair, that has been raised about why we should support Khandallah Pool. So I thought legitimate.
Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Todd. I'm not sure maybe the Mayor was going with this, but what would you say would be the 1 or 2 steps that we could do to encourage more uptake and use of that pool?
Yeah, I think the heating, although our water safety program makes use of the coldness of it, we turn that into a positive, but that's not for every kid, I think the heating, just the general surrounds, you know, there's no showers, stuff like that. You know, I swim down at Freiburg every Friday, and sorry, down at Thorndon. It's really nice, you know. Yeah, I think just making it the whole pool nicer would be the way to go.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. We have one more part from Deputy Medfrey.
Yeah, I just have been wondering, in order to encourage more usage of it, how important would things like, you know, there's been some suggestion of putting in barbecues, for example. Would that be a big draw card in your view to get better usage of the pool, or do you think that's a minor matter?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. We run birthday parties at our swim school, and we had barbecue to start with, but people just don't bother. You know, they'll just bring pizza. And if you look out at Pūroro, out at the arena out there, that's people just bring pizza. You know, so I'm not totally convinced on that one. Just something on increasing usage. I mean, without blowing our own trumpet, but we could get more school programs happening in there. I think different sort of water safety type programs. That's our big thing. You know, most schools are doing one term a year of their lessons, whether with us or council. But I think we want to keep running this Arctic program type thing. So we could just hammer that, I think, is the way to go.
Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you, Todd, for taking the time to record it with us today. I really appreciate doing that.
Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move on now quickly we've got Hilika here from Bicycle, who's going to talk to us on the Workingmen's Bowling Club. So Hilika, you've got 5 minutes. You know how this works, and there may be some questions if there's time. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Hilika Townsend tōku ingoa. So I'm the founder and trustee of Bicycle Karori. We're a charitable trust. We upcycle donated bikes and give them out to people in need. So we've been based in Newtown for the past 4 years, and we've got quite close ties to the community there. Particularly, we work with a lot of people from a refugee background, people living in social housing, and also quite a few who don't have any housing. Newtown is a really special place. I'm sure you're all aware. It's really accessible to people from a wide range of backgrounds, and particularly to the people that we work with, and also for our volunteers. And Newtown's also been really supportive of our work and lots of other types of community work. We have great plans to expand our services, and we want to start up a bike library where we can borrow bikes and e-bikes as well. We want to work with mechanical tempers to reopen a public workshop for people. And we also want to do more with cycle skills training. We have helped the regional council to start up learn to ride classes around the region. And these are oversubscribed, but we're struggling to find a suitable space for this sort of thing. So what we're asking council is to please consider 2 options for the bowling club site. The first is a short-term partnership with community organisations, like a few of those you'll hear presenting today, while you make a longer-term decision on the site. We'd hate to see that site being unused for the next couple of years. And the second is to consult more widely with the community about the use of the site. We'd love to see something like an option 1.5, which is more of a partnership approach, so where the council works with community groups to use the site. So we've been talking a lot with other community organisations about collaborating on the space. And there's lots of groups that are doing amazing work for the community, and we get amazing support from the council for this, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you. But we're all trying to make the city more livable, more connected. We're trying to empower people to be healthy and to help them lower their climate emissions. And these are all goals the council shares with us. And a number of these groups could make excellent use of a space like this. So what we're suggesting is that a partnership with community groups would offer a higher value and a lower cost return on that space. Space would be actively used rather than passively, and the expenses could be shared between the council and community organisations or our sponsors. We also note that you're consulting on the trading and event sites in the town belt and reserves. And we think that as part of this, that we'd like the council to reconsider, their vision for a sustainable, climate-friendly eco-capital, and perhaps make town belt land more accessible for groups that are working towards that climate-friendly eco-capital, rather than just sports and recreation. We think the Newtown Workingmen's Bowling Club could be a people-friendly space where people can collaborate and learn, where groups can engage with communities and help to build a resilient and sustainable future. And this could all be done for a lower cost than what's being proposed in option 1, and for higher value than what's being proposed in option 2. So we're asking the council to reject both these options and to further engage with the community and explore a partnership approach for this site. And we're also asking that you consider trialling short-term use of the site, and perhaps trialling that with groups that might not strictly fall within the guidelines of the Town Belt Management Plan. And that's all I've got to say. Thanks for your time. Any pātai?
Kia ora, committee. Do we have any pātai? It looks like Deputy Mayor Free's hands up, physical hands up. So Deputy Mayor Free, you first.
Wasn't quick enough to get to the reaction button. I thought we'd slow it down. So I'm interested, Hilika, in that you were suggesting just a temporary use of the facility. Given that I know you do have some accommodation issues, well, I think you do, are you foreseeing that these accommodation issues for Rebicycle will resolve at some point? So that's why you're suggesting temporary use? Or are you thinking a temporary use with a view to something else?
I mean, obviously, we'd love to use the site ourselves, but there's a number of other groups that could also make temporary use of the site. And I don't want to go in saying, give it to us. There might be other groups that are more suited. But I guess what I see a lot of empty land around Wellington, and some of this is council land and it's not being used. And it's quite devastating to groups like ours when, we know that there's a climate emergency. We want to be working on this. And that land could be put to good use. And even if it's only for a year or 2 years, there's a lot we can do with that space while the council is able to make sensible decisions for the longer term. And, if something is developed, that, you're looking at $1 million that needs to be planned for, and that's not going to happen in the next year or 2 even. So there's a couple of years there where that land might be empty. And groups like ours, like Kaicycle, and many others could be using that during that time.
Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you again, Hilika, for coming to kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time and the mahi that you do with Ikirua. So now I'd like to welcome Liam Prince and Kate Walmsley from Kaicycle. No mai, haere mai kia kōrua. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today about the Workingmen's Bowling Club. So I'll hand over to you. You've got 5 minutes, and we're not sure if we have any questions, but hopefully we do.
Kia ora tia, and kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm Liam Prince, representing Kaicycle Urban Farm and Composting. We are a not-for-profit organisation and a registered charity, and our main site is at Hospital Road in Newtown. It's on council reserve land, and it's a multifaceted project. We have a productive urban farm growing enough fresh organic veggies for about 25 families. We have a composting operation diverting 40-odd tonnes of organic waste from landfill a year. It's an education and community events hub, and it's also just a beautiful and tranquil space for the public to rest, to have lunch, to gather. It's kind of a really good example of a project that generates value to the community in many ways. Our work is also about creating centres of climate resilience. So from carbon sequestration to hyper-local food production and community collaboration, we see these kinds of local food and compost hubs as being a key tool for a climate-ready future. We've been ready for some time to bring our vision to life across Wellington so that every neighbourhood has access to these kinds of spaces of learning, connecting, growing and building resilience. And that's why we're really excited about the opportunity presented by a new chapter in the life of the Workingmen's Bowling Club. Our current site has many challenges for growing food, sort of poor drainage and a high water table. The soil is inconsistent, it's very weather exposed. We can't add buildings and basic facilities on site. Whereas the bowling green, it's a perfect site for a highly productive regenerative community garden. It's flat, north-facing land. There are water lines already installed, and as we've seen from the report, the soil is in really good condition. So we'd also like to see the other green be used for other community enjoyment and uses, not necessarily a garden. The building even still has the old booze chiller, which we could, instead of filling with booze, we could fill with vegetables. We do recognise that there are some serious issues with the building. But it has so many redeeming features that it would just be a shame to knock it down without considering the value it could provide to the community without a great renovation plan, or at least if it isn't feasible, whether a new future-focused, climate change-ready community facility could take its place. And this would all align with the council's long-term strategic vision for an inclusive, sustainable and creative capital for people to live, work and play. And it would show that the council takes the climate emergency seriously. So as Hilika mentioned, we have had some initial talks with some of the other groups presenting today, and we just see huge potential for the bowling club to become a valuable community space for Newtown. It's very rare for spaces like this to become available, and it's a time when so many groups need spaces. These other groups all do amazing mahi and all have proven their capability and dedication to run a variety of successful initiatives. So just imagine the space as a community garden, a bicycle library, a DIY repair workshop, community kitchen, composting hub, and so much more. Having these sorts of facilities helps connect and empower people and creates resilient communities. So we're really excited about collaborating with the other groups, other obvious organisations like Sustainability Trust potentially, and also with council to make this happen. So that's all from me. Thank you. We'll also have Kate Walmsley and Rory Lenehan-Aiken from Kaicycle to answer any questions.
Kia ora. Committee, do we have any pātai for our submitters here? Oh, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just thank you for your presentation. It's excellent. I just want to get a sense from you about Kaicycle, because I really support your work. How stable are you in terms of your ability to carry on without a sort of secure community space which is suitable for growing? Like, how much of a meaningful change would being located somewhere like this be for your organisation and your ability to deliver those important aims?
Rory, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, sure. Kia ora. Thanks for having us, guys. Thanks for the question, Fleur. Short answer, massive. The current site really has been I think I discussed this a bit when we were here a while ago, but it's been a prototype site. And so, as Liam said, currently we're supplying 25 veggie boxes a week to families 51 weeks of the year. But it's sort of like, to describe it, we're trying to run a operation that's sort of halfway between a home garden and a commercial market garden to supply enough food to actually make it viable and to have a meaningful impact. But running the operation on that site, sort of like doing it in a home garden in terms of the irrigation. There's little beds here and there. It was a wetland, so it is quite challenging and when we get a lot of rain. Compared to the bowling club site, I think we could probably roughly produce about 3 times the amount of food from one of those greens on the same amount of labour, just due to the efficiencies of bed lengths being uniform, irrigation, just the shape of the space, efficiency, and so on and so forth. So in short, it would make a really big difference to the long-term sustainability of the organisation, and the flow on of that is the long-term sustainability of sort of urban agriculture and just taking that a step forward. So yeah, it would make a big difference.
Kia ora, kia ora koutou. We have come to the end of the time for that submission, but thank you for coming to Kōrero with us and answering our pātai. I appreciate you taking the time. Now I'd like to invite Chris Montgomery, who's going to also speak with us about the Workingmen's Bowling Club. So Chris, you have 5 minutes and I'll hand over to you now. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ko Chris Montgomery tōku ingoa. I'm the co-chair at Innermost Gardens, which is a garden on the site of a former bowling club that backs onto the town belt in Mount Victoria. It's a garden that's been going for about 15 years, and we operate the garden as both communal beds plus allotments. We have a compost drop-off, and we rent out the Charles Plummer Hall to community groups. And I just wanted to talk about the proposal for the Newtown Workingmen's Bowling Club in the context of what I know, what I've seen, and research that we've undertaken at Mount Victoria, because I think it can provide a lot of insight and support to the other community groups who are interested in the Workingmen's Bowling Club. So what I know, Innermost Gardens was set up, as I said, 15 years ago, based on permaculture principles. That's the principles of caring for the earth, caring for people, and equity and balance and fair share. And it was those principles that were used by the community 15 years ago to co-design the space that we see now in our gardens area. And I joined the gardens 5 years ago to learn more about permaculture, but I've got to say I've gained so much more in terms of community, and I genuinely consider it my third space now, as distinct from home and work. So I think that's probably what a bowling club 50 years might have been, the place people can go and commune with your neighbours. And I believe that there needs to be more places like this that people can discover in their neighbourhood. What I've seen at Innermost is that I've seen firsthand how a community garden can become that sort of linchpin that brings neighbours from all walks of life together and sort of galvanises a community with a bit of a cause. Our site's used as a place where people can come and learn new skills and connect with others. It's a place where groups that could often be considered quite fringe can bookings are often spilling out into the garden area. It's a quiet spot. People come up and have lunches. They have gentle walks around the garden or slow walks with toddlers. It's an exercise spot. People use it as a running dog walking spot or place to run through. And it's for a lot of play and fun. We host the Sustainability Trust's Wilder Kids program every school holidays, and they use Innermost as that base for exploring the town belt, which I believe is one of the best playgrounds in Wellington. So lots going for it. We knew that there was more to it than just the growing vegetables element. And so in terms of research, some of you may be aware that in 2020 we undertook with the council through the Summer Scholar program, Innermost was used as a case study to measure value of community gardens, and we measured qualitative and quantitative impact across 5 areas. The first area was obviously environmental, the other one was health, both mental and physical, civil service, and so it was around waste diversion and stormwater mitigation, social, that was the people engagement and connection, and then also local food, growing volumes, community events, fruit trees that were there and things like that. And so we were able to map Innermost's impact across all these 5 areas. I really think that this all aligns with the council's vision to be that inclusive, sustainable and creative capital for people. And I also know through the friendships and connections that I've made with local groups such as Kaicycle and Sustainability Trust, that there's so many other organisations that are already focused in the same sort of way already. And this is the reason why I also just want to put our support to further collaboration for co-design with community organisations and interested neighbours, because I know that there's quite a few local neighbours who'd be interested in pushing into the process too, just so that we can really make sure that whatever happens to the bowling club is the absolute best solution for Newtown and its residents in terms of a resilient and strong community. So that's me. Kia ora, thank you.
Oh, kia ora, thank you, Chris. I'm not sure, Sean, where we're at with timing for that one.
Just slightly over 1 minute.
1 minute to go. Mayor Foster, if you can be quick, we can have partai from you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for all the work you're doing at Innermost. I just wondered if you could give us a little bit of an insight into the process that you went through to establish Innermost on Town Belt land, because I would imagine there's some lessons for that for us here.
There are, and as I said, I wasn't involved 15 years ago, but one thing that I would say is that sometimes it feels quite isolating, as we are the one organisation that is the leaseholder for Innermost. And so if we're looking at the 2 options that are being presented in this paper, there's the second option is, talk to a community group who could take over the whole site. It is quite hard. I mean, we're actually in the process of discussing with the Sustainability Trust about collaborating with them in terms of hall bookings and stuff, because a small group of volunteers from one organisation isn't probably enough. So I think there probably is some creative thinking needing to be done around how, council processes, silos might have to merge a little.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Chris, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us and sharing your experience with Innermost Gardens. Appreciate that. Kia ora.
Thank you.
All right, now I'd like to welcome Martin Henley and Steve Cosgrove, who are also going to speak to us about the Workingmen's Bowling Club. No mai, haere mai anō. Good to see you both again. You know how this works, so 5 minutes and then there may be some time for questions. Kia ora.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. The thanks too to the previous speakers have expanded my knowledge of the Khandallah pool. We took all your views, given we are privileged to have a wonderful school pool and aquatic centre just over the hill. Heliki, personally, I fix a lot of bikes for kids in the Newtown Park apartments and would love to be able to take them up to Rebicycle, where they could get their bikes fixed a bit better than I can do on my own. That is, if we could manage these things, all these things are wonderful. And that's part of Newtown. We do everything. That's how we work. And we keep things clean too. Look, I found this just to remind everybody. So we see the benefits of the community gardens and would like to chance to discuss those suggestions further too. We're residents of businesses concerned with maintaining and improving our area's livability, connectiveness, and sustainability. And we are working to make our community a thriving, diverse, and a great place to live. We think we do it well, and we continue to work on that. Our members have experience across a range of relevant fields, including historical and conservation perspectives and use of open space. We are experienced from whānau level right up to the extravaganza of the Newtown Festival, which Martin represents particularly well here. Newtown's a home to vibrancy and diversity, and expressing this energy is difficult when we have few flat grassed public spaces, and none of those have a stage or seating area. Newtown is recognised as an easily accessible location for diverse and quality entertainment. People can, the new bus system, we no longer have 12 bus routes going to Newtown, but there's still plenty. You can get here easily. And events in the park will attract visitors from all over the city. And the buildings have been allowed to run down, but they're still a valuable resource that could be repaired and refurbished. The Very Good Morning Bowling Club is a great example of this, and it's become a fabulous community hub with multiple uses. And Innermost Gardens, as we've talked about, has shown the amenity value of having buildings that can be used for activities compatible with town belt land. Basic repairs to the toilets that are already at the bowling club would be cheaper than building new toilets for community use. That the council could pause more major innovations and consider later investment later, and that fits in well with Heliki's suggestion of getting, in fact, having lived for 4 years next to the Eco House when it was empty, many of you know about that. I really so hope that you're not going to leave another empty resource just doing nothing for a length of time, please. And in Newtown, our association administered the pop-up space in Ridderford Street, kindly provided to us by Foodstuffs when they didn't need it. That was used and showed demand for a space of this type and our ability to manage it in a productive way. That was used for creative, recreation, and community purposes. There's a huge need for a free or low-cost practice and rehearsal space for music, dance, theatre, and arts. And that's something which could be which the bowling club could contribute to. We would be very happy to work with the council's new Ahotini program manager, Sophie German, on reimagining the use of the existing facilities. The initial park layout concept commissioned by council officers shows a good range of features. Thanks for that. We look forward to working with the community and council to ensure that details of this development meet our needs and serve our city well. A new outdoor stage that's covered would be a valuable inclusion to the park. Our performance advisors suggest provisioning this at the north end, facing south into the town belt to minimise sound impact on the few neighbours near the space. And it also gives shelter from the prevailing wind of the north. I'm not too sure about southerlies. But this is the sort of thing, we have the expertise, we are able to help, and we ask that you find ways of getting some use of the existing facilities immediately and work with.
Steve, we need to stop in case there's questions.
I think Martin just said, are there any questions?
Yes, I think we've probably got about 30 seconds left, so I can't see any hands up yet, but I think we probably, oh, hang on, we've got Councillor Fitzsimons. Can be.
Martin, what do you think?
Oh, I'm delighted to see all those other community groups that we've networked in about using the space over the lull months since that was foreshadowed that the lease was coming to an end for the bowling club. And it would be great pleasure if there was some quick temporary use. Next week, the council is shifting the bike containers from the disused Celtic site where they can't be and taking Mechanical Tempest out of our community. They could be plopped on the bowling green next week and up and running straight away, while permanent uses are decided more slowly.
Well, kia ora, tēnā koroa. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us and sharing your hopes for this community space. So thank you. So that brings us to the end of our public participation for this morning, which is perfect timing. It's 10:30. But just quickly before we do that, I'll invite the public participants, if they do want to watch the rest of the meeting, to join us over on YouTube. You can watch the live stream through there once we get underway with our debate. But I'm just going to let you know that I'm in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm going to reorder the agenda. And this is really just to help with our staff, because we've got quite a few papers which are from one team, so we're trying to sort of block that so that they can get on with their mahi while we are debating the other things. So the first item will be item 2.2, which is the City Housing Interim Tenant Support Measures report, and then we'll go to item 2.1, which is Khandallah Pool, 2.3, future of the former Workingmen's Bowling Club site, and then 2.4, land exchange, 135 Makara Road and 129 Makara Road, and then we'll do items 2.5 and 2.6 after that. So what we'll do now is we will break for morning tea for 15 minutes, so we'll come back at 11:15.
Madam Chair, I won't be back until it's about 12:30, I think.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Kia ora.
Andy, you're still in the Zoom call. It's Martin here. How are you? I just thought you might not want to be, you're muted too. I just thought you might not want to be still in the Zoom call, and probably it's being recorded anyway. Nice to see you.
I'll give you a call.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, yes, bye.
therefore, because obviously it's from the area that he's represented before. So I'm actually going to put item 2.3 before 2.1 to allow for time for Mayor Foster to return. So we're going to get underway with our first paper, which is item 2.2, City Housing Interim Tenant Support Measures. And so no mai Kim, ki te hora I te kōrero. So I'm going to welcome Kim, who's going to introduce the paper, and then we'll do questions, and then we'll go into debate. So over to you, Kim.
Tōna miki nui kia koutou katoa. Councillors, on the 2nd of December, this committee considered a notice of motion to investigate a number of interim measures to support our city housing tenants while work was undertaken between the council and the government on the long-term sustainability of our city housing portfolio. Council officers have provided some pretty sound advice, and we have highlighted a number of recommendations for council to consider. May I please ask that the report be taken as read, and officers are available to respond to any questions within this report.
Kia ora, thank you, Kim. Great introduction there. It's a good way to set the scene for a quick kōrero. So, councillors, Mayor, committee, do we have any pātai for officers around this paper? No, I don't want to jump in and go, no, oh, we've got Councillor Rush. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, I just want to get a little bit more detail on the difference between the rent freeze and what you're suggesting is a sort of a targeted benefit that comes with the ARL, and what the sort of delta is, because I think what I'm seeing is that rent freeze applies to everyone, even though some people actually are in more need than others, but the ARL somehow targets those people more in need and leaves those who can recover. Can you just maybe talk a wee bit more about that?
Sure, I'll put you on to Angelique just here. She'll be able to answer that in more detail.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush. That's a good question. Yes, you're right in your statement. So the rent freeze would be a blanket rent freeze for all tenants, regardless of circumstance. And the ARL is targeted at people paying more than 35% of their income in rent. So as mentioned in the paper, that we estimate that to be about 670 people.
Thanks. Can I just supplement then? So I just want to be very clear then. So either way, which way, we're not going to find people are going to be unable to afford to stay in these homes. I mean, either they'll be able to afford the new rent, or else if they can't, then there is a social net to pick them up. Is that correct, or have I got that wrong?
Broadly speaking, yes. I mean, some individual circumstances are different, but we obviously would be encouraging every tenant to access full accommodation support supplement where they can, and then over and above that is temporary additional support from MSD as well, which we would talk to them and encourage them to apply for.
Thanks. Thank you.
Kia ora, I'm just going to let people know too that I have, I've just had a request come through, Sean, to say about sending the recommendations through, and I just sent them through about 5 or 10 minutes ago, so everyone should have seen those now. It's been a bit of a backwards and forwards morning, and trying to do everything online makes everything take a little bit longer. So you should be able to see those now, and that will be what will go forward as a substantive. So now we've got a question from Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I'd just really like to understand the interaction between the ARL and the accommodation supplement. So as I understand it, as they get ARL, they may get less accommodation supplement. And I just wanted to understand, to what extent are we using rates essentially to cross-subsidise and make a saving for MSD on accommodation supplement? And to what extent are we actually putting more money into the pockets of our tenants?
Councillor Condi, that's a very good question. I don't have all the answers to, because we're not sort of subject to the ins and outs of MSD's workings on applying AS sometimes. What we do know from tenants is that when we encourage them to get maximum AS, and then over and above that, if their income is 35% or more, then we would apply, encourage them to apply for the ARL. But we do know that ARL can tip them into losing, some AS and sometimes the temporary additional support as well. So we have had people go back and forth where they've, gone to MSD to update their details to say they're getting the ARL, our MSD reduces their benefit accordingly, and then they come back to us and cancel it. In terms of exact numbers, at any one time, we've got between 30 and 40 people receiving the ARL. But as you say, it's a very individual circumstance for everybody, depending, especially people with getting temporary work and their hours fluctuating. So it could just be this continuous cycle of bouncing back and forth between the two.
Thank you. I'm just also going through some of the new resolutions that have just been circulated that I hadn't seen before. So thank you, Councillor Day, for letting us, telling me to go check my emails. And I'm just looking at 12 and 13. And 13 in particular, I guess I'd like to understand from staff, what the current staffing arrangements are for the mayoral task force and what you think the effect, if any, of 13 would be, please.
Sorry, so the support for the mayoral task force, I think I'll pass it over to Barbara Makara, our Chief Executive, if that's okay, just to make comment on that.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi, and through you, Chair. I didn't quite catch the first part of that question, but I gather it's related to the additional items on the recommendations in terms of supporting the Mayor's Task Force for housing and we're consistent with the existing agreed work programs and council policy. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'd just like to understand what the current staffing arrangements, what the agreed program is, and then if 13 would change that at all, or how that would work forward.
Look, my overall view is the way this is worded, I am comfortable with on the basis that it enables us to continue the work that you've already asked us to do as a council. So there's a considerable work program underway, as you know, that we have briefed you on, and there are really two key parts at the moment. We have senior council staff who are in regular contact with senior officials at Kāinga Ora and MHUD in terms of, and also the Minister's Office, in terms of the conversation and investigations we're undertaking there. And the second part, which will be a considerable period of work, is preparing for the amendment to the long-term plan on a potential change in the delivery of the city housing service via a chip. So I think that means that work program can continue and isn't confused with the support of the Mayor's Task Force. I think the key thing is I do need to reiterate that we have very tight resources in the space to do that work, and we don't have the capacity to support this mayoral task force in the same way as we did, for example, the Three Waters Task Force. But I have had a good conversation with the Mayor about how we do that, and we've agreed that our staff in his office are leading the support and work on the task force, and where appropriate, advice from my office is being provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So I'm just I'm interested in the translating into the, is it 10 languages? And I just can't remember in the paper, do we have any idea how many people, for example, would require it in Fāzi?
Kia ora, Councillor Young. I do have the exact numbers. I just have to go back. Off the top of my head, I honestly couldn't remember. I have got it here though, if I can come back to you.
So I'm just wondering, is this the most cost-effective way of ensuring that people who don't have the same command of the English language as, say, we do, is this the most cost-effective and effective way of giving them the information?
The Easy Speak service is what we promote the most, but there have been calls over time for us to translate into different languages, and in particular, really important communications. But our tenancy advisors also work individually with tenants, to do conversations with Easy Speak with them, like when they're in their home, which is obviously something that doesn't cost tenants anything, and it's very low cost to manage City Council as well.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Are there any further partai? Looks like we might be. Oh, Councillor Rush, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On a similar line, so I'm a little confused. I mean, I have to say, Councillor Day, you know, just getting this at the start of the debate is not ideal, but that's fine. So I just appreciate a little bit more leeway, if you don't mind. So there is 2 references here to things being translated in 6, that the translation services, I'm not sure what the translation, what's being translated there, but that's the Easy Speak option, which I understand is quite cost effective. But then 8 talks about to the annual plan, long-term plan committee, the tenant's welcome pack is translated into those different languages. So is there a connection between those 2? And is there a cost? So I'm just not quite sure how different that was to the officer's recommendation, which I think was just that the Easy Speak package would be available for translation for those who needed it.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. The tenant welcome pack is sort of over and above our recommendations, and a lot of that is due to cost. So to translate the tenant welcome pack, which is 50 pages worth of documents, and we're looking at $93,000 to do that. So, and of course, any amendment we do to that over time would mean getting that done again. We believe that through Easy Speak and educating our staff to work with people from diverse communities is the most effective, and we've increased our staffing to allow for more one-on-one conversations in the operations space.
I suppose along the lines of Councillor Condi's, I mean, 12 and 13, I'm assuming that we've already agreed to support the Mayor's Task Force on Social Housing, and that we will provide support as it's required. I mean, I don't mind having restated, but I'm just maybe to the mover, maybe just wanted to, are we adding anything here?
Kia ora, Chair. Maybe I can help here. I think what's happening here is we're just trying to give clarity to the 2 streams of work that are being undertaken, one through the Mayor's office and one through my team on the tasks that I just described before. I don't think the council has actually resolved anything in terms of the Mayor's task force work. But as I said, I do have an agreement with the Mayor about how that work is being supported through his office.
And so officers, okay, that's really helpful, Barbara. So officers support 12 and 13, I'm assuming?
Yes, yes, on the basis that it gives us clarity that the work program you have directed my staff to do continues, and that's recognised as a separate stream of work from the work that the Mayor's office is undertaking with regard to his task force.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
And I can just speak to that, Councillor Rush, that the inclusion of that is because it was requested by other councillors, and I want to make sure that we're trying to keep this as efficient as can and to support each other through the process. So sort of trying to navigate many things. And just to clarify that it was circulated just recently, but actually the change is not that small. It was sent through on Tuesday, and then Councillor Pennant sent her changes through, and it was just a small tweak this morning. So it hasn't been not circulated. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Yes, I've been following along with great interest. It's always just nice once you've got it sort of nailed down to see everything all in a row. So I appreciate that got sent out earlier. Thank you. My question is just about Resolution 7 for the staff, just to understand, what is implied by this, and if there's any changes to current operating procedure that would be required. It's about the one that we're being consistent with the Privacy Act in 1993. Can we have any comment about that?
Councillor Condi, everything that we do, obviously as local government, and our work is bound by the Privacy Act. And as you're probably aware, the 1993 Privacy Act was replaced with a new updated Privacy Act in 2020. So we're bound by those principles around collecting data and only using it for the purposes that our tenants have consented to, whether it's an application process or an existing tenant.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Kia ora, I've put my own hand up because the questions come up as a result of the questions people are asking about the welcome pack, and it really just jumped into my head. I think, you know, we're talking about it, but we don't necessarily know. We know it's 50 pages long, but what is in the welcome pack? What sort of things do people receive in that pack, so that we've got a bit of a context around why we might be putting forward something around translations?
Councillor Day, it's a really good question. It's a combination of various things. So information around facilities and maintenance, like how to log a job, how things work, information around the community itself, information about rent and how to pay it, how to contact your tenancy advisor, the services we offer, a real raft of different things in there. It is on our tenant comms project that we have running, one that we had started, and then was also a recommendation out of the external review. So the welcome pack is rolled into that, because there are some changes we'd like to make it more specific and focused to the complex and the person. So yeah, that's a piece of work that's underway and will be completed by the end of this financial year.
Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Condi.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask quickly about resolution 9, which is asking for advice on how to end the ring fencing of city housing, and just wondering whether that's consistent with previous resolutions that we have about working on that the pathway forward is to follow up on IRRS or work on a chip, and this might seem like it's adding a third pathway. I just would like to get some officer advice about whether this is a third pathway or whether I'm misunderstanding what it is here.
Yeah, I wonder if Sarah Hay, our CFO, can make comment on that one there.
Kia ora. Sorry. But if anyone asks me a question I don't think I can hear, I'll do it on my own. I think because this isn't an interim offering, so we're talking about the next year, it's not actually a third pathway, it's a backstop until we agree what is the sustainable pathway, whether that's a direct negotiation with the Crown around some sort of subsidy or it's an establishment of a chip. So as long as it's time bound, I'm comfortable that's not creating a third pathway.
Thank you. Kia ora. Are there any other further patai for staff before we get underway? Looks like it isn't. So kia ora, thank you to the officers for their mahi on this and for continuing to work on this really, really important kaupapa. Oh, Councillor Foon has a patai, just in time.
So sorry, fiddling around trying to find the buttons. And so my question is around the rent freeze, and I guess it's in a similar vein. So just understanding that the rent freezes are ongoing, and the rent seems to be increasing consistently, and we're looking at a rent freeze for all tenants. But I guess how would we communicate this so that tenants understand the market rate, and then what would it look like if we had to jump back to market rate in 2 or 3 years, for example? How would we manage that with tenants?
Councillor Foon, that's a good question. In terms of our current rental settings, the information, we have it on the website every time our rents go up as a result of the annual CBRE rental appraisal. We update those accordingly. It talks about that there's a 30% approximate discount on that for all tenants, which things like ARL is obviously over and above that, and our rent caps. I think the education piece around what our tenants pay and what they would pay if they were out in the market is something well known to a lot of our tenants, and I think that's reflected in our turnover. Like we've mentioned before, the signing of the deed, our turnover was 27%. We're sitting at around 7 to 8% now. And previously, the gap between our housing and the private market was quite small, and it was reasonable that you would go on a pathway on that spectrum of housing and move into the private market and hopefully potentially into home ownership. Now that gap is huge. So people are choosing to stay with us, and I'm very aware of what the market rentals are out there, and are, obviously worried about that. So I think it's, well known, and our tenants are actually really well educated in this space.
Councillor Fane, could I just also add to that, thanks Angelique, that depending on what the future sustainable pathway is, whether that's an agreed direct subsidy with the Crown or through the establishment of a community housing provider, a rent freeze will impact whatever the future sustainable footing is for that future entity as well. So that just needs to be, even if it's temporary, if we can't get direct access to IRRS from day one for all tenants, someone needs to fund that delta between what we're charging tenants and the cost of running the business. And so it will impact the overall sustainability of whatever future pathway we're going into, but we're going to have to overcome that some way or another anyway.
Yep, good. No, thank you. That it just helps me understand the process. So thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Well, I think in the interest of time, we're going to move on to debate because we've had quite a few questions now, and it's probably best to get ourselves underway. Be quite broad questioning. So thank you to the officers for their contributions and for the mahi that they've done on the paper. I really don't need to do a lot of background discussion because it's not that long ago that we were having a kōrero about this paper, and people know that this paper is really just trying to address some short-term relief for our tenants whilst we are grappling with where we're going to from here. And meanwhile, we're seeing the challenges of COVID and what that's doing to our communities and the increased costs that people are experiencing. So it does feel really important that we are revisiting this now to think about what we can do. And I want to thank the officers for providing a bit more advice through this paper, just helping us to understand a little bit about how sort of nuanced and how it works. And I know that everyone who's here making this decision today has the best interests of our tenants at heart and is really trying to find as many ways through as we can to support our tenants. And I want to acknowledge the mahi that's going on by many people to try and address this. So just to the individual parts of the recommendations that I think is just worth sort of highlighting now. I think that the part where Councillor Fitzsimons and I are putting forward the rent freeze, even though it's not recommended by officers, from our perspective, or from my perspective anyway, it's really acknowledging the fact that the market rental system is actually just unaffordable to many people, and that for us trying to keep in line with that is really not working for our tenants. And it doesn't matter, really what level of rent you're at, it's still really hard for people when you're living on a very restricted income. So I think it's just acknowledging the fact that now that we've got increased costs through COVID, actually it does help people to have a little bit of relief and a little bit of knowledge that this year they're not going to experience some increase from us when they're getting increases on food and all the other things that we're seeing. So the context has actually even changed a little bit since last year and what we're hearing and the impacts of COVID. So sort of makes me feel quite strongly that it is important, and it's not just about our lowest, it's actually about the fact that even people who aren't in our housing are struggling at the moment with rental costs. So you'll have seen obviously the recommendations that have been sent through, and I want to thank Councillor Pennant for continually pushing and trying to challenge us to be bold and reach further, because I think it's important that we don't just always accept the situation in front of us, that we really do question and interrogate it. And so, yeah, very happy to include those amendments, and you'll just see that I've included that little tweak just so that we really understand where things are going and what we're agreeing to. And I want to just acknowledge around the languages, there's been a bit of question around that today, and I think it's really important to understand what is in that welcome pack and why we're persevering with trying to get the funding to have that there. I know when we've moved to our new houses and we've been given information, sometimes in our community we get a bit of a welcome pack from the real estate agent that says, if you've bought a house, that says, this is what's in your community, and you do actually put it on a notice board or somewhere and you refer back to it. And I think, actually it's more meaningful if it's in the language that you speak and understand, especially when the advice that's in it is maybe how to log a job if you need some help, about things that are happening in your community, maybe where you go to the doctors, all those sorts of things, and also how to contact your advisor. So actually there is value in having that in the language that you speak. And when we got the advice for this paper, we did very carefully ask the team at council what were the 10 most commonly used languages in our facilities. So it's not like it's been a random stab in the dark. Those are the most common languages used in our housing. So there is some rhyme and reason to it. And I want to just acknowledge, so 12 and 13, and want to acknowledge the work of the tenants and people at council who are really trying to explore and discuss housing going into the future. And I really also want to acknowledge Councillor Paul for raising the issues that are happening in the housing space for more than just our tenants, but also just continually reminding us of actually how hard it is just to make ends meet. So thank you for doing that. And I want to acknowledge that through 13, I think it is just important to clarify that we're agreeing in coordination with previous messages from the Mayor. So he sent us messages last year saying that he didn't want to compromise our resourcing or our discussions with officials. And that we've actually already, I understand through the task force, have already engaged expertise to take this process through. So it's important that people who are already engaged are feeling feeling secure in the work that they're doing and what they're working on. And the work is underway with officers. We've heard that they're working closely with government officials based on the decisions that we've already made. And it's important that we don't confuse the message in our agreed position. And it's possible that reading the terms of reference of the Mayor's task force, that it might come back with some different solutions, which of course, will be welcome. And they may well be useful, but they need to come through a process which includes decisions around this table. So it's just making sure we're really clear how that's going to happen. And I think it's important that we don't ask officers to do work that is in conflict with existing decisions. And there is some risk of that if we don't clarify it, because it's quite confusing to be trying to have multiple conversations and make sure that we're really clear what we're asking for and where it's coming from. And to note that in 13, we've included that this is decisions around policy. So it's about the policy and decisions. So that includes the officer support. And in reality, I think it pretty much speaks for itself, and I'm going to hand over now to Councillor Fitzsimons to second it, and then welcome other people's contributions. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Day. And I just wanted to start by acknowledging the tenants that came last time. And I know that they thought about whether they should come again, and sensibly, in my view, decided not to just let their messages that they gave us last time sit with us. But I know that we'll all have what they said in our minds when we consider this paper. And really, I just wanted to briefly say that this is about providing some interim and humane relief to tenants who we know are facing a lot of difficulties. And this council has been told for many years that some tenants are paying a higher portion of their income in rent than is able to be sustained, and that is able to ensure that they can lead good lives. And we started a consultation called somewhat sort of awkwardly and wrongly on reflection, but fairer rents, which was about addressing those tenants that are paying a high proportion of their income in rent. But after we had comprehensive hearings on that, and there were a number of discussions in COVID, we then withdrew that consultation, but left the problem unaddressed, that people were paying too much of their income in rents. So I'm really pleased that today we're looking to address that again. And I think that it's particularly important that we do the affordable rent policy alongside the rent freeze, because it shows an understanding that the market is not affordable for anyone, and that the approach of us developing our rents on a market basis is not the appropriate approach for public housing. And so I hope that it's a start of addressing that, because it isn't a way to run public housing into the future. And I also think that now is the time to do a rent freeze. There is a lot of expectations on our tenants. There is a lot of change coming, no matter what happens. And we need them to be, as much as possible, freed from the stress of an impending rent increase, to be able to engage and understand the change that we know is coming. I also just wanted to quickly comment on the translation issue. I think that we're going to see more and more of this in public institutions. It's not okay that important legal documents aren't in the first languages of people, particularly people who come here as former refugees. These are important legal documents like tenancies, like communication from the council, and there's a real access to justice issue about those people being able to understand and read those documents in their first language. And it certainly has brought home to me when I represented a tenant who was being charged the wrong amount of rent. And it was only once she went to an advocate in her own community that she was able to uncover this issue and have it addressed. So I think that this council would be taking an important first step in ensuring access to justice for people and access to important legal information that we want them to understand by making sure that we translate the documents rather than rely on proactive steps to use interpreters, which I know can have all sorts of problems in and of themselves. So I'm hoping that those two things sitting alongside each other will go some way to addressing any confusion that tenants might otherwise face. So yeah, I want to join with Councillor Day in acknowledging the work of many councillors and the IRS for All campaign and the advocacy of our tenants in the mayoral task force and also throughout city housing. I think that is bringing a dignity to these people's lives and making the council see them in a different light, which I think will mean we make better decisions.
Kia ora. Next person up is Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I just want to make one point very briefly, which is kind of a note of caution. I think that there's everything in the amended substantive I'm comfortable in voting for, but I do think that we need to keep top of mind the issues of the wider rental market and I hate to say it, that in a way the city housing tenants are the lucky people. The vast majority of people who are renting in Wellington in private rentals with very little protections, and even the protections they do have under law are very difficult to access when you know there is a massive shortage and you've got nowhere else to go. And so I just want to emphasise, while we have a greater duty of care to these people, because we are their landlord, that the importance of the other work, the district plan, te kāinga, all of the things that we can do to support more housing, because it is, it's the market that has made the system that we have completely unsustainable. And there are, thousands and thousands of people who are living in inadequate or completely unaffordable housing, regardless of their, even middle class and what we think of as high income people. And also those thousands of people who are not able to live in Wellington, who are either commuting for making very long commutes or are, having to move. And as I say, those people contact me every single week. I hear of someone who has moved out of Wellington to somewhere which is more affordable and then displace those communities. So I just want to note that word of caution, but I would like to thank everybody for their work on these recommendations, which I'm really happy to support.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I will be supporting these recommendations. At the end of the day, I think for me, we need to make sure that we're taking quite a bit of time in coming to a long-term sustainable solution for our own public housing. And so in the meantime, I think it's completely unfair to give uncertainty to tenants about what's going to happen to their rents. So however we do, whether it's through rates or whether it's through reserves, we need to freeze the rents for 22-23. So I'm pleased to see with Councillors Day and Fitzsimons and working with Councillor Pannett and Councillor Paul coming up with this agreed set. So look, yeah, I think we just need to, this is just very simple stuff. There's still significant things that we have to do and resolve, but at least there's a step forward, and we'll give our tenants in particular some certainty for the next 18 months, which I know everyone needs a bit more certainty, but certainly for them, they do. So thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. Everyone's doing a good job, really saying what they want to say succinctly. So thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you very much. So look, briefly, I would also like to acknowledge the work of the tenants and also the sometimes the very hard life experiences that they come from, and which is why I guess so many of us are motivated to do whatever we can to help. And obviously, as the one councillor who's sitting on this call at the moment who was there when the deed was signed, we obviously thought that this would fix the problems. And it might seem a bit crazy now, but of course rents weren't so unaffordable back in 2008. And we thought we would be able to bail out city housing. Now that hasn't worked out. And I guess my main point really is that I'll support the short-term measures. I think, I always say that the most vulnerable can't wait for the revolution, but we've got to fix this problem. It isn't working. And so thank you, Councillor Day, for just saying, yeah, I'm pushing back hard that we just have to come up with some long-term solutions. So I do want to acknowledge you, Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Day, for coming up with some practical things. Councillor Paul, I hardly see her anymore because she's doing so much work on the task force. She is writing the report, and Councillor Calvert has been inspiring too. So, with her long history and working in social housing. Just the points that I want to highlight is, thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. It was actually her that suggested that we look at remitting rates from city housing. And one, that will help them, but two, I would like our staff then to be able to go into ministers and say, look, we're actually doing something. We are really pulling out the big guns that we have got in a pacifist way to support this very, very important business that we've got. And I do want to acknowledge formally the work of the task force, because we actually haven't done that. So all it is just saying it is being done, and I am looking forward to a spectacular report. I asked Councillor Paul to have it done before the annual plan is announced, so that we can just look at the implications. So that's why she's working so hard. And just the final point, and I just do need to clarify that I did put my hand up. I did suggest to Councillor Day that we look at the ring fencing policy, because for me that is a major issue. And that's where we went wrong in 2008, I guess, is that we thought that we could fund a vital social service using the very, very limited fund of some of the most vulnerable people in our city, and it hasn't worked. It's a bit like saying that the poorest in our community should pay for our public transport system. It's just not going to work. It needs subsidy from central and local government. And again, I want us to be able to say to the government, we are prepared to put some serious money into this business because of its criticality. And if we get the IRS, the worst acronym, we will build more housing. I don't want to leave it to the market. I'm very, very strongly opposed to that. So if we can work in partnership with the government, them giving us some money, us putting in some serious amounts of money, I think we get the best solution for tenants. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Over to Councillor Rush now.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and perhaps maybe something for you to reflect on in your reply. To date, I haven't really heard anyone explain why we wouldn't utilise the ARL to help those people who are actually desperately in need. My concern, I suppose, with the rent freeze, I mean, broadly speaking, I'm in line with most of these proposals, but yeah, the rent freeze bothers me a wee bit, because there will be winners out of that. And whilst there won't be tenants that are losers directly, where there are winners, there will be a shortfall in investment that we could be making for our tenants, whether it be in weather-tight facilities or making things warmer for them. So it does bother me that the rent freeze does result in some people getting a benefit that perhaps was not intended. It does mean that displaces our ability to perhaps do good things for our tenants elsewhere. So I won't be supporting the rent freeze for that reason, but if Councillor Day, you'd like to perhaps address that point in your reply, then I'd certainly listen to it with enthusiasm. I think you mentioned about COVID affecting our tenants, and absolutely it does, affect us all. And I think Councillor Matthews was correct when she said, actually, our social tenants may well be more insulated from the effects of COVID than others. And I guess my big concern really are those people who have been holding down jobs, particularly in hospitality or elsewhere, with families and mortgages, which are now escalating and rising, and are now being asked to subsidise tenants in social housing, many of whom are on benefits which I guess have not been affected by the COVID sort of activity. So I'm very concerned that when we talk about a $100,000 payment for translation services, for a welcome pack. Now, Councillor Fitzsimons, I too have also sat in an office as an advocate for people who have not been able to understand the legal system. Many of them speak English, some of them fluently, but I've definitely dealt with people who have been perhaps, should we say, less equipped to be able to deal with the legal system, and sometimes the having access to the English language does not necessarily help you that much. I guess my concern is that my understanding is that refugees do have an integration pack, and that's from the government. And the sorts of issues that you're dealing with go well beyond what the welcome pack does, I expect. I do think that $100,000 is a lot to spend each time there's a change and an update, particularly when there are access to the easy speak options. So I won't be supporting that. Again, Councillor Day or Simons, if you'd like to, or Councillor Day, when you in your reply maybe address that. I guess it's probably all I'll say for now, but I do think that over the last 2 years, I hope I've demonstrated that I have got empathy for those, less off. But we are entering a phase where our general public are going to be struggling, and we are going to be adding already a large rates bill increase onto them. That's going to be a big burden for those people and their families.
Kia ora, Councillor Young.
Thank you. So just very briefly, I think Councillor Pannett referred to it as a subsidy from local government. It's not from local government, it's from the ratepayers. I am really concerned about our rates. In this term, our rates have increased without taking into account COVID on this year's rates. I think it's 31% over 3 years cumulative. That is an enormous rates increase. And people have other issues around insurance. I mean, inflation, there are so many pressures. I think we have to make sure that we look after our funding base, the ratepayers, before we do anything else. So I will not be supporting any move to have ratepayers and have the ring fence removed. That's it.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Look, I think this is one of the most important issues that we need to tackle. I'll put it in the top three, really. And I do take on board what Councillor Matthews said, that this is just one aspect of a very problematic problem. But one that because it's our problem, we do need to particularly look at. There's much that is wrong with the housing market, too much really, but we can't fix it all. I'm going to support most of these recommendations. I think it's really important that we do formally support the Mayor's Task Force on Housing. We've had our first meeting and it was actually really interesting what came out of it. And one of the things that came out of it for me is that it's not, we call it social housing, but it's actually public housing. It's owned by the public, totally by the public. And that's a very important thing when this market is so broken. We actually do need, I believe, and I'm starting to think about this with fresh eyes, we really need to make sure there is some public housing, because it's a bit like having public car parking. You mightn't want lots of car parking, but the fact that we've got public car parking at all gives a balance to what the private sector might otherwise charge. And I really do think that by at the moment, when we've got tenants working very closely with us, trying to put a case to government, this isn't the time to turn around and say, actually, they can afford to pay more. The whole point we're making is they can't afford to pay more. And we need to send a very consistent message at this time. Our tenants cannot afford to pay more. It is broken. I also support actually taking us out of the reserves, because I think we need to make the point, this model is completely unsustainable. Yes, in the long term, maybe we can fix it in different ways, but right now we need to make a very strong case. The system is broken, and we will see that, the pointy edge of that, within a few months. But we can't resolve from that, and we must make it clear, really clear. Our tenants cannot afford to pay more, most of them, maybe some can, but that will be a very small minority. The model is completely broken, and it's just a small symptom of what's going completely wrong with the entire big picture around housing. We can't fix it all, but it's our job right now to shine a clear and courageous light on this problem. And this is what we must do right now. Now, I just have to say, however, that I'm less inclined to support recommendation 8. I understand entirely about the need to provide services for tenants, but I do think it's a bit arbitrary to just pick 10 languages. You could ask, why 10? I also think that it is quite costly for the benefit when there is the Easy Translate service, and there are other ways for tenants to get this information, like, for example, through the Easy Speak or through other government resources. I just feel that we also do need to make the point that we're trying to get value for money. I just don't personally feel this is necessarily value for money. I understand it's probably just a recommendation to the long-term plan committee, annual plan committee, so it's not the final say, but I seem to recall I didn't support it last time, and I don't think I'm going to support it this time. But apart from that, I'll be supporting all the other recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Condi.
Sorry, I thought Councillor O'Neill was first, but I'm happy to go if she. All right.
Sorry, she is. Yes. Councillor O'Neill. Thank you.
All right. No. Thank you. I just wanted to start off by thanking our awesome tenancy managers and Claire and Angelique and Sandra and Bobby and everybody who holds together the relationships between our tenants and council, and really acknowledge the huge amount of work and lobbying and campaigning that people have been doing for, well over a decade in our city, and to thank the RRS campaign and their tenant leaders for bringing this to our attention. This is a short-term solution and a short reprieve to signal to tenants and the government that we are fully committed to the well-being of our tenants, and we want to hold on to this social housing and public ownership and continue to look after this community. DCM, Kahununu, Wellington Women's Homeless Trust and Wellington City Mission have all come out in support of the end goal. And I think most of the councillors here today would agree that we all agree that it is imperative our tenants receive the same amount of care in our city and the rights of everybody else. And I think that social housing is a core role of local government, and I'm very proud to be a part of Wellington City Council and to be a part of a council that wants to continue to seek this out, and those people that supported the 2008 deed of grant. I just wanted to share a story that I've shared at council here before, and that is quite a unique experience that was shared with me when I was sitting on the CCO's committee last year, and we were talking with chief executives about the cost of the living wage to their people, and how it would be a little bit difficult, foreseeing that the living wage was going up and how that might be a bit of a financial challenge for them. That same day, I was chatting with someone who lived in our council housing alongside a financial sustainability social worker. And this particular tenant engages with financial management support and money managing courses. And after paying all of his rent for the week to Wellington City Council housing and paying his medical bills, he has $7 a week to budget for all of his food, for all of his amenities, for all of his transport and his bus cards. So how do you teach somebody to write a budget when you only have $7 a week? I am really affirmed by the amount of awesome support that is around this council table, but I just wanted to share that story again with my colleagues, because this is not a luxury that we are dealing in, and it's not just about rolling out more services, but actually it's about the people that we deal with day in and day out, the people that use our services, that have relationships with our tenancy managers, and how core and important it is that we take care of those people. Councillor Rush, it is worth it. It is worth every single cent when we invest in our people in our city housing. They make a good deal of our community up in our very ward, Te Motu Kairangi, and it is something I'm very proud about. It gives our community a soul. And we all have that shared goal as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank the councillors around the table for continuing to support the role of city housing that we undertake in local government, and just to signal to Councillor Calvert and Councillor Paul for their awesome work on the mayoral task force. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi, and then Councillor Paul.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor O'Neill, for sharing that story, because one of the things I think about with the ARL is many of the tenants who are eligible for it might only get $5 or $10, and then you start to feel like, oh, is it worth it? But if you're somebody who's got $7 a week after all your expenses to budget it, then $5 a week or $10 a week is significant. And you know, one would hope he might be closer to the $50 a week end of the ARL, which could be quite transformational for someone like that. You know, it's just so worrying that how many of our tenants are paying more than 35% of their income in our housing, and I really want us to concentrate on seeing what we can do to help those tenants who are struggling the most be better off. And especially while we're in the process of finding a future sustainable pathway, what can we do right now that can support those people? And one of the frustrations I keep having is every time we try to find a way to support our tenants and make them better off, we run into central government. So as you've heard, you know, even if we have this ARL subsidy and people can apply for it, it might mean that they lose their accommodation subsidy, or it might mean when they go to MSD, they lose other funding. And in the end, we're not putting money into the pockets of our tenants. We're putting money into the pocket of MSD, which is so frustrating. It just brings us back, and I think for me, constantly re-emphasises the fact that we can't do anything significant in this space to help our tenants without the government also coming in to work with us. And that we really need central government to come and work with us on this. It's just imperative. So I will definitely be supporting ARL, because I think any support we can give to these people who are in the greatest hardship at the moment would be worthwhile and can make a difference to them. That said, I won't be supporting 5, 8, 9 and 10. So a pre-note for the chair that I'll be asking to take those separately. I just think the financial impacts of those, while we're in the middle of making a number of long-term decisions about financial sustainability, and as Councillor Young said, while we're looking at a pretty tight financial situation, I just can't support those at the moment. If they go through, I guess one of the things I would be interested in, particularly on the rates remission, would be to get advice from staff about whether we would then be expected to extend a similar rates remission to other social housing providers and how much that might cost, and understanding some of the implications of that. And finally, I just wanted to talk and thank the people who are working on the mayoral task force. You know, you definitely have our moral support, which is, I think, what this resolution is saying, that we are getting behind the work that's going on. But I do appreciate hearing from our chief executive about what her challenges are around staffing a major piece of work, a long-term piece of work, and how we've managed to arrange that so that the office of the mayor is leading the task force, and that those resourcing arrangements, we don't really have any room to move on those. So I appreciate the clarification there on 13, and I'll be supporting both of those. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul.
I'll call kia ora koutou, ngā mihi o te tauhou, Luna. But actually that leads on nicely what Councillor Condi was just saying, because you are actually the person that kind of inspired the mayoral task force and the potential of them. And when I heard about you and community members and experts taking the pen and really imagining outside of what officials were telling us was possible in the Three Waters space, that kind of sparked that idea that perhaps council as an institution could consider other ways of thinking about our housing. And it has so far. We've only met twice, but we've already delved into the whakapapa of city housing here in Wellington. We've been able to explore what people from Taranaki whānui are thinking about council housing, what people from the city mission are thinking, people from the churches, what our tenants are thinking in this space as well, and what a solution looks like to them. So I'm hoping that this report will be, from the task force, will be really good at helping us to see the whole picture and to think outside of the box in terms of solving this. I guess the only thing I would add in terms of ratepayers and having to pay and chip into our city housing is recognising that public housing is a public good, and you can't complain about rates increasing, meanwhile complaining about the number of people in emergency accommodation or the number of people in backpackers or motels, and saying that they are a hindrance to our city somehow or increase the feelings of a lack of safety without finding places to put them. And we know that our private market is already full to the brim with people waiting for flats, and that public housing, whether that's through council, whether that's through community housing providers or through kāinga ora, are the only solution for many of the people who are on the wait list waiting for a public house. And yeah, I think that's really important. But I'm really pleased and glad at the kōrero that we've had today. I think it's dignified and it sets us up well to embark on what will be a massive year for public housing. We've got really big decisions ahead of us, and I'm glad to be making them with all of you. So kia ora. Oh.
Kia ora. Looks like we've come to the end of the speaking list. So thank you all for your contributions. I don't need a huge right of reply, but I'm really excited to hear the widespread support around the computer screen today. I just need to also clarify that Sean has messaged me just pointing out that numbers 7 and 8 need recommended at the beginning just to make sense grammatically. So it doesn't change any of the messaging in there, but it's just to make it correct if someone notices the difference. And I think, he just corrected the way the annual plan long-term planning committee was articulated in the way it was done, so that doesn't change anything greatly either. So to Councillor Sean Rush for right of reply, I guess just want to acknowledge that the ARL, your question around that, why don't we use it now? We actually do, but what Councillor Fitzsimons and I found out when we asked officers to start with what we could do to support people now, they said we have this fund that we can apply, but because it's not funded adequately and we can't really advertise it, because you don't want to be saying to people, oh, this is something that's available, and then going, oh, sorry, we've actually not got the funding to be able to supply that and do that. So it hasn't been able to be advertised, which means that it sort of hasn't been put out there. And so now that's what this paper is saying, we will do that, and we've acknowledged what the funding requirement will be, and that we've agreed to that formally, but staff couldn't really do that without our agreement, because obviously there's a financial implication. And looking at what you're saying around benefits not being affected by COVID activity, that just doesn't ring true when we're hearing in the media about the increased costs that people are experiencing, and actually listening in the media, and it makes sense, but our lowest income earners and people who are on benefits actually feel the pinch first, because often the first things that go up are the things that we have to have, the food, the things in the community that you don't necessarily have the choice over, and so it does really affect people. The welcome pack, your comment around the tweaks, and we don't want to spend $100,000 every time. Well, actually, the tweaks won't cost $100,000. That's the initial cost, but any tweaks to the welcome pack won't be in that sort of price range. So you're not looking at that as an ongoing expense at that amount. And yes, the rent freeze will be for all. So that's the whole idea with that, is the ARL is to really support people at the hardest, lowest end. But actually, we want to say that we want to acknowledge that all of our tenants will be experiencing, some level of hardship and need that security of knowing that market rents are very hard to keep up with, and we don't want to be loading that burden on our tenants across the board. And I just want to say to Councillor Free, the language thing, it's not arbitrary. We have had advice, and we do know that those are the languages that really are used in our housing. And you know what it's like when you go somewhere and you're sent a really lovely welcome pack, but you just think about how that feels when you look at it, and it just doesn't make sense to you. And that's in itself not as welcoming as it could be. So I think it feels right to be doing that. We're stepping up to the game then, and as Councillor Fitzsimons says, it's something that we're going to see more and more. So I think it's about showing some kindness, and it is one way to do it. And I want to thank Councillor Condi for pointing out that even the small increase of $7, $10, $20 does make a big difference. And so, you know, that if it makes a difference for us, for a number of people, then why wouldn't we do it? It just seems so so sensible. And also that the importance of the need for central government, and that we need to be working constructively and we need to be sending consistent messages. And I think, you know, we've really established that today, and I think that's really helpful. So thank you everyone for your constructive criticism, your constructive contributions today. And I just also wanted to finish with one thing, Councillor Paul, when you're talking about, you know, the ratepayers and how you know, how we sort of look at that and how that is funding or not funding our social housing. Actually, many ratepayers, and I have to say, when I got into council, I thought we were contributing to our social housing, and I was a bit sad when I discovered that we've got this thing that means that some of my rates can't go to contributing to that, because actually I know people who live in social housing, and I want to think that I am doing something to support. So actually, I think a lot of our residents will already think that we are, and I think it is an important conversation that we are having around supporting our communities. So thank you everyone for your contributions, and we are going to go to the vote. So according to what Councillor Condi requested, we'll take 5, 8, 9 and 10 separately. Is there anything else that people would like to take separately?
Jill, just to say that I need 8 taken separately.
Yes, that's one of those. I've got 5, 8, 9 and 10. Is there anything else? We'll go slow here, because also to acknowledge that our Democracy Services team are keeping up with us, but also so that everybody who's voting today can keep up. Is there anything else people want taken separately? No? Okay, we will start with the vote. So I think what we'll do is we'll do everything except for those numbers first. So that will be, Sean, do you want to help us here and read out what you are thinking?
Yeah, so that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13.
Perfect, that's what I've got. Is everybody comfortable with that? Please speak now. If you're not, okay, so we will put those numbers to the vote.
Just waiting on Councillor Fitzsimons.
Councillor Fitzsimons has voted, but I can't see Councillor Youngs.
Oh, sorry, we have 2 Councillor Fitzsimonses.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to vote twice.
They vote very similarly.
So it looks as though Councillor Young might not be at the computer, or maybe having technical issues. I'll just give a few more seconds. I'll send her a quick message.
I can hear her just on the phone with Sean at the moment, so I think she's sorting her votes with him directly.
Oh, good. Okay. We will go with that. I'll wait for you, Sean, to confirm when we've got all the votes in.
So Councillor Young votes in favour of that, and so it is carried unanimously.
Lovely, thank you. So what we'll do now is, would people like 5, 8, 9 and 10 as a block, or would you like to do each of those individually? So if, Councillor Condi, what did you want, because you requested that?
I'm happy for it to go to block, but obviously Deputy Mayor Freed wants number
Maybe
8
separately.
That will work with the rest of it being in a block.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
I think what I heard was you were happy with 5, 9 and 10 together and 8 separately.
That's right. So would we do 8 now, and then we can vote on that, and then I think we can do the other ones?
Yeah, we'll do 8 separately now, and then we'll do 5, 9 and 10. Unless I hear any disagreement, we'll do that. So voting on number 8, which is about the welcome pack.
Sorry, I was just on the phone with Councillor Young. Is this voting on 8?
Number 8.
Great. In that case, Councillor Young votes in favour, and this carries 10 votes to 3, with Councillors Rush, Condi and Deputy Mayor Free against.
Okay, so that's Kuamana, that's carried. All right, so now we will do numbers 5, 9 and 10.
Cool. And that also carries 10 votes to 3, with councillors Condi, Rush and Young against.
Right, Kuamana. So that is carried. So we'll now move on to the next paper. Thank you, everybody. We're making good progress. So we're now, as I said before, we're going to go to item 2.3, which is the future of the former Workingmen's Bowling Club site on the Wellington town belt. Sorry, did someone just try and say something? Nope. Okay, so what we're going to do is get straight into that. So no mai Kim ki te hora I te kōrero. So Kim, over to you to introduce, and then we will have partai after that.
I've just got my team coming in now, but councillors, you'll find a report outlining a number of officers' recommendations relating to the Newtown the Workingmen's Bowling Club. If I can, sorry, let's reduce down an alert that's come on my computer. If I can alert or alleviate a concern raised with me this morning, I can confirm that the potential removal of the building does not preclude the development of a future building. So I just wanted to reiterate that. May I please ask that the report is taken as read, and officers are available here today to respond to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, thank you. So Councillor Phone has some partai maybe. Councillor Phone, yeah, good.
No, sorry, Chair. I was requesting a trip to the Wharepaku, and it's quite an important paper, so I'll leave that with you. Maybe we can do partai and have 5 minutes.
Yes, well, I'm happy to adjourn just for a couple of minutes now. I don't want people to be uncomfortable. It is a bit tricky when you're at the computer screen. So let's do 5 minutes. So we'll come back at midday, and then we'll get underway. Great, thank you. Kia ora, if people can just put on their videos once, or their cameras once they're back, then we know we've got people.
Apologies, I had a computer glitch, but I've sorted it. I rebooted in that gap, so I'm back.
Oh, that's good. Oh, please, that helped.
So how did the vote go? Because I missed it completely.
It all went through.
Okay.
The fiscally responsible people of the West voted with the people supporting.
Okay, we don't need a narrative now. It's about moving on to the next thing. We are
And actually, Sean's so fuzzy on your microphone, I can't hear what you're saying, so it could be brilliant, but it's lost.
He was giving me a compliment.
Oh, good. Made
All
my
right,
day.
We'll just hold ourselves now until we've got everyone back, and we'll get underway.
So sorry, as I am now back online, are we doing the bowling club now?
We're doing item 2.3, the bowling club now.
Bowling being the operative word. I jest.
So, so where we're up to, in case people have forgotten, is we're up to questions of officers. So Kim has done his very succinct introduction, and then we've got questions now. So we'll start those because we're at midday. We want to keep moving quickly. So we'll start with Sean. Over to you, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, and I hope, Madam Chair, it's okay to ask this question in the context of Councillor Fern's proposed amendment. And the question is that the officer's recommendation is to dismantle the existing facilities and to build a park and all that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, I mean, is it inconsistent with the idea of repurposing the space but preserving the Workingmen's Club in the way that Councillor Fern's proposed?
I'm not quite clear on what your question is. I suppose breaking down the matters you've raised, Councillor Rush, we've done some detailed investigations of the condition of the existing building, and their advice is that the building requires substantial investment to the point where it would be cheaper to build a new building than muck around with the existing building. So that's probably the first point. The second point is the future of the space, and we have proposed to engage with the community around the use of the space, and we put forward a concept that it would, we believe, based on, I suppose, demand for flat, open recreation space, that a community pocket park would be an appropriate use and be fitting with how the bowling greens were used by the community, particularly around smaller scale events. It's a very sheltered site and it gets good sun. So that could be with some built infrastructure. It could be with services on site to support those sort of activities. I think, but whatever we put on the site, then there is a process of engaging with the community that we suggest that we should follow.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful. Can I just supplement then and maybe put it the other way around? So we heard from a number of folks, and I'm particularly energised by the Kai Cycle folks who do good work there. I mean, would we engage with them and engage with the community and then make that final decision about removing the building if that was the right thing to do? Or do we need to today make a decision that actually we're going to remove the building and then engage with community about what we do with the space?
I suppose officers have provided advice on the building. It's your prerogative today to make whatever decisions you choose. I think the advice around the building, though, is that if you require some built infrastructure on that site, then you're better to start from scratch and build new than pour a lot of money into the existing building. You're going to spend an equivalent amount of money. I think in terms of the different people who participate today, we are aware of some of those proposals, and the site, as Town Bell, does have constraints around leasing or licensing that councillors should be aware of. I think
Sarah, you might have further comment. You got any other comments just in relation to those proposals? We have, I suppose, done a bit of a desktop kind of high level analysis of those different groups, and we're aware, that both Rebicycle and Kai Cycle are looking for sites appropriate for their activity. So we're already aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
I think just adding to what I said, there is a, I suppose, a process to follow and some mechanisms that we would need to consider depending on the nature of a relationship with anyone who wanted to establish an activity on that site. And I think that's a separate process that we need to run.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, thank you. And 3 questions from me. So I'll just reel them off. So the first one is the building able to be upgraded? And the second question is just talking about the term or the requirements for activities in the town belt. Do the likes of the people that presented this morning fit the criteria for activities in the town belt? And then thirdly is a technical in maybe my first amendment, hopefully Sean's just sent that through to everybody. Can we ask the committee directly this morning to commit to the budget of 1.5 million for the site and grounds, or do we need to recommend to the annual plan committee for the site to put aside the budget for the site and grounds?
Okay, well, we may play a bit of a tag team on these answers.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got Alora online too from as part of our legal counsel. Is Alora there? I can't see Alora. Look, just in terms of, okay, good. Just in terms of the upgrade of the building, look, I suppose you can upgrade anything if you want to spend enough money. I suppose our advice is because of the age, the condition of the building, the history of how it was built in various stages as the club grew and as it had the resources to expand, and the type of building it is, and I suppose its suitability for what at this stage is probably an unknown community activity. I suppose our strong advice would be that you're better to start from scratch with a new building. We've got a lot of experience with repurposing club buildings to varying degrees of success. The problem with this building is what it was built for, is that it was built in varying stages over different decades, and actually its overall condition. And I suppose for the councillors who were part of the lease renewal process, one of the advice to officers was that there was a lot of deferred maintenance on the building, and that has continued. And what we find with buildings, and it was interesting to hear from the Innermost Garden Group about their building, a much more modest, kind of smaller building. And council has spent quite a lot of money on that building and continues to spend money on it. From a financial point of view, it's a real challenge for that group to manage that building as they alluded to today. So that's again why we wouldn't recommend spending money on an older building, because they are essentially not fit for purpose for hire and use by community groups these days. That's probably in a nutshell. So in answer to your question, our strong advice is that this building is not suitable to be renewed / upgraded.
Next one. So your question, Councillor Foon, in terms of the groups that have indicated an interest in the site and fit with the Wellington Town Belt Act. So as we outlined in the paper, we haven't formally called for expressions of interest on the site pending this debate and decision by councillors. Alora may want to chip in here, but the advice we've had from our legal team is that the assessment really is about the type of activities that those groups may wish to carry out on the site. So the Act and the management plan are very clear around the purpose of the Wellington Town Belt as a public recreation ground, and that definition of public recreation ground being recreation sporting activities with a particular focus on outdoor activities. So it may well be that there are components or proposals that have come through already, or that could come through an expression of interest process that would meet that requirement. But we are bound by that management plan and act in terms of any future leasing and licensing on the site.
Then I think it's Sarah there just to comment on the committing of the budget, the 1.5 mil. Sarah, are you on? Yeah.
Hi, sorry, I am here. I'm just trying to find my button again. Yeah, so there's two fiscal implications with these amendments that we just want to talk through. The 1.5 would have to come back in the context of the annual plan deliberations on the 8th of March. So you can see how this sits in the entire budget package. Where's the other one? 0.6 is maintaining the building and grounds to a reasonable standard, including security. There may be operational costs associated with that, and so without having those quantified, we wouldn't know what the rates impact of that is, if any. And so we would need to come back and provide that, and whether it would be our obligation or not, therefore our cost or not.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. I just wanted to pick up on something you said at the very beginning, which is that another building could be built on here. But you didn't also say that it would need to be the same footprint as the current building. So can I just check that that is your understanding?
You go for it.
So the requirement in the management, or the restriction in the management plan is development can occur in sport and recreation parks or currently leased areas. So the leased footprint of the bowling club included the bowling greens.
And can I just say, like, just since the media story came out, I've had lots of people contact me, including people who are specialists in the building trade. And they're quite surprised that when I say, oh, the advice is that rebuilding would be cheaper. So how confident are you of that advice, and where has it come from?
Look, I'm very confident. I suppose we have that detailed condition assessment from Clinton's. I suppose coming back to my comment about if we're considering a building there for a future use, a future purpose, we really want to understand what that use and purpose will be. The existing building had a specific purpose, and we find it quite challenging with when repurposing buildings, are they really fit for purpose? I think there's obviously significant changes in building code requirements now, and around things like accessibility. We also find with the older buildings and this has been a real challenge for the innermost garden, particularly in winter, trying to hire out the building, which is an older building, not with great insulation. It's not that attractive a proposition. Things like the public the toilets, etc. So there's a certain standard that is required now. So in answer to your question, very confident that it would be, again, depending on size and scale and use for a future building, it would be comparable to start from scratch than alter or try and renew this asset, this building.
So just checking, apart from the condition assessment, the council's had no formal advice from like the building industry or someone who, contractors associated with building new buildings, that it will be cheaper to build a new building. And it may not be the case if you didn't want to upgrade it to, a really, really high standard.
I think once you trigger a building consent, you've got certain obligations you've actually got to meet. And look, we have within council officers, people within our property team, people who are involved with asset management and capital projects all the time. So we certainly have subject matter experts, and a number of them have looked at that building. and formed a similar view or opinion.
And just remind me, what dollar figure are you saying?
So the report under point 28 says that there's 980,000 approximately, or that is approximately 81% of the cost of the immediate repair work required.
And so the council's position is that you can do a new build for less than that, or the equivalent or less?
Look, I suppose these are very indicative high-level numbers. Again, it would come back to what is the scope of a new build, what is the concept, what is the detailed design, and what purpose is using the building for. But on a square metre basis, at a high level, that is the advice.
Just the other thing is that in May, so it closed in May last year, in terms of that's when the bowling club finished with their lease of it. And since then, Laurie and I and maybe other councillors have had kind of expressions of interest from different community groups and questions and things, which we've fed through to you. Is it fair to say that none of those people, although you haven't done a comprehensive assessment, but none of those groups are likely to be able to comply with the leases policy as it currently stands, and take over the building in a lease that is consistent with our policy? So basically, without kind of council support to upgrade, they don't come as a starting point of being able to do it. Is that fair to say?
I think, as I said earlier, Councillor Fitzsimmons, we would need to understand the proposal from any group or collection of groups who wanted to use the site and the proposed uses before we could really fully advise on that. So, as I said earlier, it is around the activities that are proposed for the site, more so than who the particular group is.
And just finally, when I think Councillor Day and Young and I and maybe others who I'm forgetting popped out there with officers, and we sort of did the walk around and got a sort of first-hand view of the condition of the building, one of the suggestions we made was to talk to Kāinga Ora, who are building housing, right beside it, and who are increasingly looking to make sure that the people living in that housing are kind of well supported by community facilities, and maybe even might be able to come to the table with some funding. Has there been kind of any discussions? And it's not a criticism, I'm just wanting to kind of understand whether has that kind of been advanced, and is there any feedback from that?
No, we haven't had any discussions with Kāinga Ora. We have had some advice internally in terms of the nature of the development that's happening there and the type of community facilities that might go with that. The development that's happening is essentially replacing another social housing complex of a similar size. So it is a similar demographic and a similar development to what has been there previously.
Cool, thank you. And just finally, is it fair to say that there probably, in terms of our whole leases portfolio, there's very few groups that lease that would be able to afford the kind of upgrade to this building that officers are saying is needed?
I think, in terms of the lease portfolio landscape, it depends a little bit on the sport, but most sport and recreation groups are facing, challenges in terms of membership, funding sources. If you look at where most of the income comes through for clubs, it comes through subscriptions, some across bar and kind of hospitality within their facilities if they continue to operate that. And then they also often rely quite heavily on Class 4 funding. So there are some challenges in the sector, and there are some significant, I suppose, liabilities for some of those groups in terms of assets or buildings that they own. But we've been working with the sector right across the city, and there's some real good success stories. There's some real wins there, and we've been pretty strategic in terms of the assets and facilities that we have repurposed. And I suppose we've learned a lot over several decades now on what works and what isn't such a good investment. So, we've probably learned from some of our not so good decisions at the time and had to revisit them. And I can give you some really great examples of, some of the scout halls in Tawa that became available. Some of them we put on our books initially, and then we had to kind of write them off because, coming back to your point, there wasn't a viable kind of sustainable use for those assets. Again, very old. Often they've been, had a life before they became a club room. So it's a little bit indicative of the asset, and we're constantly working with groups to support them and ensure they do their maintenance, particularly those bigger facilities, because ultimately it does fall back on council, as we know, if they get to a point they can't sustain them.
Thank you, and Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Can I just follow on from Councillor Fitzsimon's question? Because in the Aro Valley, it's terrible how little we're getting for 1.1 million to upgrade the community centre there. So I was a bit surprised to see that a whole new build, even if it's quite basic, would be 980. I mean, is there really a risk that they might end up costing about the same?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the 980 figure that came from the building condition report, from the building survey report. So that is an estimated cost of a similar size club room. So that would assume that you were building essentially like for like on the site, which I think Paul's talked to a fair amount in terms of ensuring, if you are to have a facility there, ensuring it's fit for purpose and usable for the intended kind of community purpose.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Next question is, I did ask Councillor Foon about life cycle analysis. As you probably know, I don't really like demolishing buildings. I'm just wondering what is the greenest thing to do here, is, whether we do demolish and get a better building in place, or whether it actually is better to reinstate it.
Well, assuming there's a need demonstrated for a new build, again, my advice would be that you do look at a new build that's appropriate to the activity that you've agreed can happen on this site. If you look at the life cycle costs of maintaining an older building, heating a building and operating it, it does add up. These are relatively small and modest buildings, but as I said before, there's some real ongoing challenges with some of the older buildings and infrastructure for users. So that would be, if you looked over a 20 or 30 year period in terms of owning that building and operating it, or whether it was council or another group, you would be better, I believe, to reinvest.
And that brings me to my final question, which is, will the community facilities review deal with all these big issues about the life cycle of these buildings, the ability for community groups to maintain buildings, which I don't really see how they can unless we fund them, not pokey money, and also equity issues, because we'll come to that when we talk about the Khandallah pool, just that we are making sure that everyone gets something.
We haven't got Christine, who's leading the community facilities work, online, but a little bit depends on the scope and focus of the work. We've certainly got the community lease portfolio as part of the scope because it's an important consideration. But I think the primary focus of that work will be around council assets, the ones we currently own and manage, and also the ones that we will need to provide for in future with a growing community. Many of the recreation lease buildings that we have on town belt and reserve land at the moment were built for quite a specific use. Whether they were a tennis setup, whether they're a netball, volleyball. There's a range of I suppose racket sports that are in facilities. So I think a lot of that will depend on what is the future demand projected for some of those sports, and what is council's role in supporting and providing, because we are also a provider of activities. So some of them are quite niche. Some of them actually probably provide a level of service that we don't. A good example being the Renoth Tennis Centre. So I think within that portfolio, there's going to be some assets that are more strategic to the city in terms of location, in terms of serving future growth and changing patterns of sport. So they're not all the same, I would say, in terms of that building infrastructure.
Okay, so Kim, I would encourage you to have a broad look at that. I think there's some really big issues there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Condi, so if we can just keep the questioning moving on fairly quickly, because we've still got a few papers to go.
I'll do my best. To start with, I just really want to understand kind of the requirements of our leasing policy and the requirements of the Town Belt Act. And why do community centres, why can't we put a community centre on the Town Belt? Because that's obviously, we're hearing that from the community, they'd like a community centre. And is it a council policy or is it a matter of legislation?
Do you want to have a go? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to come in, Laura?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your question, Councillor. The short answer is that it is a legislative requirement. The provisions of the Town Belt Act are extremely restrictive, more so than any other type of land ownership we as council are part of, including the Reserves Act. The Town Belt Act is only for public recreation purposes, and how we read recreation in terms of how we define that and what falls within it is guided in part by the Town Belt Act itself and by the management plan. The management plan specifically excludes community centres, given that they can be used for any community purpose and don't necessarily fall within the definition of recreation. But the guidance that the Town Belt Act itself gives us in terms of its commentary and the principles of the Act when it was passed is really the intention for it to be as much as possible open space, for walking and biking, and then the ordinary definition of recreation, which is going to be your sports, even a very wide reading of public recreation, which we could hypothetically provide for in future management plans, would still not easily extend to community centres.
Thanks. And I guess it's kind of following from that. Can I just clarify? So the Town Belt Management Plan, that is a council policy that kind of enables what we think the Act says. Is that correct? Yeah. So the Act doesn't say you can't put a community centre. It's the Town Belt Management Plan, which is our document, which says that.
Well, the Act says that you cannot do anything on the land which is not consistent with the principles of public recreation. And so how we interpret public recreation is, of course, up to us to provide some more clarity in the management plan, which is a council document, but it still has to be consistent with the underlying legislation. And I think it would be difficult to stretch the concept of public recreation to include community centres.
Okay, I'm just going to move on. I think there is a lot to unpack there about recreation, and I'm sure there are other councillors who feel that way as well. I see lots of people nodding. But let's just accepting your statement, and the plan and the Act are very clear about it being outdoor recreation. So I can see how you might say that, like I would argue, sewing is a leisure activity that is recreation, but you don't do it outside, you do it inside in the sewing room. So the kind of outdoor recreation beyond sport, we seem to think very narrowly about this as sport, and that's where I'm trying to kind of challenge, is there are other kind of outdoor recreation activities that aren't sport, and can we think of some examples of those that might meet those requirements?
I mean, community gardens is a great example. We've got a couple of community gardens already on the Town Belt, gardening being a recreation activity. I mean, it's going to be a decision for council at the end of the day how we read the words public recreation, but recreation, as a word enshrined in this particular piece of legislation, will still have its limits, but to the extent provided for in the Act, we can read what we wish for public recreation. But the specific nature of the Town Belt Act is also the history that sits behind it, and the fact that it is vested in council to hold on trust for this very specific purpose, and the history around the Town Belt Act guides very much as well how we read this definition of public recreation.
Okay, thank you. I think that'll do for now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, just very quickly, in comparison. So, Paul, the recommendations seem to lock us into the uses being in regard to a park. And I would rather that be broad, and I'm comfortable with the removal and so on of the buildings. I think you've sold me on that. But I think that we should go to the community and ask them what they think they would like to do with the space. You know, in the park, obviously, and the good work you've done, I actually think it's amazing. But I do think that the recommendation seems to limit us into a park. And so would officers support broadening that into language that leaves it up to a decision after community engagement?
You know, I think we'd be comfortable with that. So,
yeah, I definitely feel we haven't had any wider community engagement through a kind of more formal process on the site and options for the site. So officers certainly support that, and we recommend that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw something together.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I guess my question is really around the other community facilities and how well they're being utilised. And when I was at Local Government New Zealand conference, there was actually an app being promoted, or an online tool that was being promoted to try and maximise the use of some of our facilities. So my question is, how maxed out are the other community facilities in Newtown, and do we have that information?
Yes, I mean, so we don't have that information primarily because there's obviously a mixed model in terms of managing and running facilities. So often that information is held by the people running them. Some of that we get through our lease compliance from leaseholders, but not always. I think that is a very important question through the community facilities review and network plan is where are the pressure points in terms of demand and utilisation, and where might there be gaps where places can be better utilised.
But I think it's a wider question too, is are there better ways of managing our facilities so that we do really make it transparent when there are spaces available and optimise people's access to them? Are we using all the right tools in this day and age? Yeah. So maybe that can be a thought for the review.
thank you.
Thank you. I think that looks like the end of the questions, which has happened quite quickly, which is good. I'm just looking at the time, and I think it might actually work quite well now to stop for half an hour and have lunch, so that we are energised for the rest of the afternoon. What I'll get, so Sean, if you can send through, Councillor Foon is going to be moving the recommendations, and she's got some changes to that, which will be sent through during lunchtime. And I think maybe if Councillor Calvert's could be sent through as well for the Khandallah paper, so that people can look at that over lunch and just be comfortable with what's coming.
I think they have been sent through.
Yeah, they have been too
short. Well, the last one that was sent through as amendments, but these are the amended substantive because it's the recommendations being put forward by the mover. So just so that we can make that clear. Otherwise, I think people might get a bit confused.
Cool, can do.
Cool, thank you for that, really appreciate that. So enjoy your lunch, everybody. Let's come back at 1 o'clock and see how quickly and efficiently we can do it. But thanks, I can see everyone's making a real effort. Cool, enjoy your lunch. Introduce the paper, and we've had questions and answers. So now I will hand over to Councillor Foon to introduce her recommendations, and I understand that Councillor Fitzsimons is seconding this paper. Cool. Over to you, Councillor Foon.
Well, can you hear me all? Just getting used to Zoom life again. So kia ora tātou, and yes, it's a real privilege to be able to move this paper today. And what I would like to do just is acknowledge the officers for their work and all of, and the history that they've got with this place. But also I'd really like to acknowledge the Newtown Bowling Club and all those that have been part of that effort in building community through bowls. And thanks, Chris. We heard this morning that we we're tending to look at how we build community in a different way now. So just to shed a light on the situation, the Newtown is already and will be going through growth and pretty full-on intensification over the next few decades. And this, what we are trying to do here is not so much about the building, but actually providing this community that's already under-resourced in terms of parks and public spaces with space so that that can be provided as like their third living space, again, as Chris outlined this morning. There are many in this community. I just want to acknowledge MP Greg O'Connor as well. Newtown itself is also a very unique community. We have a high amount of economic inequality, many social issues, but actually we have got one of the most caring and connected communities. I'm not going to say in Wellington because we all do it in a different way, but a testament to that a community that can hold a festival for, I think, 100,000 people is a pretty outstanding show of how we are connected. The buildings and the flat green space here are and will be desperately needed and wanted by the community. So our amendments are recommending that we don't go straight to pulling the buildings down, that we set aside a budget of $1.5 million to fix up the buildings and the grounds, and that we work with community and stakeholders to understand what the need is and what the collaboration opportunities are for use in this space. So we first need to understand what the community envisages will work for them. I do want to point out, thanks to the excellent analysis for the next paper, the Khandallah pool, that Paikawakawa Southern Ward was showing zero in how much investment it has had in recreational facilities. We do go to the east, but actually Paikawakawa has had zilch. And we do have just had an investment of 3.4 million on a community centre, but the deficit is definitely in those outside flat land community spaces. One of the points we also need to make is that these buildings have value as they are. So have we asked, how do we keep using them? The covered space is vital in Wellington, and you need some kind of shelter, even just to do what you need to do outside. And Kai Cycle made an excellent example of that today. They can do it, but actually having a sheltered space as an example to enable them to carry on their work, basic admin, toilet facilities, and we can see it in the container projects around town. You do need shelter. So this is asking, let's upgrade and use what we've got. As we've outlined, we haven't asked the community yet, and that's come up. And so the community is clawing at the bit. We saw a great snapshot of the Newtown community today coming to tell us what they think we could do. So their input for this opportunity, as we heard, this space doesn't come up often. Let's do the best we can to set this community up, which supports the rest of Wellington for the future. And there is a need. Recently in Newtown, there's been a pop-up shop next to the New World in the mall, and that really created a space, another third space for the community to do exhibitions and projects and meet and do Pilates and whatever it was they were doing. It was really well used, and I thank the organisers for making that happen. But what we heard from these community groups as well, we are desperate for space, for projects. And these projects aren't just projects. We are dealing with a movement in our time. This is the heart of where groups meet on initiatives to help council achieve our goals. Challenges like climate change, challenges like health and connectedness. This often starts in Newtown because we are connected, we're intense, we're dense, and we need it. These organisations are helping council, and we even give them awards for the work that they're doing. So we really need to reimagine also the way that we are working with the community, and that because our the state of our times is so dire, the great opportunity of that is that organisations are collaborating, they are working together, they are sharing, they are partnering. How can council processes support that to keep happening? So, and just back to the, and then as we mentioned, there's Kāinga Ora has got a building going up right next to this facility with 36 homes that are about to be there for community. So it's really another opportunity for us to build community around this area. Sean, would you be able to pop my images up? Thanks. But actually, just it's been really helpful to have the debate this morning on recreation. And this morning, I just went out and I did speak to Officer Andrews about this yesterday. But these are two images of community facilities that are operating rightfully or legally on the town belt. They are two gun clubs. One is a pistol club and one is a long-range rifle club. Now, I think the thing about this is, as Councillor Condi pointed out to me, they are a legal sport. They're in the Olympics. But actually, can you imagine a club like this coming to ask Wellington for a lease now? And yet we are really struggling to find places for community groups that are wanting to show people how to fix and ride bicycles, for community groups that are wanting to help people to grow vegetables and connect to each other and solve waste problems. So today I am asking you to invest in retaining these buildings, because the covered space is very valuable to help our community and help our council solve our problems. And actually, just after we heard from a lot of the community groups this morning, we have put another amendment in which is to request officers to engage with local community groups who have need now and are looking for space to enable a temporary lease arrangements while consultation and design processes are underway. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for your support and for your leading work on this in the past. So if you would like to take over, that would be awesome. Thank you for listening to me, everybody. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Foon, and I just want to speak briefly to echo your words of acknowledgement to the club, particularly Maria and Barry and Ellen and Glenn, who have become friends of mine through this process. And I think they had a real battle to get this lease and then to run the club. And I'm very sad that the club has closed, but I have their blessing to make sure that we do the best we can with this building, because it's important to them and it's important to Newtown as well. And I think Councillor Foon's right, demolishing this building would be a step backwards. We need to be visionary leaders and build more community facilities and better community facilities, not demolish existing ones. I think that Kāinga Ora is a partnership waiting to happen on this site, but there are many others within the community as well. And I also think it's important that we upgrade this facility, because we need to make consistent decisions. We've made decisions about that will have a real impact on Newtown. A huge amount of new housing will go into Newtown over the next 30 to 50 years. And to start off that debate in that community by demolishing a public building, I think would be really getting off on the wrong foot. I don't accept that that building a new building would be cheaper than upgrading one. And the advice I've had from people in the building industry is that this just doesn't make sense, and that there is a way to upgrade this building within the budgetary parameters that Councillor Foon has put forward. But look, at the end of the day, for me, this is about social cohesion. Communities need places to be communities, and we need to make sure that we're enabling that as much as we can.
Kia ora, thank you. I can't see anyone else in the speaking order, but I can see that Councillor Rush is wanting to make some changes, and under our procedures, that's not really how it works. What you would need to do is you would need to foreshadow your changes, so that if Councillor Foon's was not successful, then we would then debate your recommendation. And just want to check with Sean around that.
Councillor Day, if I could ask advice, just so because Councillor Foon's motion is coming as an amended motion and not an amendment, that motion can then be amended through the normal amendment process.
That's what I thought.
But the reality is that she's it has to go as a like a foreshadowed amendment, because she's put that forward as the substantive.
If Councillor Foon's motion was carried, then that would be the end of debate. So if this motion has been moved and seconded and it's just on the table, that is now just like any normal motion and can be amended through a moved and seconded amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Rush, have you got a seconder for your amendment?
I think Councillor Condi was
cool.
My collaborator.
Okay,
and
so over to you.
I mean, I'm very sorry. Lunch disappeared on a phone call with one of the officers about another matter. So, colleagues,
Sean, your sound quality is really poor.
Thank you. Is that any better? It's possibly
much better.
Just the microphone, or is that any better? Is that any better?
Yes.
I'll talk about it louder. I'm conscious that the officer's advice was that actually the value of retaining the buildings was less than actually relocating them and building new. I would like to hear more from the community about whether there is historic value, whether there is heritage value to them before we did make that decision to demolish. What I'm conscious of, though, is that these old clubs, and this one in particular, was built for men in a very different time, for very different reasons, with very different facilities, and as much as it's the sort of place where I would settle in on a Sunday afternoon for a session and do some bowls or what have you, it's not the sort of place that is attractive to everyone, even with a liquor paint and some other additions. It fails on the accessibility, the modern sort of accessibility requirements, and I think it would fail in a number of other areas as well. So, I mean, I think that by leaving that if the community wanted to relocate it because they felt that there was a purpose that met their needs, which then also required a different type of building, then we should be open to that. I don't think we should limit ourselves to keeping an old building built at a very different time and then go to the community and say, well, what would you like to do with the rest of the area? I think that really just constrains us. But, you know, if the community come back, I mean, I think it's a lovely building. It could be renovated. It could look good. But then you do limit what you might do. And I'm very much of the mind. I did like the Kaisaku guys. I love that sort of stuff. I think a more customized sort of facilities for that type of purpose would be better, but again, it's up to the community. So I think it's great that we're all celebrating these old buildings and having the discussion. I think I'd like to leave open the option for us to take the whole area and make perhaps a broader sort of investment, and that's all.
Kia ora, so we'll go to Councillor Condi. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I will. Thank you. And I'll speak to the substantive at the same time. And just to start by thanking Councillor Foon and Councillor Fitzsimons for their work and their insights into their own community and the demands that they're facing there. I think we've heard really clearly that the community want to explore having a building on the site as part of the facilities. So let's talk to them before we make any decisions. I'm completely on board with that. I think it's excellent. I think we've heard some really great possible proposals today that I would love to see explored further. I acknowledge from the staff that the Town Belt Act is very restrictive And so we may have some challenges finding something that will be kind of a perfect fit, but I also am ready for the community to surprise and inspire us with ideas about what outdoor recreation could be. So I really want to hear from people, but as Councillor Rush has said, I don't want to take off the table the option that this building may no longer be fit for purpose. This building may no longer be viable for us to redo it. Putting my asset management hat on, I'm really conscious that the Park Sport and Rec portfolio has a lot of these kinds of rundown buildings, and trying to eke them along, even if we do a significant upgrade, can be very expensive in the long run. And so I do think that potentially building new within the leased site would get us something that was much more fit for purpose, and that would be more energy efficient and would be a better asset for us to manage in the long term. So I want to keep that option on the table. That's all this is doing, is just saying, yes, let's go back to the community. Let's hear how they can inspire us with how they want to use the space, but let's keep all the options on the table. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Liz Kelly.
Kia ora, and Happy New Year to everybody. I think this is the first time that I've spoken to all of you. Good to see you. Mike, I've got a question, which is Sean putting an amendment on the table? I was trying to follow, and if he is, what is it?
Yes, and Officer Sean is, Officer Johnson is going to share it with us in a minute, but maybe we could do that now so that you can see what it is.
Agreed to budget. Move.
So basically he's adding in some other options.
So that's saying that we're agreeing to a budget, but that budget may be to remove, upgrade, or develop something new. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's for any of those options.
So in the amendment that was in our papers, though, there was no budget. It was that we were going to go back to the annual plan to see if there was any financial flexibility, I guess, for us to be able to do that. Is that correct?
So what has happened is the officers put their papers out with the advice, and then Councillor Foon, as was circulated just before lunchtime, she's putting forward her recommendations, which are slightly different, which has pulled in that amount into it.
Yeah, I got that.
Then Councillor Rush has now added some more things in to say, once we've talked to the community, he still wants to keep those other options open.
Okay, so are we talking to this, or was it just question?
This is debate now, so yes, it's to clarify in there.
Okay, so I just wanted to support what Councillor Condi and Councillor Rush has said. I'm just really mindful that where I live in Titahi Bay, we had an ongoing scenario with the Marine Hall, which I'm sure that you're all aware of because it made the headlines quite often, and it started the just like this, and I wouldn't want to see that happen again. I think the officers would have done their homework whether or not repairing an existing building or building a new one, if that's viable or not. I accept the recommendation that the officers have made, and working right now in the building industry, I mean, the costs have just gone through the roof. So if we were to spend money, I would be more supportive of building something new, and building something new in partnership with Kāinga Ora, particularly given they're building these new properties, these new homes beside them. I believe that they would be very keen to partner with the council to do something that the community would like to see. And I just wanted to talk to those points, Councillor Rush, that you raised about it being built for a certain purpose a long time ago that's not relevant anymore. And I think that we should be going out to the community, hear what they have to say. And if we are going to spend some money on this, let's spend it on something that's going to endure and that's going to complement the environment, and that's something that the community want, and we don't know that right now. So I'm just total agree all what's been said, understand all the things that you said, Councillor Foon, and appreciate that. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the submitters this morning, so I'm sort of flying just from the things that I've seen in the community. But I guess where I've landed is that I think if we're going to invest any money in this, any further money in this, let's do it for something that's going to be enduring and is worthwhile, not just a patch-up job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Mine was actually a question of officers when this new amendment came out. Is that okay to
That's
ask?
fine. You can ask. I think we can ask a question of an amendment. I should have actually done that first. Sorry, just getting back into the year.
Yeah, just getting into the flow. My question to officers is just what risk are we at with losing the buildings altogether if we go through a stage of opening it up to being to be able to remove or upgrade? So what risks? So I guess part of Councillor Fitzsimon's and my amendment is about providing certainty that there are buildings there. So I guess just this opens up the risk of not having them at all. Say, God forbid, I'm not voted back in next year. Like there are a number of risks. So that's what I want to understand for the future.
Look, I think whether it's the existing building upgraded or a new building on the site, there are a number of processes to follow, and there are varying kind of risks with that. I think, even if we talk about the existing building that's there at the moment and the desire to upgrade, renew it, it's like a lot of buildings in the public realm. It's subject to vandalism. It's not in use at the moment. We've boarded it up this week after it sustained some vandalism. So, yeah, look, our own buildings from time to time, unfortunately, do get vandalised and even burnt down. So I think the site and the building as it sits at the moment, it's pretty vulnerable. That would be my feedback. I think there's risks. There's a range of risks with the existing building and a new build, but I think in terms of both cost and risks of taking on a building and investing in the existing building, I suggest those risks, they're different risks. A new build, you would have a much clearer understanding perhaps of the scope of the project, the fit with any activity that you might consider appropriate for the site. It would have followed some engagement with the community. So they're slightly different processes, but both have risks in terms of time, cost. I suppose the key challenges around the fit for the site. Yeah,
I think that's more what Councillor Foon's question is really asking is, once you've demolished a building, it can be quite hard on Town Belt under the legislation and our rules with what we can do. That's what she's really asking is, that I get, and that's the nervousness around the community is once we say goodbye to the building, suddenly we find out we didn't meet the requirements and then it's not possible. So I guess that's what she was trying to understand. I'm not really sure how easy it will be to answer that right now. I mean, you can have a go, but
look, I think coming back to the legislative and policy framework we work within, we need to be able to demonstrate a need for a building, and that need, as it is worded at the moment, there needs to be a fit between that building and supporting recreation with an emphasis on outdoor recreation. That's quite clear. Yeah.
I think that's probably all we need at the moment. Thank you very much. We'll go back into debate now. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, so I thought that the public participation that we had this morning was very, very enlightening, actually, and there are obviously lots of opportunities. So my thoughts are that we shouldn't limit what could be put there, and I'm sure there are a lot of things that would fit with the Town Belt. The Red Bicycle thing to me would seem outdoor or supporting outdoor activity, the community gardens. I'm not so sure about the theatre, but my feeling is actually with this particular building, it would be simpler to rebuild once we actually knew what we were trying to achieve, and we might have more scope to actually deliver what the new community, what the future communities for Newtown really, really need, because it's quite a special space, having a sheltered flat space like that, where a lot of the landscaping has been done to make it that way, it's an opportunity that might not come again. And I feel that to recreate what was a bowling club, we might be missing an opportunity to do something that's actually more fit for purpose going forward with the growth that we're expecting in Newtown and the different types of communities that might be actually living there in the future. So I'm supportive of Jenny and Sean's amendment, because I think it just gives us more flexibility going forward. And that's not to say we may end up renovating the building, but I suspect there's actually a better way of doing it. So that's where I'm sitting. I also wondered if with the leave of the meeting, we could actually ask if the original mover and seconder of the motion are happy to make an amendment, or I'm not sure that's.
No, I think that wasn't accepted quickly, so we'll just keep going.
Right. Okay, they shook their heads.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. So I must say I've been to this building twice, and it just gets increasingly squalid. In fact, it's the first time I met my now well-publicised bestie, Councillor Fitzsimons. I just call her Fleur, it's easier. So I do think this has fantastic potential for a park. It's flat, it's sunny. And as someone who is making the transition to being dog tolerant, now that my son is getting a dog, it would be a great place for dogs to go off leash. Now, you see, and because I don't think there's anywhere around there where dogs can play. I mean, I just think communities, if you ask a community whether they want something, the answer is always going to be yes. I mean, when has a community said no? It's like asking a child, do you want an ice cream on a hot day or something? And what happens is, it's a bit like the Khandallah pool. The community put it in, and then we had to sort of pick up the maintenance. And this time we've got to get rid of the wretched, hideous building. It is slum-like. And I've had a history of renovating buildings. And I tell you, sometimes you just need to get the digger out or whatever you do to smash down a building. So I think it would be another asset for the council to maintain. Ridiculous to try and renovate that building. Unnecessary to put a new one in. Fabulous area for a park, really fabulous, with the increasing population density of Newtown. Kayanga next door, they can do their community centre. I mean, that's part of their job. We can provide the park. It'll be a fabulous park. And I think, if I remember rightly from the concept plans, there's some sort of a sound chill there. Fantastic. And Newtown has such a creative community, huge music community, fits in well with the whole Newtown Fair Festival, whatever you call it. So I will be voting for it to be a park.
Kia ora, Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, and thank you to all the movers and the seconders. I will be supporting the Councillor Rush Condi amendment. So I just want to talk briefly. My son said to me with delight, you want to demolish a building about another one at his new school. I'm generally not fan, but this one I'm struggling with a little bit. Although maybe it's a sort of a 1950s bowling club vibe. So Councillor Fitzsimons and Foon, if you can make it look kind of heritagey, maybe. But look, it does seem quite expensive, and although I'm very sceptical of the cost, I think whatever you do, it's going to end up costing more. I think Liz Kelly is correct. The building costs at the moment are so horrendous that it will go up. I do think there is an issue around equity that we need to deal with through our community facilities policy. Councillor Foon, I would say gently that I appreciate and understand that Newtown has a lot of deprivation, but it also has a lot of resources, and we have put money in. It's got the town belt. It has got more community centres than most suburbs. So I don't think the answer is just to keep putting more and more community centres in. I think we just have to think quite carefully about what's actually going to work. I don't think communities should have lots of responsibility for funding buildings. I think it's ridiculous. There's no way, and particularly through pokey money, it has to be funded through the city. And the last point, the town belt. That is one of my career highlights. Working with the Mayor and former Councillor Helen Ritchie and Grant Robertson and Friends of the Town Belt, we got that legislation through. It is restrictive for good reasons, because what happens is every time someone wants some land for some very good purpose, not the roads, but maybe a school or a hospital, the town belt was grabbed. And so we did put some pretty strict rules in to make sure that it is kept open for recreation. We appreciate obviously that definitions of recreation will change over time, but nevertheless, it is there for the ongoing use of Wellingtonians to enjoy open green space. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimon.
Yeah, look, just very briefly to say that I won't support this amendment, though I'm not too worried if it does go through, because I think we should just get on with it. It's been since May that it's been empty. Just make a decision, get on with it. Otherwise it's going to turn into the library all over again. So I like what Councillor Foon's doing. She's cutting to the chase, send it off there, get it sorted, start working with the community at the same time as you upgrade it, and let's get on with doing things. Because there's always a reason in local government to kind of put off a decision. Let's just go for it and give a clear commitment to the community. It won't be demolished. We'll make good use of it. You're not going to get a different outcome from the community than we heard this morning. They're a very representative sample of Newtown. And yeah, I think I'll be voting against this, but either way, I just hope we can get on with doing something.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here relaxing. Councillor Calvo, over to you.
Thank you. Look, I will be supporting this amendment. I think it's really important the community does have a say, and I think from what we've heard, there are some strong opportunities for partnerships with other in the area. I appreciate Councillor Panis that you noted that Newtown already has quite a few community facilities, and you'd be pleased to know that I'm not even suggesting a targeted rate on the Newtown community for that. So I think there's a dangerous road to go down, something like that. So it's but I do support. Look, we just really need to make sure the community are on board. We need to canvass those partnerships that are available, and I do thank Councillors Rush and Condi for this very pragmatic amendment. Still gives, in essence, what Councillor Flume wants, but it's actually just saying, look, there could be some even better opportunities, and we need to make sure that those are fully canvassed. But yes, like Councillor Fitzsimon says, we just need to get on and make these decisions and get them underway. Thank you.
Kia ora. I too I'm actually not going to support this, and the main reason is now I've been on council this long, I've seen what happens when we go really broad. We get ourselves lost, we get tangled up, and however many years go down the track, the costs go up and we haven't done anything. I think I can see that this building probably has got enough bones in it that it can be renovated. I do know that new builds, we think it's going to be cheaper, but actually it's not a complex building to work with in many ways. It's it's pretty straightforward in design, from what I can see. But I also think there is an ongoing challenge with the way that we interpret the recreation side of things with this, and we've heard this morning, and I think over time that people are saying, well, recreation's changed, but also what happens when something that you'd class as recreation also has positive environmental impact, whether it's re-bicycle or kai-cycle or these things. Actually it really does fit, but it's different to how we've done it before, and I think we do need to sort of settle this a little bit so that we can move forward and make sure that these places can find somewhere to do their work. They're fairly light on the environment and the fact of the way that they need to be set up, but they often do need some sort of shelter to be able to work in if the weather's not so good. But yeah, I just think I don't want to see us get tangled up. Let's just make a decision, get it done. The community are very clear on what they'd like to achieve, and actually the substantive already did actually talk about talking with the community. So I think we're covered off there. The community will get a very big chance to share their thinking, but I just don't think we want to go and throw everything in. It'll slow us down. It will just be another thing that we are having multiple papers about instead of just getting on and doing some stuff. So we will now, there's no more debate on the amendment, so we'll now vote on this amendment. So Sean, if you can just add it, put it up on the screen again.
We're going to write a reply now, Jill.
Oh, sorry, you do. Yep, still on holiday. You do your right of reply.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much, colleagues. I won't take long. I did chuckle a little bit when Councillor Fitzsimons talked about it's been sitting idle since May, and I thought, so much, that's only a few months ago for this council. But I mean, let's face it, it was idle long before the lease was given up. It's been sitting empty or barely used for some time, some years. And I think I do want to address Councillor Foon's concern about the legalities of the Town Belt rules. But these are rules that we need to interpret ourselves and come to a landing, and I'm sure our legal team and advisors will be able to address that. I do think that that Councillor Day, you make a good point about these different facilities. So earlier this week, I was at the table tennis club on Alexandra Road, and that's an old club, been around for 50 years, and they've got vision to upgrade before the lease runs out in 2023. Next to them is the Croquet Club, which is still very active. Next to them, a bit further, is I think a Harriers Club, which seems like it's seen a lot better days. So I would encourage officers to maybe have a look and take a broader view of what little clubs there are. We know on the tie-dye side, if you like, there's the squash courts, there's the badminton club, there's a couple of rugby clubs, there's the netball courts. In fact, that whole town belt area is a pocket of humming recreational activity, but there's undoubtedly an opportunity for synergies and rationalisation at some point. I mean, I think the biggest concern I've heard from my colleagues around the amendment is that it adds a little bit of uncertainty, and I do get that, because if you direct officers to simply go ahead and upgrade, then that's a firm direction. But I do think, though, it does limit things, and we'll still need to consult. And then when we get the consultation back, we might find that actually, had we not limited ourselves, we'll be able to get a better outcome for our community. So on that note, that's all I'll have to say. Thank you for the debate.
Thank you. Very brief right of reply there. Thank you. We'll now put that to the vote. So this is the amendment.
That is carried 8 votes to 7, with Councillor Day, Fitzsimons, Foon, Matthews, O'Neill, Pannett and Paul voting against.
Right, so that one is carried, and now we will go back to the substantive. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to that?
It's going to be a good year.
Looks like the debate might have happened. So Councillor Foon, would you like a right of reply?
I think it has all been said, but I think it is really good that we had the discussion about recreation. I know that it has been a challenge in the community, and long may it continue to be so. This is who we are, Wellington. And Councillor Pannett, I thank the people that wrote the Town Belt Act every day. It is an amazing asset for our city. It honestly describes who we are. And I think I wrote a little poem on Wellington anniversary, also talking about our native manu and ngahere. The Town Belt has really enabled Wellington to be a truly unique capital. So it's good that we challenge, and it's good that we have these conversations. But yes, I am asking for your support on the other amendments. Thank you, Councillor Rush, for bringing yours. And thank you for your participation in this paper.
Thank you. So if we can have all of the recommendations up with that amendment added. So just have a quick look. I don't think anyone needs to take anything separately. No. All right, so we will open the vote.
Just waiting on Councillor Wolf.
He's having a technical glitch.
Oh.
You want to just put your thumb up or down? Yeah, there you go, he's got it.
Well, that's carried unanimously.
Oh, kua mana. Awesome. All right, kia ora. Me haere tonu. So we will now go on to item 2.1, the Khandallah Pool Options Report. We've got Kim ki te hora I te kōrero. So Kim's now going to introduce this paper, and then we'll have any partai, and then we'll go into debate.
Thank you, Chair. Well, councillors, this may be a bit of a hot topic of discussion, no doubt. It's important that you consider the advice of the council officers who have created a pretty comprehensive 97-page report. And while we've provided advice on some of the amendments, officers don't necessarily support the amendment, which includes a targeted rate or differential fee structure, as it would have implications on our revenue and financing policies. So, and also we don't have any sort of systems at the gate to be able to implement a variance pricing module. We'll also remind you too, if I can, that we are currently undertaking an aquatic facilities network plan and a community facilities network plan. These two plans will guide our decisions, or your decisions, around future investments too, as part of the 24 to 34 long-term plan. So if I can ask that the report please be taken as read, and officers, including Matt and Paul, are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
So it looks like we've got a few questions already. Councillor Young can go first.
So thank you, Kim. Could you just tell me in what way will this review be different to the one in 2011, which made various recommendations and nothing was done?
I can start on that one, and Matt might like to chip in. Look, I think we've made significant capital investment across a whole range of facilities in the last 2 or 3 decades in our aquatic network. And also things have significantly changed for us. We now have a new district plan or draft district plan. We have a spatial plan that's indicating where growth is going to occur. We've had a couple of significant earthquakes in this country, and that's really raised the bar around the seismic performance of public buildings, and that's really taken us down a whole avenue around strengthening many of our buildings. And we still have a number of facilities to strengthen in the future. The other probably big change for us since that previous planning work is around our obligations under Te Atakura and reducing our reliance on natural gas, and our pool facilities are a big user of our natural gas and part of our council carbon footprint. So there's a lot of things for us to consider in terms of some of those challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Khandallah Pool is not the only facility we have of that era. Both Thorndon and Freiburg Pool are of a similar age, and we've got some considerations around those facilities, particularly in relation to growth and resilience. So I think there is definitely a need for the community facilities review in terms of what we invest in, where we invest, and when we do that. That'll be really important. When it comes back to Khandallah Pool, being reasonably upfront with councillors, the previous strategy said we needed to do some further work around the options and future of it. What the report that Matt's prepared and the analysis that's been done on our overall network is Khandallah Pool today plays a much diminished role in terms of its overall role in the network. It has slightly just above 1% of our total visitation across our aquatic facility network. And we've invested significantly, not just in our own facilities in the last few decades. We've invested a lot in school pool partnerships, including one project that's relevant in terms of Newtown. So we've put, I think, close to $500,000 into the Newtown school pool as part of a partnership project. So there's been a lot of really good work done, but it's definitely time to reset our priorities and for the future.
So just a couple of things. First of all, Paul, Freiburg is a very different age to those pools. Freiburg was opened in the early 60s. This one is 95 years old. So just saying that, just want to outdo you on that one. But the other thing is, I've been to countries like Syria, which wasn't before it was being bombed to bits. And it was absolutely standard that locals got a discounted ticket and foreigners paid far more. We paid 9 times or 10 times. They paid 1/10, we paid 10 times. Or something like that. And it was very easy. It was very, very easy. First of all, they could see we weren't Syrian, but you can just do it by taking a utilities bill or something very, very simple. So I just think it would be a shame just to dismiss it as easily as that, because when we're looking at ratepayer subsidies of assuming a 50% increase, almost $46 per ticket, and that's a staggering amount for a swim. And
can you turn it into a question, please? Otherwise, people
no,
are
I
going
just think we need to find. Sure, we can find a better way of investigating it rather than just saying we don't know how to do it.
Look, our CFO might want to comment in terms of our ability to have either a targeted rate or differential pricing. We certainly don't have it in any of our facilities at the moment. You know, we operate some schemes like Leisure Card that gives discounts, but you know, I suppose we treat all our ratepayers the same pretty much in terms of access to facilities. I suppose our provision across the city varies from suburb to suburb, but we like to make things as accessible to everyone in the community as we can.
Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, MP Greg O'Connor, also again thanking him for his time today, suggested to me that were we to close this, we wouldn't be building a new one. But isn't that what the Aquatic Facilities Network Plan might identify as an optimal spot to put a new pool in the broader area?
Oh, look, it certainly may identify that. So there's no, at this point in time, there's no recommendation from officers that we'll be closing the pool. So the Aquatic Facilities Plan will identify essentially needs as Paul has addressed, and particularly around growing areas where we've got a higher population and that. So yeah, just to be clear, at this point, no one's suggesting to close the pool.
Okay, so what are the top 2 or 3 things that we might be able to do to attract higher patronage, do you think?
I suppose there's, if we're talking about physical asset side of things, there's actually only a limited amount of things we can do before we trigger a requirement for a consent. And once we trigger that requirement for a consent, you really have to do a whole large project once you take into account fire and accessibility issues and the interconnectedness of all the assets. So officers have looked at what we can do without triggering consent, which is actually make some of the conditions better within the female changing rooms by replacing the roof, improving the look of the pool with the paint, and also the look and feel of the facility by putting a more modern fencing system around it. Taking back to the request for the report, it was to look at the pool and the park and to try and sort of support activity in the park, not so much in the pool. That's why the options of having the drinking fountain and the barbecues, which can be used more year round, are often things that are asked for in community parks. There's obviously some advertising things that we can do to try and drive and promote. But the one thing to note is that there are actually a lot of pool options around the city and around the region. So there are some things we can do. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I guess I was interested in the pricing structure that might result for residents. So are you saying that under the present revenue and financing policy, the costs would be shared out? So all pool admissions would go up if we were to invest in Khandallah pool? And if so, how much?
I've done some crack analysis that suggests if I know that option B has been the one that's been promoted by several councillors. If we went with option B across the network, you would see a 10-cent increase for children and a 15-cent increase for adults, all other things staying the same. So that doesn't take into account the cost of inflation in our general price rises. That would just be to maintain our 30% user-funded swimming pool R&F policy.
And also with Sarah might be able to add a few more words here, our CFO. Oops.
No, I mean, just taking it up so all councillors have the same level of understanding that because Khandallah pool is an individual pool that's funded out of the entire pool
activity, yes, anything you do at one pool level will impact all of the pools, and we're yet to do the work to understand what that impact would be.
I just wanted to know about the heating by natural gas too. Is that a given, or can it be heated by another way? I mean, for example, heat pumps.
So
is it too expensive?
I suppose there's a couple of ways to answer that, but I suppose in terms of our commitment to Te Pūroro, we are moving away from gas, and that is one of those things that will come through in the aquatic network plan. Is how do we transition all of our pools away from gas into electricity? So if we were going to heat the pool, we wouldn't be looking to use gas. Also, from a cost perspective, the laying of the gas pipes would make it extremely prohibitive.
And the other thing I'm a little concerned about is that it has been getting expensive to go to the pool. So even, I love going swimming, but it's actually, even for me, and a relatively high amount of disposable income, it still seems quite costly. So I do wonder if there's anything we can do, like 10 free passes for each resident or something, just to get our utilisation up, because it is a shame that we have been seeing the pool usage generally declining. Is there any ability to think about something like that?
Are you talking specifically around Khandallah pool or all pools?
Well, I guess if you really wanted to incentivise Khandallah, it could be Khandallah, but I was thinking more about all the pools.
So if we take, we've obviously invested, as Paul mentioned, I think in excess of $50 million into the pool network over the last 20 years by bringing on a lot more pool water space. Even outside of that, we've also invested in the school pools. We actually have had pre-COVID, because COVID is throwing things all over the place, but we actually have had a slight increase in pool utilisation across that period of time. So it's not that our numbers are going down. However, if we wanted to do campaigns and initiatives to try and drive more participation, we could look at things like you suggested.
We also have a leisure card scheme that does make it more affordable for people who probably aren't, where price is a barrier. Price is not the only barrier, though. We know that in terms of the work we've done, and so we've got a number of initiatives under that scheme again to remove some of those barriers to people to access not just our pools but our other facilities as well.
Okay, thank you. All good.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm looking at page 18 of our paper, in this particular paper, around the ratepayer subsidies per visit. So Khandallah option 2 or option 1 ranges anywhere between $38 to $45 ratepayer subsidy per visit. Wouldn't we be able to increase, the ticket price to kind of offset the ratepayer subsidies per visit and get it a little bit closer down to the other pools, which are less than $13?
So at the moment, Khandallah pool, because it's got a low level of service, being cold water, that does have a discounted price. It is cheaper than our other pools. When I've done the modelling for this specific purpose, for option 2, I have actually increased the price in line with all of our other pools in the network. So that has already taken to move into our standard pricing. Option 1 is still at the lower discounted pricing because, again, it's cold water. The difference between obviously the 45 and the 37 is the $45 one is where I've assumed there'll be a 50% increase in participation, and the 37 is a 100% increase in participation. But noting there are limiting factors in terms of parking, I suppose, may affect that.
Cool. And then, sorry, just second part, would the community kind of understand paying a little bit more of a higher ticket price, knowing that there are quite a few significant works that need to be undertaken for the pool? Or is it kind of like our facilities policy to keep the prices consistent at all pools across the region? Or sorry, within Wellington City?
So it's not within our current revenue and financing policy that we have to have a standard price across the board, but I think we would need to consult with the community to understand their willingness to pay more, because we could, but as I said, we've already got a differential pricing in terms of level of service, i.e. Khandallah pool is cheaper, So that would exist, but actually their appetite to pay more, that would need a consultation. I think there's a risk too, if the price point isn't right, then people will not come, or it will be a barrier for some people in our community. So, hence we try and keep some consistency around our pricing. But, in terms of the cost pressures our business activities are under, we have seen those prices move pretty much annually in recent years just to keep up with inflation.
Thank you.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, just a question of officers. From your perspective, why does the council own and run public swimming pools?
Well, I suppose local government is a provider of lots of community facilities and assets. We're not the only provider. There are some private providers who offer swimming opportunities, mainly in the learn to swim space, so slightly more commercial. When you look at our network of pools and what actually funds that activity or the revenue recover, we also operate in the learn to swim space and the fitness area space. We have 2 fitness centres. So our source of income is from general kind of admission, fitness and learn to swim, with fitness delivering the highest amount of revenue, followed by learn to swim and general admission. And then a significant subsidy, like many of our activities, from ratepayers. So the funding policy is 70% from rates and 30% from user fees and charges. I think because of the significant capital cost, particularly with aquatic facilities, these are big ticket investments, they're complex plant and equipment. Local government is the main player across the country, particularly in the metro councils. So look, it's historic, our investment. It's really important. We live in a country surrounded by water, and pools are a really important part of that offering to our community, delivering a whole range of social and health and wellbeing outcomes. We provide for competitive sport as well, aquatic sports. We've got a number of people who swim in our facilities who compete at an elite level in the Olympics and Commonwealth Games and the Pan Pac. So yeah, so it's not too dissimilar to our support for a range of activities.
I think just to add to that, if I can, Paul, from a pool perspective, we do provide right from birth to very old age, right? And each of them have a different type of service, want and requirement. What the report that Visit Solutions through gave us showed that we actually have a very good provision of pool water space compared to the Metro Council average and the national benchmark. We do provide a lot more water space. What we're looking out of the aquatic facilities plan review is actually, do we have the right type of water space? Because the information they've provided us is that we've got probably too much programmed lane space pool, and we could do much better provision in the leisure and also the hydrotherapy. So it's actually trying to cater for the whole community and making sure we've got the right type of water to cater to everyone's needs.
Oh, and just my final question was the aquatic facilities network plan, which, as I understand, planning to be done. What's the budget set aside for that?
So I've just finished the working to confirm the scope of that project. The anticipated cost is around about $100,000, and that would look to come out of my normal operation budget. So yeah, it's a significant piece of work.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. I wondered if under the option of heating the pool, if we have talked about or looked at the option of solar heating, because this is a pool that's used in the summer, that could reduce, I guess, when talking about our carbon footprint on this, that could be quite a viable option to, provide some energy right at site.
I think that has been something that's been discussed in the past and was looked into quite a few years ago. It is something that can be revisited, but it must also be noted that it is quite a shaded area. If you go back at the original photos when the whole area had been farmed and felled and there was a massive sun trap, I think back then having solar panels would have been awesome. But given that it's right on the very edge of a scenic reserve, which has quite strong restrictions around what we can do with environmental impacts, would have to take a piece of work to actually see whether or not it would be viable to generate enough solar power in that space to heat the water. But it is something that we can do.
Okay, thank you. And I wondered, with pools like this, have we looked at providing any other sort of add-in fun elements? We were up at Waikanai Pool, which is an outdoor pool, just a couple of weeks ago, and they had a dunk tank, which was, I mean, it probably cost a few $100s, and it was a real draw card, and it's only the sort of thing you'd have in an outdoor pool, but kids could throw a ball and their siblings or friends would get dunked in the water. And it's the sort of thing that you can add to it. Have we looked at any resources like that that really enhance the area that don't have to necessarily be a permanent resource?
It's funny you say that, Councillor Day. I was actually up at Waikanai Pool on a certain day in January asking if they had any type of chlorine specifically, and I did see the same dunk tank. And I think that I think there are opportunities for us to improve our offering in that space. But yes, it was a good dunk tank and kids loved it.
Thank you. And then just, I guess, my last question is just about the network review, and just wondering what, I'm still trying to understand what it will show that we don't already know when we're having a conversation like this. I sort of feel like it's to see the needs of other parts of the city, but we're probably starting to get a bit of a sense of that anyway. What sort of details are you looking for when you're doing that?
So, as you've seen through this report, when we look at a single asset, a significant amount of analysis goes into it. As Paul's touched on, we know we've got some challenges coming up with other facilities. We know that, as I mentioned before, we've got the opportunity to improve our provision of leisure space, our provision of hydrotherapy space. But all in all, there'll be, in my opinion, there'll be a wide range of options of where we go as a city. So then it'll be a case within the finite resources we have as an organisation, making decisions which can involve consultation of the entire community of what do people want. It's not just pools or rec centres, it dovetails into the community facilities review. So you will be looking at libraries, community centres, where you may be looking to hub activities, which has been a trend across the country over the last decade. So it's actually to help council make really strategic decisions around where they want to have their assets and what type of assets they want based in the future.
Thank you. I'll hand on to Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I have kind of what I think is slightly a procedural question, but my question is, what happens if the current resolution 6, which I understand Councillor Calvert is going to move, which is option B, if that is voted against and fails, what will staff then do? Because the officer recommendations aren't intended to be moved. So I just want to understand, if that were to happen, then what?
Well, I suppose we can continue to operate the pool and through to 2030 as under the current situation. We've suggested some improvements are made, but our advice was that we bring back that planning work for you to make a decision on the future of the pool in that broader context. So you get, and it won't be just as Matt said around pools. It's considering council's plan for all its facilities as part of that planning work. So it will really inform the next long-term plan and our asset management plans.
I think that's also really important to note that with this pool, there is a finite window of when we have to have done something. So by January 2030, because of the earthquake-prone nature of the buildings, we have to have done something. To complete a project of any of the options that got put forward, you're looking at, I'll be thinking a minimum of 3 years to complete that process. So decisions will need to be made at the next long-term plan as in what the future is, because otherwise you can't complete our obligations under the earthquake-prone notices that have been given to us. So that's, I suppose, it would still be coming back a long-term plan going, we actually need the final decision at this point.
Okay, so So if option B were not to go ahead today, you would still do the strategy work you have planned. Options would still come back to the next long-term plan. I guess my question there was also an officer recommendation about putting money into the annual plan for a few $100,000 of immediate upgrades. Would that still come to the annual plan committee next week potentially for a decision?
That's what was proposed. It was actually to bring back or bring the money that's in I think 2023-24. There's 1.1 million. So bringing some of that back for those suggested improvements to the pool, the roof, on the changing sheds. Initially, the funding was allocated to, the description was pool and park. So we've suggested that it is a really popular park for visitation year round. It's a really important link into the outer greenbelt, and it's a great walk through there. So yeah, we feel that there's an opportunity to enhance, some of the amenities in the area.
Thank you for that. I just really wanted to clarify if option B didn't go ahead today, so that I knew exactly what I would be committing to. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Can I just continue on from Councillor Day's question, which I'm just wondering if we really need a big long review. I think the community is going to come back and say we want it, and then we've spent more time. So are you really convinced that you're saying it's not up for closure at the moment? We're possibly going to spend some money on it, and wouldn't it be better to do it properly? Maybe not the whole full shebang, option 5 and 6, but at least making sure it's earthquake strengthened. And then the other question is, Paul, if so many people are going through that park, isn't that a great opportunity to get more people to swim in the pool? Sorry, I mean, wouldn't that be obvious to try and encourage them?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I suppose an answer to your first question, Councillor Pennant, you sort of can't part do this as a big project, because if you strengthen the earthquake prone buildings, you'll trigger a consent, which means you need to deal with the accessibility issues, which means you then have to change most of the buildings. The other thing is, if you're in the future, well, you could leave the asbestos pipes, or you could leave the plant, which doesn't really meet the turnover rates required at the moment, as they were, and build a new building around it. You'll want to replace those in the future. So actually, you then have to go back into the foundations, the pipes that go under the concrete, so you actually have to rip a whole lot of stuff out. So once you do start a big project at this pool, you're either doing it or you're not doing it as a whole, and therefore you are up for the full costs.
Okay, so just to be absolutely clear, we'll go through this process and then we will do the full shebang, not half bits and pieces.
Or the money that was in the previous recommendation around doing the roof and the fence and the pool paint, that's about the extent of work we can do without doing.
Okay.
A significant pool paint work, because they don't trigger the need for a consent.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Sorry, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Sorry. Just a couple of things, just to clarify a few points that you've mentioned. How much did you say was invested in the other pools over the last 20 years?
We've done some high level analysis, but it's around the 50 million mark.
Okay. So is there any reason you're given you had the last aquatics facilities review in 2011? Is there any reason why none of that 50 million went into Khandallah pool?
It probably comes back to the role of the pool in the network, and again, that priority for investment. So our focus out of the back of that last piece of planning strategy work was, and it came about at a time when the Girls and Boys Institute closed in Tasman Street, and that was a major provider for Learn to Swim, and that had a significant impact. So council did a piece of work, and they agreed, and that work supported an investment in Learn to Swim or teaching space, shallow play, hydrotherapy, and those school pool partnerships. And I suppose what happened also since that piece of work and what came to the fore is our requirements to strengthen many of our buildings. So resilience has become a really big focus with any of our pool renewal and upgrade projects, and you're seeing that at Keysborough Pool at the moment. The other things that have come along that have added cost and complexity to pool projects is
yeah, look,
asbestos.
sorry, Paul, I think you're just going off from the question I asked. I know we've got a bit of time here, but I really just wanted to know why you didn't put any of that 50 million into Khandallah Pool. So I think you've sort of given me a response.
The review said the future options for the pool needed to be considered, but essentially we've been sweating the asset, and you know it has been on a timeline, as Matt said, for 2030 when we can no longer operate it. So, and that's a legitimate kind of asset strategy where you do sweat an asset and you prioritise your investment.
How long have you been sweating the asset?
Oh, probably since the 60s, really, since our last major investment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Given the length of time this report took to cut down, why was there no engagement with the community, especially as you know we did receive last year a petition signed by 500 people. So obviously the community had had strong views. Can you just explain why we wouldn't have gone, at least in some way, to some of the people in the community who perhaps had some knowledge?
Look, it's actually a pretty short timeline to do the piece of work that we've done and provide the level of detail that we've provided. The report was ready to come to council late last year, but it wasn't. In terms of the forward program and a busy end of the year, it didn't get on those committee meetings. So I think we're quite clear that in terms of the options for the pool in the future and that further planning work, we do need to engage with the community at both a local and kind of city level. But I think in terms of what council has instructed us to do and report back on options, we have done that. And it is primarily around the asset, the current asset and future options for it.
Yeah, but knowing that we requested this report last March to be done in May last year, and we've had quite a bit of time to sort of get it done. So anyway,
just on.
Yeah, can I just clarify? You talked about carbon footprint, and I know, and I just want to clear that up. So the proposal in for the heating one, which is option B, none of the other options have any form of heating. You've confirmed that at this stage it's electric. Presumably, if it went ahead, you'd be looking at what solar could be used. But in terms of any carbon footprint from using electricity, my understanding was, well, the only way that would be is if we were using power that might have come out of Huntley, because that's coal generated electricity. But my understanding is in Wellington we don't source our power from Huntley. So basically our power comes from hydro. Is that a fair assumption?
Oh, look, I'm not a subject matter expert in this area. We really need to default to our climate change team. I suppose overall within our pool and rec facility network, we are a big consumer of gas. This is a facility that doesn't have any heating of water at the moment. Even the showers, as you know, aren't heated. So any change in that space will see an increase in energy consumption, and that will either come from renewable sources or not. So, I think, the other issues around carbon, that there's obviously embedded carbon with any new build, any construction project. So these are the sort of things we're now, I suppose, considering. What is the impact of our facilities and business activities, our projects?
And just final question, just want to go back to clause 117 as the graph, and the sort of graph showing the costs of Khandallah should any option 1 or 2 be picked. I do find it quite surprising the difference when you look at Thorndon, which what the intention is to essentially have Khandallah operating as a pool at the same type of hours as Thorndon. Why is there such a proposed big difference?
I suppose to get that the graph, we've got the specific operating costs divided by the number of people that go to that facility. When you start to then invest significantly into the asset, we will incur a much higher level of interest and depreciation on the asset, which will drive a lot of the operating cost increases. So again, to get to the bars that I've got in there, in option 1, the assumption I made was that as the level of service would stay the same as being a cold water pool, there'd be minimal change in participation. And then for the next graph of option 2, as I said before, it was a 50% increase in participation, and then the third bar was 100% increase in participation at the pool. So it's literally just taking the operating cost of that pool, including depreciation and interest, and dividing it by the attendance numbers.
So say for Freiburg, if that got rebuilt, you would see probably a sort of equivalent increase?
I suppose probably not. You would see an increase, but I don't think it would be equivalent. I think the number there is around 200,000 visitors a year. So you'd need to have an equivalent increase in cost to achieve the same uplift.
But it's a much bigger facility and all year round facilities.
I think I did work this out the other night, and apologies, I believe it would require an investment of $160 million into Freiburg to produce an equivalent result.
Okay, all right. Which could well be on the cards. So, okay, look, thank you for that.
Thank you. I've just got another question, because I guess hearing the term sweating the assets, and not necessarily as a councillor knowing that was the pathway or the plan for that. How many other assets are we sweating in our portfolio? Because that's, I mean, that basically means with all our assets we're going to end up with the same scenario.
Look, from my perspective, we've got a number of assets that need significant investment in them, not just in the pool space. Our pool facilities are maintained and operated to a very high level, particularly our pool water services. So council's been very sensible in terms of its investment and its maintenance across a range of facilities. So I don't think there's any, we've definitely, as we've said today, got some challenges around 2 of our other older pools, being Freiburg and Thorndon. And, again, the reason for that being we want to do. But if you take Freiburg pool, again, the condition of that pool water plant and that facility is at the highest standard for an older building. Yeah, it's got asbestos, it's got some geotech issues, but actually it's a very well maintained pool facility. But on the broader portfolio of buildings that council's responsible for, there are definitely buildings there that we are going to have some challenges with. You councillors are well aware of that. Yeah.
I think just specific to pools as well, they do reach a point where you cannot just keep renewing them. And I suppose you just need to look at the age of the pools that we have. Whereas like a nice building, you can keep it going, reinvest. The pool does reach a point where it does reach its end of life.
But I would think at the moment, I was thinking like Keithsborough, we have a really good maintenance cycle. We were investing, like quite a bit of money every 6 years, I think it is. I was looking at the question and answers. So we're actually trying not to make sure that happens to our facilities, I would think. Is that correct?
All our pool facilities have a 5-yearly maintenance closure where we do renewal and any planned upgrade work. So as I said before, we've got a really good reputation within the industry of maintaining our aquatic facilities to the highest standard. But as Matt said, some of these are getting quite old facilities, and it does get to a point where you can't keep renewing. You actually need to have a significant upgrade.
Okay, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks. 3 quick questions, just because of some of the other questions. First one of those, Paul, just in terms of sweating assets in the parks portfolio, didn't we put a substantial amount of money into essentially into doing exactly that kind of thing. It's renewals in the LTP particularly across the parks portfolio, as well as, of course, waters.
So, there's, in terms of our current program, our capital program and asset management plan that council's approved in the last LTP, there's a significant and good level of investment. There's individual buildings, as we know, that have challenges, and we will need to come back to council at some point and make some decisions about those buildings. But based on the information we had at the time, and the advice we provided to you, we have a pretty good understanding of most of those buildings. There's a big investment proposed for the Neville Rec Centre, I think around the $3.5 to $4 million mark. So we are constantly planning, and that's based on the information we have and that prioritisation.
Cool, thank you. And just in terms of a pool which reached the end of its life, because it was actually, although the initial pool wasn't older, the actual plant was older. It was the Karori pool, which we redid in 2001, if I remember correctly, and opened it. That plant was 1930s plant, which was end of life. Is that correct?
Look, it predates my involvement with our aquatic facilities, but yeah, I think certainly that was originally an outdoor pool and very aged, and we made the decision in terms of the need for that community and as part of that overall strategy and planning that it needed to become a heated covered pool. I'm not sure if it was heated originally, and it needed a total renewal. So yeah, and then we've subsequently we've subsequently added to that with the teaching pool there. That was an addition, and the hydro slide. So we are. If you look at our original investment in RAC, it was a facility that's had it's had shallow play, a teaching pool, a hydro pool added to it, and we've done some significant renewals around the front of house, around the hotspots, etc. So, and the fitness centre. So, these are facilities that you have to continue to invest in.
Cool. And just final question is just in terms of the review and what might come to us very soon. I'm guessing, well, could you just tell us what you see the likely main issues to be in that review, without obviously going to what the solutions might be, but I'm assuming that Central City Pools and Freiburg and Thornton will be two of the big questions to work through.
Yeah, I think Freiburg, Thornton, our response to Te Arakura, how do we provide for the spatial plan growth, and actually as a city, how do we respond to the information that came through from Business Solutions that says we are going to need more hydrotherapy, especially as population ages as well, and also there's whether or not we want to invest in increased leisure facilities. We'll also provide a much longer plan for when we talk about Keysborough, we talk about Karori, that it says, right, we've got another 30, 40 years or 20 years before a significant investment. So it actually gives us a long range planning.
Cool, thank you.
I think the other consideration is that with many of these facilities, because they are such big capital investment, we do take a regional approach and even, looking at what's our role at a national level. We know we're not the only council who's got challenges with pools, and they're making investments at the same time. Christchurch has had to rebuild a number of its pools, and while that's been happening, RAC has probably hosted more events than it normally would. So there are changes that are important that we look outside what our kind of commitment to our assets is.
Kia ora, it looks like we've come to the end of questioning. So thank you, officers, for your mahi on the paper and for answering our questions. I'm just wondering if people want like a quick 4-minute break just to have a stretch and go and get a drink of water, and then we'll come to the debate. So 4 minutes, come back at past. Kia ora.
You're doing a good job, Jill. It's quite a long meeting.
It is, and the weather's getting a bit warmer, and my study doesn't have a it's getting warm. So
Yeah,
we have to
very
open
muggy
doors.
out there. I gave my plants a quick drink with
I think after this meeting, by the weather's warming up, it'd be a great time to go and have a splash in Khandallah pool.
I knew you were going to say that, and I think we might.
Actually, if it does get upgraded and heated, I shall be up there. I really will, because I've swum in it once, but it was many,
If we
many years
agree
ago.
to it, I'm not bribing anybody, but I will take the bottle of Moet. I'm telling you. I'll even take, depending on how many of you turn up, I'll even bring 2.
Alrighty, I think we're probably just about all back. I can see quite a few cameras on. Sean, are you able to just help me figure out? Looks like we've got plenty of people back here, and it is just after past. So
Yep.
We will get underway. So again, thank you to the officers for their mahi, and I'd like to now hand over to Councillor Calvert to introduce her recommendations. So over to you, and I'll be seconding this.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Day. Look, you will have seen that there is a substantive change to what the officers we're recommending, and I think you probably would have got some insight into why from not only the public participants this morning, but also the responses to questions that we had of officers. This is a pool that's been in the community for close to 100 years. The community have for quite some time said we want something done about it. And in 2018, this council from the previous triennium said, look, we don't know how much it's going to cost, but let's just put some money in the long-term plan. And I distinctly remember having a conversation with the mayor at that point, Justin Lester, and agreeing with him, okay, we won't put it in that current year's next 3 years LTP, but we'll put something in for the 23-24, and that will give us enough time to work out what actually was required. Because the community as well through this time said, look, we will help fundraise. It's probably nowhere near in the vicinity of 8 million, but certainly we're very keen to help support. But they needed to know, well, what could we do with the pool? So that was 2018. So fast forward close to 4 years since we decided that we finally got a report that gives us some options, which is great. And I do want to thank officers for pulling this report together. It is very comprehensive and it gives us a lot of information of different options. And so, we know we've got the information in front of us. So we also know that another report won't make any difference. Another report will do is say, actually, maybe maybe Kendall is further down the list and we've got to do stuff for Freiburg or Thorndon. And that might well be the case, but that's a couple of years away. So now we've actually got a prime opportunity to say, look, we've got the information, we know what to do, let's get cracking. And even if part of that cracking is actually doing the planning, because as officers said, look, something's got to be done by 2030. And so you can't just turn the tap on, so you have to plan for it. So doing this now, planning for this now, is going to certainly help us. And look, getting back to officers' advice, that's why our council is not governed by officers, it's governed by community representatives, because sometimes there's a broader context to decision which we need to make. So, and that's why we do have a governing board of elected representatives. I know we want to continually adapt as a council and continually adapt our facilities with the changing service level, and to quote council's words, and as expectations change and as society changes, and it's really disheartening to think that this pool has not been given an opportunity to adapt for 60 years when the last major upgrade. It hasn't been able to adapt for better accessibility. It hasn't been able to adapt from a better environmental perspective. And it certainly hasn't been able to adapt to what the community are looking for. The only probably adaptation it has done is actually put us on the map for the oversubscribed and always booked out dogs and togs at the end of the season. Which is, all credit to the officers for coming up with the idea. It's unique, it's great, and I know the dogs certainly enjoy it. And so, look, the pool has been pretty resilient, and for the length of time it's there, it's survived basically no investment for 60 years. It survived the earthquakes, particularly those ones in 2000 and 2016, and it survived floods. When it fails, it will be a catastrophic failure. The tank will burst, or those asbestos pipes will burst, and something will need to be done. And isn't that what we've learned from all our water pipes? When we know something is going to fail, do something about it. And this is the prime. We know it's going to fail because of the age of the asset. And why not plan now to replace it and perhaps get a couple of more years out of it while we do that planning? And as elected members, we're here for just a short time, some less time than others, some a lot more time than some of us. But we are here to nurture the city and help it grow in a sustainable way. And we know we are seeing growth in the city. And it seems interesting that we just haven't seen the same amount of growth in the usage of the pool, of Khandallah pool, as compared to other pools. And that's because it's still in the 1960s in terms of services it provides. And it's a completely unlevel playing field. You can't compare this pool to other pools that, as we've heard from officers, they've made a choice to invest in the other pools on a regular maintenance every 5 years. But for some reason, they chose not to do anything about Khandallah pool. Now we're dealing with the options. Look, we've heard from, I shared an email from Judy Sears, a local councillor for the area in the 1990s. I know the mayor was the councillor for the ward at that time as well. So listening to Judy, everyone knew that the pool, even then in the 90s, was long overdue for an upgrade. And as she said, many tears were shed because the council at the time wasn't able to convince the investment in there. But I'm pleased to see there was some investment in the Karori pool by all accounts in 2001, which was originally an outdoor pool, and sounds like from the 1930s. And look, one of the things is, whilst this is called an enhanced level of service, I think we need to be very careful about that, because this is just providing what it should be providing now. It sounds like when you talk about enhanced level service, this is the this is the gold plated of all swimming pools. It's not. It's bringing it up to the current level and to what's available out there. And for this, for me, it's almost like we can't keep kicking this down the road. This can down the road. We just, it's been left like this for the last 30 years. They've known there's been no investment in it. So we need to do something about it. Community sentiment is strong, and it's not just in the local community of the Onslow suburbs. You've heard, there was a post on an independent Facebook page, Wellington Live, on Sunday. Within 24 hours, it had over 130,000 views. It had over 1,000 likes. It had over 1,000 comments in support. It had over 70 shares of that page. So this has got wide support from the broader community of Wellington. And so, for me, it's just really, there's only one option. It's option B. We could go for option A. We could say, oh, yeah, let's improve it, but let's not heat it. But we've heard it needs to be heated. It needs to be able to be kept going for the length of time that Thornton Pool is open. And what it does is it also supports schools accessing it better, because at the moment it's mainly open over the summer period. December, January, and into February. Well, most of the schools have either finished their programs or take a while kickstarting. But if it's open for longer, the schools are going to be able to access it much better. And really, on my watch, I don't want to see a pool being closed when, after hearing of all those terrible drowning statistics that we just had. And we know from our communities, we know we're growing Wellington. Even just normal infill, we're growing Wellington. And as Greg O'Connor, the MP, said, you know, this is a destination area. It's not just a building in, you know, on a street. It's part of a broader recreation destination area, and that makes it even more attractive. And so with all the other facilities around it. So I just really want to thank my colleagues. I really want to thank Councillor Day for his support on coming up with these recommendations. I want to thank my fellow ward councillors. Councillor Wolf, I know you've been on council even longer than me, and I know this is something that you always felt really passionate about. And Councillor Matthews as well. I know we don't see eye to eye on some things, but thank you so much for your support. And I think you recognise about the community support that this is. And some of the things are very similar to what we talked about in the previous paper around Newtown. You know, it's a different community. And so I really just think that we just need to bite the bullet. You know, things are going to change in 2 years' time. You know, it's still going to need replacing. Well, why can't we use that time now to plan? And I know some people say, well, why heat it? But I think the overwhelming majority is they do want some heating. They don't want a tropical temperature, but they do want an extra few degrees consistent, so that will encourage more usage. And so it just needs to be done. This is what councils are all about. Councils are about communities. You know, this is about, you know, councils are about community halls. They're about libraries. They're about pools. They're the stuff that you wouldn't do in a private enterprise. So this is our core business, and we really need to just get on and do it. I know there's been some talk about targeted rates, but that's really not in our funding policies at the moment. We don't put facilities in and target the local communities. You know, we don't target Oriental Bay residents with the sand that we put on their beach. You know, honestly, we just need to be realistic, because otherwise we create a them and us in terms of that for other communities that can't afford a targeted rate. So this is a long-term asset. It's been here nearly 100 years. It's loved by all Wellingtonians that have been there, not just the local community. So I do look forward, you know, hope that you can support this and create this asset that will hopefully be around for another 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. And I'm really pleased to be able to second this paper. I think Councillor Fitzsimon's actually hit the nail on the head with her question around why do we have pools, and why do councils have pools? And it's the same as why do we have libraries, why do we have community centres? It's because it makes us a great place to live. And as a young person, I got to experience this pool firsthand, burning my feet walking to the pool with my friend. We were so mad to get there that we burnt our feet. We walked in the hot sun and we didn't have our shoes with us. And you know what young people do, you just go for it. But I guess what I'm saying is I think for young people, the experiences that they have there are memories that last for a lifetime, which is why we're seeing this kind of overwhelming voice come through from the community of please keep it. And that, you know, those memories are holding people's desire to see that there for future generations. It is a destination place. I've grown up in Johnsonville, so actually Keith's Spry was my local pool, and we used that pool a lot. But in the summer, Keith's Spry was way far down the list compared to Khandallah pool, because it was just a different experience, and you know, we could go to the park as well at the same time. I think it's interesting when we look at the discussions around what could we do to improve patronage, and we hear, you know, a few things listed off, and you know, obviously heating is a really big one, and making sure that there's some showers that are heated, but there are other options too. And I think Councillor Calvert is right that 60 years of not investing means that actually this pool's gone way beyond even being close to what it should be providing. And you know, we should be aspiring. Is there a possibility for a hydro slide at this pool? You know, actually you go to places like Waikanae and Wainuiomata, and an outdoor pool with an outdoor slide is quite a draw card, and this could be a lovely addition to this community. I think 60 years of not investing in it probably demonstrates why the usage has gone down, and actually that's something I do want to speak to when I hear the comment about a diminished, this is playing a diminished role in our network. It's partly because it's open for a diminished season. In the late 90s, which is when we have the highest record usage of the pool, it was actually open from around about, I think we always used to open at Labour weekend. It was a big deal. We'd always be in there at Labour weekend, and it would close a little bit closer to Easter. You're talking about quite a few months more that it's open, which means your usage is going to look different. So I do feel like we're not comparing apples with apples with some of these things, and actually if we can do some things to make this pool work well for what the site looks like now and the people who want to use it, we will see quite a different usage pattern. And yeah, I think it's fantastic the trees have grown up, and I spoke to someone the other day, he said, well, why don't you just trim the trees back? And I'm like, actually, it's really lovely having the trees around it. And actually in the summer, the sun is actually up in the sky and the height of it for a much longer period of time. So I actually think that solar heating is quite a good viable option we should be looking at, because you should be able to get some pretty good heat off in the summer on most days. And then if you're drawing a little bit from the network, its carbon impact is probably not quite what we are seeing in the report. So I think we do need to be creative, and we need to look at the context of this pool. Yes, you might not heat a pool that's open all year round with solar panels at this point, because you've got a lot of winter time where you don't have the same heat of sun to make that work. The other thing is, I think there's sort of a bit of a narrative around in the paper around the car parking not being good enough, and I think that comes back to actually we've got to be really careful. We're actually trying to send a message to our city and our community that we want to be active with the way we move around. Having a pool is an active thing, and actually young people can walk there. We used to walk there from Johnsonville, and that's not a quick walk, but it was worth it. You got hot and then you really wanted to get in. But you know, like we should be looking at what we can do to improve the station access. You know, the train station's not that far away. There's good bus access. It's not about people just driving there and parking their car and getting there. And actually, if people do want to drive, they can park a few blocks away and walk around. There are many solutions, but ultimately we've got to make sure our messaging is not saying, oh, we've got enough parking, so we shouldn't do it, because that's actually not the future that we're wanting to move towards. And, you know, talking about growth, this community is going to grow. All our community is going to grow. How can we justify closing any facilities when we're going to be having a bigger community? And I think MP Greg O'Connor was right when he said, you know, this community doesn't have a coastline to just walk down the road and go for a swim. And it is actually a really big deal. You know, we don't want everyone to jump in their car and go across to the beach. It's nice to do that sometimes, but actually much better if people's trips are much shorter. So I think there's actually a really good reason as to why you would have that pool locally there, so that people aren't having to rely on, you know, extended transport to get somewhere. I think too the concept of this network review, it might be an important thing to do, but I wouldn't want to see this decision hinging on it. And there's many reasons for that, and the fact that we just need to invest in this pool. But actually the network review won't necessarily help us with grappling with the issue of what happens if we find some gaps in the network. Right now, we don't have a huge amount of money to be looking at buying new sites and building. And then what happens if we do find we've got too many? Well, the community's not going to have the appetite for closing probably anywhere in the city, because we're not overflowing with these resources. It's not like they're really close together. And I think we just need to be bold and listen to the community and make sure that that we're providing a future which is exciting for our people. And it's not just always about the fact that this is about sport or people being able to do the competitive side. The recreation stuff is important, and that makes the city livable. So I reckon I'd hope that people will support this and take this pool to the next level. So looking forward to hearing people's support. Councillor Matthews.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge
Councillor Calvert's very active community campaign in favour of this pool, and obviously, you know, it's been a relatively easy campaign in that there's so much support out there. You're really just harnessing it and presenting it to us. I guess I wanted to talk firstly about housing, and you know, I'm the person that moved the amendments to the spatial plan to increase housing capacity along the train stations in these suburbs. And you know, we really, if any of this housing is to come to fruition, more people will need at least the community facilities that we currently have, but improved and enhanced ones. And so that is also behind my support for the enhanced option, because we want people to have good lives. And I think that in terms of the, you know, the sort of the concept of the 15-minute city, you know, it's sort of in line with what Councillor Day was talking about there, that, you know, we do want people actually to be local. And I've been thinking a lot about this idea of the network. And actually, you know, while we as a council, the organisation, has to think about the network of our pools, actually, Wellingtonians don't experience our pools as a network. They experience, for the most part, their local pool, or a pool that they might choose to go to as a destination. You know, it's not like people are going across the network to use our facilities. They don't, you know, it doesn't operate that way. It's about local communities and what they're using. So while we need to think that way across the organisation, I think that doesn't, you know, lead to an outcome that, you know, locals want. It's not a customer-centred kind of way to approach this, or a citizen-centred way to approach it. It's kind of a bit bureaucratic. And I think that's important. We have to do it for planning and budgeting and all of those things. But it doesn't necessarily lead to cutting provision because something doesn't fit in with the network. I think that, you know, talking, I mean, we've already discussed the kind of the water safety issues, and I've just been sharing with people that I've had someone that I knew drown this summer from, you know, when I was younger, and that, you know, that's something that we're all super concerned about. But also, I guess, the experience of climate change and how hot the summer has been, and that we have seen this pool be in great demand. You know, while the weather doesn't necessarily mean we have great summers, the temperature is going up. And so people, you know, an outdoor pool is a really great facility to have. And I think it wasn't so much, you know, the asset that was being sweated this summer, it was the Khandallans who couldn't use their pool were being quite sweated. And I guess my last point I want to make, and I'm glad you're sitting down, Councillor Calvert, because I want to talk about Labour. And it's not something I often do at council, because I think there's a lot of noise around political party representation in local government, when really it's about values. And, you know, I think it's just a broad kind of, this is the values I represent. And so when I apply Labour values to this decision, I think about investment in our communities, protecting and enhancing community assets, and not kind of walking away from them. So, you know, this is for me as, you know, a representative of the Labour Party, but also of this community, putting those two things together. Yeah, I'm not here to close down pools or do actions that will inevitably lead to their closing down, which is, I kind of think, where we've been going, sort of the death by 1,000 cuts or a 1,000 ignores. So yes, I hope that I followed the lead of our Southern Ward councillor colleagues around Newtown, and I really hope that you'll listen to the very strong advocacy of the Whārangi councillors and support enhancing this asset for our community and for the whole of Wellington.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
I think much that has already been said covers what my thoughts are as well. I think one of the most compelling arguments for keeping this pool and upgrading it was when I looked at the network plan. Sorry, Councillor Matthews, but I know what you're saying, but there is that overview as well. And when I saw clearly that actually Khandallah Pool stood in an area where if it wasn't there, people would have quite a distance to travel to get to a pool, I think we really do need to keep this pool, and to keep it, we need to make it and bring it into the 21st century as much as we can afford to do, and make it something that people actually want to visit and use. I have swum in it once, it was freezing, but it was still a lovely pool, and it has got that unique setting, and that I think we need to capitalise on it if we go ahead and spend money on it. We should really capitalise on that as a different sort of experience that you can have within our aquatic network. I really agree with everything that's been said about when you think about our low carbon plan, it's not just about the money we might spend or expenses or operating costs or gas or whatever. I hope it's not gas, heating the pool. But there's a bigger picture in that 15 minutes city concept, which is where we actually want people not to have to travel right across the city to do things that they like doing reasonably regularly. And I think there's also that big argument about our teenagers and what are we providing for them that's fun in the city, that they're not relying on other people to take them right across town, or they're not having to get on a big, long public transport route just to do something they might like to do quite often. So I do think, along with the point of difference for Khandallah Pool, I would like us to really focus on learn to swim, keeping the lanes. I think there is a gap still in I was interested, the officers thought we had more lanes and less fun aquatic provision than most cities, because I've also heard that we don't actually have enough swim lanes for people to train and for the learn to swim classes and those kinds of things. And I think with the drownings that we've had, it's really important that we do have adequate lanes so people can really learn to swim those long distances, which is what you need to be safe in the water. It's not enough just to know how to swim a few strokes. So in essence, I thank Councillor Calvert for persisting with this. We've all been aware that this is a cause that is very, very close to your heart, but you have pushed it and you've refused to let it go. And you've made some very compelling points. I think I can sense around the table there's quite a bit of support for those points. I will be voting to spend some money and to improve this pool and to heat it. I trust the officers will, come up with a plan for what needs to be done that is within the budget that we can afford, but will make a big difference to this facility and see it used much more often and continue to be used right into several decades to come. I thank you, everybody.
Kia ora, Councillor Young.
Hi, so thank you. So I do have an amendment. Do you want me to introduce that now, or what would you like me to do?
You can introduce that now.
Okay, so perhaps Sean, if you could put it up, that would be great.
Actually, we might just at the same time. I don't know that people have seen the main motion as well. Sean, can you just show that first, just so that members of the public can see it? It'll be there on the record. So just leave that there for a couple more seconds, and then now if you could roll up to the other one.
So it's going to be seconded by Councillor Condi.
Okay, away you go.
So look, shall I speak to the amendment, and I'll just speak once off, and I promise you it'll be much shorter than some of the speeches today.
You can do that.
My views on that. So I'd have to say, first of all, that the council has been absolutely spineless about what to do with Khandallah Pool. I mean, it didn't make a decision in 2011, and it does what we do so well, which is kick the can down the road. So let's not do that today. Let's make a decision. And I would say that when it was in 2011, the subsidy was $11.60 per ticket. It's probably enough to buy a house then, but I can't remember. But lack of investment and renewals have led us to the need to make this decision today. It's unfortunate timing when the elections are 247 days away, and the election period kicks in 90 days before that. Politics can cost ratepayers a great deal of money, and I fear that's what will happen today. Hello elections, goodbye fiscal prudence. I think the technical term is pork barrel. Anyway, it's an interesting realignment of councillors' political ley lines around the table. It's fascinating. So those Councillor Calvert, who's always been so fiscally prudent, has I think she's going to sign up for a member of the Alliance if that's still going. But I'm sure Comrade Fitzsimons can sort that out. So at Christmas, the Deputy Mayor gave me a Christmas present. She gave us all Christmas presents, and mine was a no button. Still in its wrapping because I don't want to use it because I want to give it to someone else as a present or something. Because I have consistently voted against vanity projects, undeliverable dreams, and the rash spending of ratepayers' money. Now we are asking Wellingtonians to fund this incredibly expensive option. And yet, one of the things that's quite clear from the Onslow Western councillors is they see this as a community pool. They're talking about it's a local facility, and yet they want the poor devils in Miramar and Strathmore, etc., to fund this extremely extravagant upgrade at a time when we are struggling to finish the projects we've already agreed to, and at a time when just think about our rate. So we've been told it's 9.1% this year, plus any roll-on effects from Omicron. And over this triennium, that would be a cumulative increase of more than 31% in 3 years. That is absolutely gobsmacking. At the same time, interest rates are increasing, inflation has returned, and many people's livelihoods are on the line. Just ask anybody in the hospo sector. And we can't deliver on many of our projects. So as city governors, we have to make decisions with our heads, not our hearts. And this pool is no longer fit for purpose. I think we all agree about that. And because the reasons are spelled out clearly in the paper, I won't go through it all. Very good papers, by the way. Look, we have to bite the bullet, no doubt about that. And the bullet that I would bite is say, let's make this into a fabulous park. Or if it is so important to the community, let them pay for it, because that's what, it is. These ticket prices, subsidies are so high if it is that important. So I have suggested this targeted rate. So let me just remind you that I agree it is difficult to know where swimmers live, but the information that officers have got are from things like swim cards and concession cards and things. It is not impossible. If they can do it in Syria without a computer, I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure not everything's going to be like the water metering, another issue. So, I think if bearing in mind the subsidy at Thorndon, very well used pool, because people go and swim there in their lunch hour and immediately after work. It is an absolute treasure, that pool, because it's right in the centre of the city. So $7.33 at Thorndon, just over $8 at Kilbirnie, $2.64 at Freiburg, and assuming a 50% increase in attendance, once we've done this upgrade, the ticket subsidy will be $45.83 a ticket. That is unbelievable. So if the locals want it, and actually, I think we should ask everyone across Wellington, because you're asking everyone across Wellington to fund this thing in one of Wellington's most exclusive suburbs, then I think we should do a survey and find out, if you want this pool, would you be prepared to pay $45 a ticket for a swim? Because I think when people are asked to put their hand in their pocket as directly like that, they might think, actually, the Keith Spry pool is just down the road and council has spent millions on it. And actually, we've also spent a lot of money on the pools in the Khandallah schools. So I think this is my suggestion about the locals getting a discount because they're having a targeted rate makes a lot of sense. It works elsewhere. We're supposed to be a smart city. We're full of IT companies. One of them can work it out. I just think we have to make sensible decisions, because we cannot keep throwing ratepayers' money. It's not our money at these projects. We have to be fiscally prudent. We can't drive people out of Wellington because the rates are going through the roof. And I know it's all kind of deferred down the line, but the thing is, it's still money. No matter how you tie something up, it is still money. So I will not be voting to do an upgrade of the pool, and I will actually be voting to, I'll certainly be voting that if people want it, they can pay for it locally. 6035 is the postcode. If people want it, they can pay for it. That's it.
I'm sure you can count that as brief today, Nicola, but thank you very much.
It's brief compared to Councillor Calvert. I was getting text messages from fellow councillors saying, when's she going to stop?
All right, we're up to seconding, and I think that's Councillor Condi.
Yes.
Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, I will. And I'll speak to the centre at the same time. Just want to start by saying, of course, as a resident of the Northern Ward, of course, I went swimming in Khandallah Pool when I was a child as well. And I've got lots of friends who use Khandallah Pool. It's a fantastic spot. And I think option B is a fantastic design. I think they've done a really great job of, if we want to have a pool there, I think it's a brilliant design. It's refocusing on recreation, which is what we're hearing is actually the demand, and recognizing that this is really a child and family pool. I have no doubt that Khandallah residents want this pool, and I've certainly heard from a few of them, but I was also at a community meeting in Johnsonville last night, and they had quite a different point of view, which is that they are very focused on the 9.1% rates increase that they have coming at them. And when I said to them, I was being generous, Councillor Young, I said if it might be $35 a visit if the attendance doubles. I said, you know, $35 a visit subsidy versus about $10 to go to Keith's Fry. They certainly had a very strong reaction to that. So I think we have to acknowledge that there are differing views in our community. I'm always, you all know, I'm always nervous when somebody says the community wants this. I think there are always different views in our community. I think, you know, we have to also be really conscious of, we've heard of our chief executive that we're in the middle of a global pandemic, we're in the middle of a global supply chain crisis, and that we already have a very, very ambitious capital program. And I think we really are at the point where we have to balance that ambition with the resources that are available. And for me, the question that I kind of keep asking myself when I look at these projects is, can this wait? Can this wait a few more years until after the pandemic? My view on Newtown was that the officer said the building basically cannot be used right now as it is. So, okay, it can't wait. In my view, all of the investments that we're making on climate change cannot wait. The laws of physics are not interested in waiting for the end of the global pandemic. So in my view, those things also cannot wait. This, however, can wait. It could wait a few more years. The officers have been very clear that it could wait a few more years before we make this decision. And I think during a time of huge uncertainty, financial uncertainty, and the global supply chain issues, it actually is the responsible thing to do, to just wait and see where we end up. I know none of us got elected because we love asset management planning, but I was at Audit and Risk yesterday, and it is a really important issue that we need to do well to make sure that we are delivering great value for money for every dollar of our ratepayer spend. I'm not a small government advocate, but I am an advocate that every dollar has to work. I also just want to touch on the emissions profile issues. And, you know, I hear from what you were saying, Councillor Day, about solar and other options, and I'm glad to hear that they're not looking at gas and they're looking at electricity. But for me, maybe we can do solar isn't good enough to go ahead yet with a project like this. I want to know what the emissions profile is going to be, because we know that pools are already delivering a huge chunk of our emissions. I'm not about to upgrade or build something new that I'm then suddenly going to have to find a way to decarbonize later. So that's not acceptable to me. So this is my view, that at the moment, with resource constraints, with financial constraints and pressure, with all the uncertainty, as much as this is a project that can wait a few years, and we can make a responsible decision at some point in the future. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So just reminding people at the moment we're speaking to the amendment. Does anyone want to speak to the amendment? If you just maybe actually physically put your hand up if you want to speak just to the amendment. Councillor Wolf.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to clarify a few points. This pool is a Wellington pool. It's a pool for all people. I've spent a bit of time there recently, and I would say that the community of Khandallah has largely been outnumbered by the people that are from outside of the area, as far away as Pūroro and Wainuiamata and Lower Hutt. Part of that is the pilgrimage to Mount Karakia and the reserve, but part of it was also that there's a certain rite of passage that relates to the Khandallah summer pool, and which is intergenerational. It's a very, very special place. It has a lot of history, and I wouldn't like to see a situation occur where the fragility of the pool as it is at the moment means that it can't continue, and there's a gap. We haven't serviced this pool correctly it's had 60 years of deferred maintenance that hasn't actually happened. And I think that the time is now. It's actually over 30 years. You invest in this, it's a really good return on investment, and I'll outline that when I talk in relation to the substantive. I don't like setting this sort of precedent, Councillor Young, in regards to targeting a rate of this type for without a lot of thought involved. And I think that you've got to understand the implications of a targeted rate and of subsidies and all that sort of, and while it sounds really good, it can cause a fair few problems if the implementation isn't correct. I don't like this particular amendment because I think that it creates inequity. So I obviously won't be supporting it, and I will speak a little bit more on the substantive.
Kia would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah. Look, I won't be, as you can imagine, I won't be supporting this amendment. You know, it's it actually makes me quite sick to think of this because, and I think about the implications for the wider city and any community facilities or services we provide. And so look, and fundamentally, it just is not, it goes against the grain. I've always been a strong proponent for community. You know, Councillor Matthews might be pleased to know I used to belong to the Labour Party in the 80s.
No, it's the Alliance.
No, it was definitely Labour. And so look, but for me, it's just core to my values. This is what we do as a community. If we really want to start targeting rates, then, you know, we could look at the postcode of 6011 and at the central city and charge like we do all the commercial businesses down there to downtown levy because of all the other facilities that are available. But we haven't done. So if we want to start doing that, then that's fine. But that's a broader policy conversation. But my values do not do this, because what will happen if we start this is perhaps communities that have even less resources will be left out. So look, I just think it's actually quite abhorrent to hear this even around being put forward. That's it.
Mayor Foster, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, look, just purely for the amendment, Look, I understand where Councillor Young is coming from, but I think Councillor Calvert's completely right. We have occasionally thought about, can we manage to get an arrangement where every community has got the right level, it's a reasonably even level of services across the board. And then if a community wants something which is particularly above and beyond, and usually it's been urban betterment type projects, then we might say to it, well, you know, that you can have that if you contribute to that specifically in some way. The challenge with that, of course, is that's a huge piece of work to try and work out not only what the level of services you want across all manner of council services. Bear in mind, we have some 400 different services. Not all of them will be relevant to that conversation, but we have a lot of different types of services. So you'd have to work out what you know, each of the services you wanted, what the level of service might be, and then what a community is. Because, for example, I'll take particularly community centres, we've got quite a lot of them, 20+ of them, and they are, dotted quite liberally around the city. Swimming pools, we don't. So not every suburb has got a swimming pool. So what is the community? So, for example, I look at, Councillor Fitzsimons and say, well, what is the community pool for Island Bay? And for, well, yeah, okay, sure, but part of the year, the point I'm making is that the catchment for some of these facilities is actually quite large. It is many suburban communities. So it's not an easy piece of work. And so while it's an interesting piece of work to raise it in this context, I think Councillor Young would be an interesting precedent. And I think it's something you might want us to encourage to think about in the context of a wider review of our funding policy. But certainly I don't think it's the right thing to be doing in the context of while moderately expensive, it's still a relatively modest investment in the context of the wider city networks.
Kia ora, I'll just speak quickly to this amendment too. I won't be supporting it. And the main reason is that 60 years of underinvestment, this community didn't actually get a say on the asset being sweated, or however you say it, grammatically correct. So the asset was being sweated and they were still being rated for community facilities, and would have been assuming that we were doing everything to make sure this pool could keep going. So if we now go and rate in a different way, they'll be like, well, what does that mean? So then other communities will start looking at their facilities and going, are we going to be looking down the barrel of this as well? I just think it starts to become a bit ad hoc. And there could be some discussions that we should have strategically about targeted rates, but I don't think we should just pull them out as a way of trying to justify catching up on something which hasn't been done. I just think we need to do what's right for this community and invest where it hasn't been invested in before. Is there any further debate to the amendment? Otherwise we'll go to Councillor Rush's right of reply. Okay, Councillor Rush.
Councillor Young.
Sorry, Councillor Young.
You think we look alike?
I'm on the spot.
Do you think we look alike?
I don't know, you've got some similarities.
Same build, same hairstyle, same facial, you know.
Probably the nuts.
So
I think it was
so
that.
here's the Wellington party. So just look.
Sharp wit and brevity.
So just to sort of zoom into this as quickly as possible. So I think it's fantastic that Councillor Wolf has been able to identify the point of origin of the people using the Khandallah pool, that he knows who's come from Wainuiomata. I wonder if he spent too much time hanging around there, but we'll just move on from there. And Councillor Wolf has also said it's a rite of passage. Well, we have lots of rites of passage. When I was when I was a girl, it sounds like things have changed. When I was younger, a rite of passage was to swim at the Island Bay beach, you know, and the sea there is not heated, but we still managed to do it in the middle of winter once. Councillor Wolf is against targeted rates because they cause inequity, but it's interesting that the Productivity Commission has come out saying councillors should be using them more often as a way of actually ensuring equity. And so the one other thing I'd say, the Mayor was talking about the fact that the subsidy is relatively expensive. I'd just like to draw his attention to a remark made earlier by the Deputy Mayor when she said she struggles to pay for a swimming ticket at their current costs. So, you know, I mean, if we're talking about equity, we have to sort of think about, different people have different amounts they want to spend on tickets.
I think I've been misrepresented there. I said I even think about the cost. It does seem quite expensive to me, but it's not that I can't afford it.
Well, that's what you said, because I wrote it down at the time. So anyway.
Okay, I think we'll just keep moving at this point.
So just move on and say, I just think that if we're going to spend this outrageous amount on a pool, which is dark, covered in trees, and I used to have a pool many years ago, and trees equal leaves equal maintenance, and mold in pools, it's a nightmare. I think we're going to do that, and the locals think it's such a great asset, then they should cough up. That's it.
Kia ora, very brief. Right, we're going to vote on this amendment now. So if we could just have it come up on the screen. Oops.
Just waiting on Liz Kelly.
Liz, are you there? You at your desk?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Look.
I am. I'm just trying to figure this out. How do I make it? But I'm a no. Is that easier?
Yeah, that's helpful. So no.
In that case, the amendment is lost with 3 votes in favour from Councillors Young, Condi and O'Neill.
Okay.
Sorry about that, folks.
Right, so that is lost. So we'll move back to the substantive now, and I need just people to put their hands back up again who were going to speak to the substantive. I think we had Councillor Foon had been next, maybe, or
Councillor Day.
Yeah.
Could we possibly take this opportunity to vote on extending the meeting, as we're almost up to our allotted time?
Thank you for raising that. So we need to now vote to extend the meeting because we have gone past 6 hours. What's that, sorry, Sean?
Almost, sorry.
Almost gone past 6 hours. So I was wondering if I could have a seconder for that, please. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, and if everybody could vote.
What happens if we say no?
then the meeting stops and we have to find another time to have the meeting. So it's probably best just to finish it now.
Can you please not tempt me? I almost voted no.
We're nearly there. I think we're getting close.
Just waiting on Councillor O'Neill. Sorry. Okay, so that's carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're going to move quickly on, and I could see Councillor O'Neill, your hand was up, so we will go to you. Oh, it's getting confusing. Councillor O'Neill.
There are a few more people ahead of me. Maybe was Laurie next? I'm happy to go third or something.
Okay, Laurie, and then Councillor O'Neill, and then Councillor Fitzsimons and Mayor Foster. We'll do that. So over to you, Laurie. Councillor Foon.
Yay. Well, this has been an interesting discussion. I will own up that I absolutely love catching the train out to Khandallah, to wander up to Mount Tarikaka and go over the Skyline track, and then you can catch a bus back to Berhampore, and it's a pretty cool low carbon way to get around town. I haven't been for a swim recently. I'm going to change that this summer, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Calvert, I do want to acknowledge your mahi here. It's been inspiring, and yeah, love seeing you rattle it up. But I have been pretty adamant in my position that I am certainly happy to have the pool upgraded or sustained and maintained, so option one. But I haven't been an advocate for heating the pool. For a couple of reasons, financial and just that equity of spend that we've got going on around the city, but also the extra carbon. When do we start looking at that? I'm glad we're talking about it. I just did have a quick bit of online research, and a solar system would work well. It would cost a little more to set up, but actually the running costs would be quite low. So well done, Councillor Day. That could be a good option. But having said that, Councillor Matthews, you really got me on the 15-minute city. Yes, we need to really make sure we've got the amenity around for our people and where we are, densifying. So that's a really good call. And Deputy Mayor Free, also your idea, your picture of this asset being something unique to Wellington in the bush, until Councillor Young came along and shattered that vision with the leaves falling in. So anyway, it's been a great debate. So I'm a little bit on the fence. So I'm going to just hear out the debate and make my decision. But what I would say, if you really did need a solution for heating, and we've got one, we could move the landfill up to Khandallah and put the waste to energy plant up there, and we could heat all the pools you wanted. So if you really want to have free energy, come and talk to me about that after. Great. Thanks, everyone. Good debate.
Oh, kia ora. I must be getting later in the day. We were up to Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, councillors. I just wanted to chuck my 50 cents in there and talk about why I'm supporting this pool. I believe that, first off, I have many great memories there. One of my favourite events that the council puts on is the Dogs and Togs, and I'd often see Malcolm Sparrow up there, and we're both really big fans of it. It's also a really sacred space up the hill, and I really like just sort of that you're in and amongst the trees, that you can, if your siblings are being a bit grumpy, you can take yourself on a walk, or there's plenty of places to get away from it. During community events, it's often a really good place to go and get some predator-free traps with the community out there. So I'll just put that little plug in. But mostly I'm supporting this because my mum will have my neck if I don't save her favourite pool. In amongst nature in such a beautiful place like that, it's a relatively cheap and inexpensive place for young people to hang out there. And having Councillor Condi, I know you said, asset management plans aren't always our favourite thing to get into, but following the PSR team over the last 2 years and understanding the importance of asset management around Begonia House in North Wilton, but I've listened to the debate today and really understood, I guess, the value that public participants came to speak to us. And Councillor Foon, I think it would be really awesome if we had some, I don't know, a trendy way to say it, but some trash hot pools or something. You know, we could even get a little spa in there. Perhaps not the pool itself. It would be quite difficult to dig it up. But yeah, it certainly sounds like a possibility. And yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. Cool.
Beautiful, thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, likewise. I just want to note, thank Councillor Calvert and other ward councillors. I'm really proud to support this. Councils exist to create public amenities like swimming pools, and pools are the core business of this council. It was visionary leaders who were the architects of our city who set up public facilities like swimming pools. And I think that we should keep investing in them. And I just wanted to, particularly given what Councillor Foon said, just talk about a little initiative that I think is very, very important. And I often refer to it when at Anzac Day. And it's that at the end of the Second World War, the government offered a whole bunch of subsidies for communities to develop living memorials as opposed to monuments all around New Zealand. So in many, many places around New Zealand, you will see community centres, swimming pools, libraries and halls, which are memorials. And the government funded dollar for dollar the creation of these public facilities, and many of them are swimming pools. And they did that because they wanted to build strong, resilient communities so that things like the Second World War wouldn't happen again. And it was a deliberate policy intention to bring communities together at public facilities. And that is part of the reason why I want to support this investment and investment in pools and libraries and community centres around Wellington, because I think those people and the architects of our city got it right. And it's now our turn to play our role in keeping on investing.
Hi, could I ask for a procedural motion?
Yes, what was your procedural motion?
That we adjourn the debate. And Councillor Paul, second.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why you're wanting to adjourn the debate. Now, when do you want to
No, just finish this debate.
Want to finish the debate?
Right,
but you
right,
need
put it
to
to the vote. Put it to the vote.
You need to have
Put
had
it to the
three
vote.
speakers. You just want to do the procedural motion?
Yeah,
not
put it to the vote. Yep.
Okay. So we need to vote if we want to do the procedural motion to put it to the vote. So that's our first part of the process. So if we can clear the voting, because I think we've...
Good.
All right. So from here, this is if people want to put this to the vote.
Councillor Calvert still gets a right of reply as well. Yep.
So that is lost because this procedural motion needs 75%. So there's 8 votes in favour and 7 against.
Okay. So now we've got to put the hands back up. I had the next person to speak was Mayor Foster. We'll keep it moving quickly.
Great. Well, I don't have to put my hand back up again because the hands are coming and going all the time. Hey, look, I just wanted to start off by congratulating Diane for her determined pursuit of this issue. And it's not just been recently, but over a number of years. And sometimes, Diane, you've got to be dogged in pursuit of something that you really want to see happen. I've been there many times before, so congratulations. And also big congratulations to the Khandallah community. And I suspect, Councillor Calvert, you might have had something to do with that, because I asked Councillor Pennant last night how many emails she got about this, and she said about 2. I said, oh, I've got about 50, I think it is so far, and still counting. So, but I do want to say thank you to the Khandallah community. A huge number of emails, and what's came through with those is consistent love for this pool and for the experiences which people have had in there. There were some things which people had misconstrued, it would be fair to say. This debate is not about whether we close the pool. Some people have got that view. It's not about that. It's about what we invest in and when we invest in it. And there were a few interesting comments made about the support of or not support of urban development and council's position on that. And I will be replying to everybody, and I will explain that there was at least a variety of views on that one, and also the government have instructed us around what it thought about the Johnsonville railway line. I share with quite a number of other councillors. It's my emotional favourite pool too. I think most other pools are a bit more transactional. This is one that you go to and it is an experience pool. I can remember going there when I was at Cashmere Avenue and learning to swim at Cashmere Avenue and at Khandallah pool, the old 220 yards and 440 yards as it was in those days. And it certainly is an experience pool. I also want to thank the officers, because I think the officers have done an incredible job with a very, very fine piece of analytical work that is in front of us. And I would commend everybody to read that piece of work to provide context to the decision, because this isn't the end of the decision. And I think it's very important that we think about this. The officers' recommendation originally was to keep the pool running. We've got the time frame that they said that, we can keep it running till 2030. So I think Councillor Condi, you made the comment that, do we need to make the decision now or not? But it is in front. The decision is in front of us now. But we can't keep it going beyond 2030 because of not only the earthquake-prone buildings there, but also I think quite clearly we can see the plant, if not the pool itself, but the plant is reaching the end of life. And look, for me, the question is, do we, at some point in time, do we make a call to go close, or do we make a call to go invest? If I was looking at investment, Laurie, my call would be that you do the better investment rather than the cold pool. I think you probably get a bit more bang for buck out of that. But I think Nicola's quite right. The numbers in there are pretty scary in terms of cost per person going through the door. Officers' recommendation, of course, is to do that wider assessment of all aquatic facilities, and they were going to do that in a couple of years' time. So in a sense, we're bringing that conversation forward and doing it as in isolation from the other pools. But I do take, Councillor Calvert, your point that you made about we are community representatives here, and we can agree or disagree with the officers' view. A couple of other things I just wanted to say. The first one of them is that the paper and the consultant report both say that, and they say that several times, that there hasn't been any community consultation around this pool yet. And the reason for that, of course, is that we asked for this paper in the time frame we asked for the paper. And so they're quite clear that there should be community consultation, and so am I on that. And I'm pleased. I think Dane, you rearranged the substantive a little bit to at least recognise we have an annual plan process to go through, and that, I think, Nicola, is the answer to your question as to that gives everybody in the city the chance to be able to say, yep, love it, or don't love it. And I think people have to have that opportunity. There'll also be an opportunity, assuming that it passes that hurdle, to then talk with the community in detail about what the design details actually are, because people do care about those things, and I think that that's an important part of the process as well. And look, one final observation that this, actually two. One is there's been a lot of talk about growth and support of growth. I would like us to see, and I'd like to see this with the Newtown facility and all other facilities as well. If there's a growth component, we try and work out how that fits into our development contributions policy, so that growth pays for some of it, not just debt. And that helps deal with some of those costs, just a little bit, but some of those. And the final thing to say is that it's the CapEx programs that are driving our budgets at the moment. I had to discuss with the media earlier this week our 9.1% projected rates rise before growth. And the vast bulk of that is driven by the CapEx program. That's what we agreed to last year, the year before, the year before, the year before that. And if you might recall, those of you who participated in the 2018 to 28 LTP, we already had 7%, 7%, 7%, 7% over several years, and that was pretty well all about the capital program, the depreciation on that capital, and the interest cost on that. And of course, interest rates are now rising too. So while it doesn't affect this year's budget, whatever we decide is going to affect budgets in the future. So that's why it's an important conversation to have in the annual plan. And if I might just say, just as in passing, those 7% excluded water, library, let's get Wellington moving, and the impacts of COVID. So, that's why our rates look like they do at the moment. So thanks again, Councillor Calvert, for your sterling work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Yes, you've led on really well, Andy, to Councillor Calvert. I've served 3 terms now, or will have hopefully, and each of the election periods, the Khandallah pool has been high on the agenda. I was very grateful to Councillor Calvert for taking over the mantle of the champion of the Khandallah pool, and she's done an absolutely remarkable job. She's been relentless, and she's worked with a couple of allies that you wouldn't normally expect, you know, in Councillor Day and Councillor Fitzsimons and our colleague Councillor Matthews, and they've all worked really, really diligently, and I think that Peter Winder would be very proud of them all. In fact, I'm actually really proud of this day. You know, if we can continue on the way that we've operated today, it's going to be a very successful end to the term. You know, this has been very collegial and very collaborative, and I've enjoyed it. In the 9 years, I've seen the passion that people have for the Khandallah pool. I've also seen how people have been upset that it has been left and not really improved upon as it could have. And at the same time, I've seen greater patronage of our skyline and of Mount Kaukau. And I think that in placing an investment into this pool complex will undoubtedly create more potential, and it will also be a very good return on investment. You know, I saw what happened in a similar way with the Parnell salt baths in Auckland that got a little bit run down, and the people, there was an outcry, and people, yeah, it's a beautiful complex now, and people patronise it really, really well. There's a few other things we invest in. We make a decision to invest in this today, and it's not an insignificant investment. And what happens is that we further the economic development of the area. There'll be some construction as well, which will provide some jobs. And I think that, you know, that's really important as well at this time. You know, we need to be providing jobs for people. There's another thing that perhaps in the resilience area that may have been forgotten about. In 1925, the hills around Khandallah Park were bare and barren. It wasn't the bush had been cut, and it's now regenerated. So there is the pool gives around Khandallah a little bit more resilience, just in case of a fire, believe it or not. And we saw what happened at Trentham last week when there was a lack of water resource. So, you know, we're able to make sure that resource is protected as well. I also think that it's really important that the heritage side of and the history of certain key facilities is retained in some respect, and I think that we'll be doing a good thing if we can vote this through. I really do, because history and heritage is tremendously important. And people have mentioned the water safety aspect, and I think that, you know, that is key, that we provide communities with ample space to be able to learn to swim. And, you know, we have it's not just young people. We've found that this year in particular, there have been a lot of people around the country who are immigrants who have had difficulties in water. So, you know, this space is a fantastic resource. It's a fantastic community and community facility that's not just for the Khandallah community. It's far, far wider. And Councillor Young, I did stand up there and I did talk to people, because I like to talk to people. I asked them where they came from, and it was wide and varied, and the enjoyment factor and the experience factor, and the fact that it's a pure experience there is really, really important. It's unhindered in many ways that some other areas are, and I think I would just hope that we can follow the Councillor Calvert's vision and also Councillor Day, because I know that you worked on this really, really you know, with a great deal of expertise and cohesion. I just hope that we can get this through and, you know, nail this project. It's 60 years in the making. It hasn't had any real investment in 60 years, and it really, really deserves to have some. So thank you.
Thank you, Liz Kelly.
Oh, kia ora. I'm really happy to, I'll be brief. I'm really happy to support this motion. I don't believe that we have enough public pools in our country, and that's due primarily to cost. So many schools no longer have pools, and I think that that's a direct consequence now of why we're seeing so many drownings throughout New Zealand. And so I'm really happy to support this based on that we want to see. I would like to see more public pools. I think that it's a pretty bold move of council to be putting forward the figures that you're putting forward to invest in this, but I think it'd be a good investment for the city, for the community, and for the wider community. And I just wanted to say really quickly that what I really do support, and was happy to support once I saw the amendment, is that you're going to heat it, because it was probably about 55 years ago I went to that pool, and it was a big deal because our school was taking us to this flash pool that had a bush setting and all the rest of it, and it was freezing. And I've never been back there since then because it was freezing. So the fact that you're looking at doing this properly and having it heated, I think that's really good. And I support us making this investment, doing it properly, and making sure that we can extend the use of it as well, because I think then, the numbers are down right now. I take the points that Councillor Young has made, and I do think, though, what Mayor Foster has said, we can raise that in the annual plan. But I think the point that Councillor Young made is a really good point as well. I know in Rotorua that the local residents, the ratepayers, they get a reduced rate when they use the luge and that, the gondola thing when they go up there. So maybe those could be some sort of incentives that we use as well. But I'm happy to support this in its entirety, and I hope that it does pass today, because I think it will be a real asset for the not only the Khandallah area, but the wider Wellington region, because it'd be another public pool. Kia ora.
Kia ora, we're nearly there, Councillor Rush.
Madam Chair. So this facility has done sterling service for decade after decade after decade. Much loved by the community, far more loved than the island-based Sakawa will ever be loved. It deserves to be upgraded, it deserves to be treated well, it deserves to have its place in a wonderful setting, as MP Greg O'Connor mentioned. It is a wonderful setting, it is unique, we need to preserve it, we need to enhance it, we need to market it, we need to celebrate it.
Rawe. That was very brief, thank you. So now we're up to right of reply, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief. Look, there's a comment about, well, perhaps go for the 4 million rather than the 8 million. It needs to be heated. I didn't make the figures up. I know it's 4 million, but when you think about that spread over 30 years, if you saw the CapEx projections, it will add to the 25-26 year about 0.2% to the rates. The rest of it won't make any difference. So it can easily be accommodated. And that's why we do keep, as well as a bit of debt headroom as well for things like this, not just this, but all bigger things like more of the pipes. Councillor Fern, you'd be pleased to know there have been parts around the Onslow area that have previously been rubbish dumps, and that's why some of the land can't be built on. You see this wonderful flat piece of land and you think, why can't we build some housing on it? It was previously a rubbish dump. And so that's why. And you'd also be, I know from an environmental perspective, just up the path from the pool, there's glowworms and also probably, and there's also a special type of very large snail, which is very unique to the area. So yes, certainly it's part of that. I don't think there's really much more I can say. Everybody said it. And I will just say, sometimes, being financially prudent, some people can use that term. It's about, but you've also got to know, you can know the cost of everything, but the value of nothing. And I think for this is what this poll is about. And it's about understanding financial prudence is about planning ahead. And this is what we're doing. We're planning now. And also making sure that you have a very good return on your investment. But that return doesn't equate to dollars necessarily. And for this, the return is about community well-being. It's about community resilience. And it's about enhancing the city and offering choice. So on that note, and being very financially prudent, I do recommend that you support these recommendations. Thank you.
Kia ora. So we'll now put that to the vote. So if we could just put it up on the screen so everyone is familiar what we're voting with. Councillor Condi, did you want to take something separately?
Yes, please. I believe it's 6, 7 and 8. 6, 7 and 8, yes.
So you're happy to cluster those as
I'm
3
fine.
together? Cool. So is everyone else comfortable with that? We'll do 1 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we could vote on those.
That's carried unanimously.
Wamana. That's good. And so now we will vote on 6, 7 and 8. Might need to just clear the voting.
That will be fine.
Good try. It's like kua mana hoki, is it? Yep, so that's carried as well.
Yes, just waiting on Councillor Paul.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. So yes, 13 in favour and 2 against. Councillors Condi and Young against.
Thank you. So that's carried. Now
And
just checking.
And I will carry through on my promise to bring the MOAT when we can next meet together.
Okay, we'll hold you to it. Thank you. So I just want to check how people are going because we have been sitting for a little while. Do people need another 5-minute break just before we do the last bit? Councillor Spoon, I don't understand your gestures.
It's sign for yes.
Okay. I think we've probably still got about 10 minutes or 15 minutes to go, and if people are needing a little bit of a stretch, it's not a bad thing just to have a break. And
I'll sprint to the
make it 2 minutes. Just come back as soon as you've had whatever it is you need, whether it's a drink of water or a wharepaku, come straight back.
May I leave early, Madam Chair?
That's up to you.
My elderly uncle's turned up and no one's here.
Councillor Calvert.
Sorry?
I'll be looking for that solar heating, just saying.
Well, they're using it in the plans. There was a heat pump, but I think if we can get that solar
We're
power,
gonna, yeah. Oh, it's a good opportunity, but yes, That's kind of my little crunch point.
Yeah, and I think probably it will be a good pilot, I don't know, case study or pilot, because what it might be, if they've got to do all the other pools as well at some point to change them from natural gas, this might be a good learning type of experience. Yeah.
When are we going to start heating the sea?
What was that?
We need to heat the sea.
I think the environment's doing that. We need to stop heating the sea.
Yeah, it's already got a solar powered.
Yeah, we will just about get underway if people can just turn their cameras on when they're back. Thank you. Thank you for being prompt. What was that, sorry?
Oh, I do agree that Khandallah could be a good case study of how to actually move into a carbon.
We might have that conversation offline, because I know that people are pretty keen to get on with their afternoon. So what we'll do now is we're going to move on to item 2.4, which is the land exchange on Makara Road in Karori. And so no mai Kim, ki te hora I te kōrero. So thank you, Kim. You're having a busy day today. So over to you for this paper, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks very much, the Chair. Look, we've got Kate, I think, on the line, if I'm correct. We'll be able to talk to this report. It's a pretty simple transaction of land swap, essentially. So, Kate, are you there?
Yes, hopefully my microphone's working.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I take the report as read. It is about just exchanging two pieces of land to enable tracks to be built that will improve the network of tracks at the Makara Mountain Bike Park. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any hands go up. I think it's a very thorough report, and it's yeah, really important work. So thank you very much. I'm happy to move this report. I'd just like to acknowledge and thank Kate for her mahi on this, and I think it's a fairly self-explanatory piece of work, as Kate has said, and I'm wondering if there's someone who'd like to second. Councillor Matthews, thank you. And so is there any debate? Councillor Matthews, do you want to say anything? Any further debate? No, thank you. Okay, we'll put this to the vote. So you know what to do.
That's carried unanimously.
Fantastic, thank you. Moving along now, so on to item 2.5, the forward program. And I'm assuming that, Kim, you're going to do this one as well.
Yes, I will indeed. So thank you, Chair. So yeah, the forward program you'll see in front of you highlights March and April's agenda items. So you'll see there we have the 10-year Māori strategy, sustainable food network, the our capital spaces strategy review. So we're talking about the scope of that, the Mount Victoria Bowling Club, and regional economic development plans. So that's for the 3rd of March. And then when we go into April, we're talking about the ASB Sports Centre renaming, reporting back on the consultation of the Wellington Town Belt and reserved trading and event sites, and then Trails Wellington mountain bike track and Matarangi will also be presented. So that's really a go. I think hopefully I can answer any questions on this. But yeah, thank you.
Are there any partai on this? It's fairly straightforward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Apologies. Just the next meeting feels very weighty, and I'm sure we looked at this at forward planning meeting, but is there the opportunity to spread anything into the next meeting?
Yeah, potentially. Maybe I'll revisit that if that's okay with our democracy team, and yeah, if you're comfortable with that.
Thank you.
I'm happy to follow that up with Councillor Young as well, and we'll just sort of understand how thick the papers are, because sometimes they're not.
Yeah, they might not be, but yeah, just if we could just have an extra comb through, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any other partai? Can't see any. Okay, so I'm happy to move the paper. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Free. Okay, so any other debate? No, looks like people are voting already. Getting a taste of being close to the end.
That's carried unanimously.
Fantastic. Well, mana. Okay, so we'll move on to item 2.6, which is actions tracking. And so over to you again, Kim, for anything you need to share.
Okay. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. Yeah, so really, I think it's pretty straightforward. If I can take the paper as read, I'm very hopefully I can answer questions too on this one. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee, any partai? Not wanting to rush it, but I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll go ahead and so I'm happy to move this paper. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Young, and we'll put it to the vote.
That is carried unanimously too.
All right. Fantastic. So we're at the end. Tēnā kua mutu, tēnei hui. And now we'll finish with the closing karakia, me karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te arataka tū. Ko ia rā e rongo, whakairea ake ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. And I'd like to thank everybody for your participation today and really constructive debate. Thank you so much. It was a pretty big meeting to start the year off with, and I appreciate everyone, giving me a little bit of a leeway while I'm kind of easing back into it. So thank you very much, and I hope you all have a good afternoon. Kia pai, tuahi ahi.
Thanks, Jill.